Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Becomes Crimson Nightmare. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Truth of a Dragon. This will be a flashback of when Issei was in the Gear's Void, and then it will take us to present day, so I hope you enjoy and share all of this, and also soon there will be a surprise for this betrayal rebirth more for Issei's growth in the Gear before the unknown Gear awoke. Issei was standing in the void thinking what to say to the unknown voice, as all he could think of was one thing: will you die for me? What is your decision, Hayato? Will you make the chant for me to give you my aid? Said the unknown voice as Issei felt no rage, but then a feminine voice started to speak. I in the Gear space. Why help, he's just the red bitch's tool. The voice said that made Issei go cold as the voice walked forward near the space, and he saw it was Raynare. Yuma was all Issei could say as he saw the girl he loved, his first girlfriend, the person that killed him and lied to him. Young Issei, listen, the fallen is right, you have been used since the beginning. That caught Issei off guard. What do you mean this is a joke? And Yuma, how are you alive in the Gear? He said, pointing to the fallen. First, when I died, I know you put one of my feathers in the Gear, but my soul was in it, so I'm with you always. But as for why she then looked down, which Issei knew she only did before he died, as he heard the words I'm sorry from Raynare. Issei knew when they were together she never apologized, but when she did she was honest or scared and could now sense her negative aura, but she was only honest. Okay, I will make a chant on one condition. Which caught the two off, but they listened. First, I think I know what happened to me now that I think back about the past, however I need to know more. Second, I want to be a dragon and without any pawn pieces, and finally he then turned to Yuma. I want my new Gear to be black like you, Raynare, and if you can bring her back if Rias did do what she did. He said, releasing some malice and anger due to him remembering he met Rias's familiar the day he went on his date with Raynare. The voice and Raynare both were shocked, but Raynare was shocked that he wanted her back and the Vyochi was interested. Then Issei started the chant, I am who shall be free from the cursed destruction of my past to be casted away. I stand by name my domination within my rage by my fallen life of the pasted supremacy, and the infinite will be haunted by my name as crimson bloodshed of the devil who wronged me will know pain of her mistake. Creeping Crimson Nightmare Twin Dragon Fallen Release. Note, I'm using creeping not haunting Crimson Nightmare because I like them both, but they all called Issei a creep, a fool, a perv, but they forgot about his pain, thus I thing creeping to make them know the creep became a creeping reaper to kill them. As Issei spoke the chant, a gate of interdimensional power broke, and what Issei saw shocked him and made Raynare fall to her knees. It was Great Red and a pocket dimension to Issei's right arm. Great Red, what are you doing here? He said, shocked, but also he looked calm. I'm here to give you my knowledge and power, and your pure soul deserves life, thus I will make you a dragon, but at the cost you will know about what happened to you as me and Dryag fix you. Great Red spoke heavy tone as he then looked at Raynare. As for you, as Issei sleeps and gains knowledge, I will tell Azalel about you so you don't die, however Issei will make you a dragon in the future. She only nods. Back in present time with everyone outside the Gear. Azazel grabs the 8 pawns pieces with tears running down his face as he thinks Issei has died, but then Dryag concerts him. Azalel, my partner, is strong, he won't die, and besides if he did I would be gone already. He said a little snippy but was true about what he said as a black and red glow started to form next to Issei's right arm, as then a feather flew out of the booted Gear to next to Issei and became Raynare, but she looked different. Her hair was the same but her eyes were violet and emerald, and she was wearing her fallen outfit, but it was difficult. It had short sleeves now and black and red elk pants with silver and black gloves, and the gift Issei gave her on her right arm. However, the barrier was still up, but everyone felt the large amount of power being formed. It felt like mid-class devil to near high class, which made Rias run to Issei, but she noticed a barrier and it made her hand have burns, while for Azalel he was about to attack her, but then someone spoke with an even stronger aura that he was sealing. Sensei, don't please, as Azalel looked it was Issei who grabbed his spear like nothing, however he had tears in his eyes and his looks changed. Issei now has one emerald eye and one black and red, while his strength and speed grew along with some magic. Azalel saw veins on Issei's should pulse and go black before going normal. Also his hair has a shade of red but is mostly black now, and he let out a dragon's aura, but it was a classing power due to his emotions. his rage and sorrow, his making him a evil dragon while Drake made him a Welsh dragon and Red is trying to and still is making him a dragon of his own being and emotion that of God. So Welsh/evil/ and God dragon, I say why not go for the dragon of souls resolution? Partner you're awake, Drake said in shock but joy for his partner which made Issei smile. Yeah pal, I'm okay. Also sensei, please let look at this. He threw a red and black orb of power at Azazel which he caught. What is this? He asked confused. Then Raynare spoke for the first time being back. It will show you his memories of how he was reincarnated and lied to, so please just put it by your head then give it back, it will give you all the memories at once. She spoke calmly which made Issei smile seeing her happy, then he snapped his fingers getting rid of the barrier and walking up to Raynare kissing her as Rias and the others saw it. Issei was all Rias could say as she saw him kissing Raynare, and even worse she was somehow alive and they both looked different. Then he broke the embrace to look at Rias with rage which made her flinch. Hello Gremory, what do you want of all people? Issei said coldly which shocked her and everyone present. I was just checking on you, was all she could say to make it sound like she cared, but Issei spoke up. You mean check up on your weapon, your toy, the red dragon, the thing you let die so you could be a hero so I could beat Riser? Issei said which pissed Rias off, but then Akino spoke. Issei I'm sorry, I told her not to but she wanted to have you as her pawn, I'm sorry. Then Kiba spoke up along with Kaneko. Issei brother, I'm sorry, I was supposed to obey her orders, if I didn't I would go against my answer, I'm sorry. Issei I did what she said because she became my imsa after Kuroka left me, I had no choice but to listen. I'm so sorry. The two spoke as the three starts crying which angered Rias as she then was about to let out her POD, but then Issei grabbed his pieces and punched Rias to everyone's shock. Enough Gremory, you fooled me and used them but you could save Asia or trained Gasper and not toy with us, you fool. Well use what Surzex will be hearing this after all, catch. As he threw his pieces at Rias which made all shocked and Rias scared. As he said one thing, I'm out of your team and I will take some of your members when I become king, farewell and everyone but Red Beach, I'm sorry, goodbye. Issei said as he opened a portal to hell with Raynare following him, and when Rias was about to get up after him, Azalel stopped her with his rage and by stepping the way of the portal before it closed. Asia cried, Gasper felt sad, Kiba felt like he let Issei down had he punched the ground on one knee. Zenobia, Kaneko and Rosviesa were quite no rook for Rias, not letting Rosviesa be her rook. Akino cried and cursed herself, and Irina felt sorrow and anger at Rias to the point some of her white feathers went black. Azazel, what are you doing? He is mine, get out of the way, she said in rage. He is only your because he died due to your actions. A chance meeting in hell, here we take place in the Gremory domain where Issei wanted his rift to take him and Raynare. Not think of a name for his gate spell. How does illusion's rift sound, or evaporation mirror? Issei, what do we do? No, Raynare asked, looking happy that he was no longer being watched by Rias and Kokable can not longer hurt her anymore so she can live him at last, she thought with a smile that she couldn't hide. However, Issei looked sad but he knew Raynare wanted to cheer him up. Well, how about we go visit Surzex about his sister and give him the orb as well, and then we go on a date, Raynare can, he said with a smirk showing he will trying to be happy. You know, if you want you can still call me Yuma, think of it as a nickname, she said as she led it close to him, but Issei dodged as he coughed up BLD. Raynare fell but she noticed the BLD and was scared. I'm fine, Raynare can, seems like getting rid of those pieces hurt more than I thought, huh? Yo Dryag Red, he said as both gears appeared. What should I name D gear? What is partner? Both asked as they knew of him losing some BLD. How many years do I have left after the drive and losing my pieces? He asked as dragons in worry. Fear not, partner, you are only coughing BLD due to the pieces being gone, but it will fade soon, spoke the voice of Dryag. Indeed, you gained all your life back and more. I say you will live about 10,000 if you lose your life again, but if you don't it will be about 14,000 to 20,000 years. The voice of Great Red spoke, which living that long after what he did was incredible. He was shocked, same with Raynare as she got back up from the ground. So he will live that long, God, that is incredible, as she said that. Issei grabbed his head in fear but nothing happened. Partner, you aren't a devil anymore, Dryag said as he now remembers his partner's stupidity at times which can be humorous to the dragon. Alright, I'm not a devil anymore, huh? Then Issei stood up laughing to the confusion to Raynare, Dryag and Red. God, I can say it all I want and I will no longer have any pain, huh? He spoke with joy that he never thought he'd have. Issei, may I ask for you to please stop? Raynare asked as Issei was confused but then turned and saw all devils had major headaches and he got carried away. Sure, Ray-chan, shall we go? With him saying that made Raynare blush, but she walked alongside him nevertheless. Meanwhile, in the Hayudu house, Rias was sitting the couch with Akino, Kiba and Kaneko, while Asia was crying in the corner with Irons and Zenobia trying to comfort her. But Gasper was standing with Rosviesa and Azazel, who all three were pissed. Surprisingly, due to Gasper's nature, Rias never thought he would be pissed. How long, Rias? Was all Azazel said, wanting to know when she knew about the fallen. And she was getting pissed, but since Issei was gone and couldn't make her stronger, she only accepted fate but will try to fight her family st least. Since the fallen entered my territory and since I first saw Issei and he saw me, I knew he had a gear and letting Raynare kill him was the only option I had. She spoke, not feeling sorrow about anything but making Asia cry, but then Azazel turned to the other three. Did you want to help her with that event? He said, releasing some of his power with his words as anger was on his voice. Not at all, we may have agreed, but it was Thta or being astray. I'm Afriad, so we had no choice. They all said as Azazel sensed them he was a fallen, and he knew if someone who lie about something so important S&D, they all only felt one thing, sorrow. Asia then stood up with rage and walks over to Rias and slaps her in the face to everyone's shock. You don't know anything, do you, Rias? He almost died because of me. It was almost 5 light spears, you jerk. Asia yells with tears running down her face. How do you know? Kiba asks, confused. He took 1 when we went out on the town, and 3 after I died, but he destroyed the 4th, but any devil would have died, but he didn't because he cared for us, and now look what you did. Rias was getting pissed and was about to stand and let out aura, but she froze in time slowly as Gasper was pissed and did not stand for what she did anymore. Asper, was all she could say as she was frozen in time as Gasper spoke. You could have saved him, and now because of you my brother is gone. Issei, I will get strong by you and no longer be a coward. If you could have saved him, then you could have helped me or Asia, even Akino, right? He then started to cry. How could you be a hamster of anyone, you freak? He let out as his voice mixed anger and sorrow as he punched the frozen Rias in the gut and was about to do more. Akino stopped him. Gasper, I know how you feel, but please let Surzex and Issei do this, not you. We lost him already, we don't want to lose you or anyone else. She said with tears, hugging him with her wings, and he cried out for his brother to come home, but he knew it wouldn't happen. Bakul in hella chudimen, it is someone talking about me or something. Issei said with annoyance as Raynare laughed at his action she found adorable. Haha, very funny, Ray-chan, but you know what, how about Bio for Issei could finish. He heard something miles away with his dragon ears. Stop it, why should we punk, you're weak? Yeah, you might as well be bald too, your hair mocks the Gremory family hide. As Issei heard that, he ran towards the noise, to Raynare's shock by his speed and how it changed. Now with Issei, he is running as fast as he can towards the alley he heard the noise from, and in less than 3 minutes he arrived and saw 2 punks beating up a kid with bright red hair similar to the Gremory family. Hey, you get away from him! He yelled at the punks, and as they turned they went cold as they saw the Red Dragon Emperor, but with a more powerful look. Our Red Dragon Emperor. They both said in fear as they pissed themselves. But before they could say anything else, Issei bolted at them and threw them in the air and launched them back down, knocking them out. Hey, are you kid? Issei said, calm and concerned, looking at the kid. You're the Red Dragon, right, Issei? Hi. The kid asked. Yeah, that's me. Please make me your student. I'm the last of my family. I wish to be strong like a true dragon, please. Please train me like a dragon would. This is the kid, aka my partner Issei was taken aback. He never taught anyone before, but he saw the will and determination in the kid's eyes and he felt pride and a connection towards for the kid, and he didn't know why. Guys, why do I feel pride for the kid? It's because you are now a dragon and he has pride, resolve, and will that makes him like a youngling dragon, and you feel he is like your son and student. Spoke Dryagus. He felt pride in for Issei, and then he hear loud snoring as Red was asleep, so he chose to try S&D ignore it. So you want to be my student is right. What's your kid? Issei asked the unknown kid that has his eye for a warrior. Well, my name is Kayabaden, my house is. But then Issei cuts him off. Wait, you're one of the destruction houses, right? Issei asked the boy now. known as Kai. Well yeah, but mine physical strength and more power in magic, Mr. Red Dragon Emperor. Kai said as he then stood up no matter his injures. You can call me Issei. Okay, Kai here. Issei summons his Yuma soul gear to focus and try to heal Kai, which drains some of his magic, but it works. Okay, so Kai, are you in a house? Issei asked, confused. No, I'm supposed to be a king soon, but due to me being a forgotten member of the Destruction family, I don't have them unless beat Gremory teams, so you, which I can't do. He says, looking down sad, but Issei reassures him, telling everything that happened so he can be his teacher and Kai his student. So ready to go? Issei asked. Sure, but where are we going? Kai asked, confused. First I will take you to my girlfriend and we all will talk to Surzex and arrange the fight in 1 month. Sound fair? Well, maybe 2. I have a Kyoto trip after all. Issei states, making him student happy. 30 minutes later, back with Raynare. Deeming, where is he? Raynare thought as she was sitting near the Gremory house under a tree as she heard Issei's voice and a second pair of footsteps. She got to look and saw Issei and Kai walking to Gremory house to see Grafia and others when Raynare ran up to Issei and punched him. Yuma, what was that? For Issei said as he was on his, but will his cheek red and Kai trying not to laugh. Next time you're gone, tell me. She then turns to Kai. So who are you, little guy? I'm not little. I'm 14. Name's Kai Abaddon. Issei is my sensei. That took Raynare back, which she glared at Issei, wanting to know what happened. So he and Kai explained how they met and that Kai is a forgotten Destruction family which he gets picked on for, and he can't get his evil pieces unless he beats the Gremory team. After that, Raynare calmed down. Sigh, alright, you're alright, Issei this time. Raynare speaks calmly. Thanks, Raynare. He then smiled to see her making blush, but then Kai had a guessed him. So why are you called Yuma and Raynare? Well, Raynare my real name, but Yuma I use as my human name. The Fallen said to the confused devil. So Kai, what can you do your power? Issei asked while Great Red and Dryag woke up and were watching everything. Okay, sure. Kai was building up a red and silver aura, unlike Rias or Sarorg. It wasn't black or gold. Hakai Kane Oro, destruction flame aura in Japanese. He then let off a large amount of pressure and energy as fire-based magic and destruction was merged within him, wrapping around his body like a coat, and it grew on his shoulders silver, red and black spheres of fire and destruction, while his hands had the form of claws and they let off destruction and fire aura, but also his pride and resolve made an unstable energy to form claw-like dagger on his hands and to daggers out them. While his aura formed a solid outfit, his shirt was swapped with aura and it was a tank top silver and red with spike pad on his shoulders starting to form, but the unstable energy is only in his hands, which his eye then changed to red and gold, and Issei took not that it felt like dragon aura. Dryag, Red, what do you think? It feels dragon, right? Issei thought as Kai was controlling the power. Yes, Issei, it is. I think he is shunned not just for the forgotten destruction but his BLD, Dryag said as he felt strong dragon energy that was familiar to him. Indeed it is, and I know his mom it like chaos in the aura, right, Dryag? Those words from Red made Dryag go cold as he only though of one dragon. Enin. No, not her, Issei, be careful. Dryag spoke in fear of the half-breed's mother. Sensei, what do you think? Strong, right? Kai said, now controlling the power in his body, which made Issei smile as Issei summoned his gears. Indeed it is, but I say, how about a fight? You want to be taught like a dragon and we fight strong foes, or when we want, so you in bus 5. The gear rang as Issei was ready to fight, and so was Kai, but as they both got in a fighting stance that when it started, Kai and Issei ran at each other punch to punch. Issei could keep with ease, but due to Kai's size he is strong to hit, but is strong as well. He thought he was as strong as his old self in balance breaker, boosting over 10 times. Eat the sensei. Kai then jumped back as Issei kicked and he spread his arms out. Shadow Daga Supakachin, Sheo Dagger Spark Chain. As Kai said those words he ran at Issei and they clashed fists, but the dagger of energy appeared in Kai's hands. AMD, he jumped behind Issei as a chain of fire formed, stooping Issei's boost, but it made his arm locked in a shadow, draining him. Demon, my arm's stuck if I don't move. Wait, the only light from it is the fire harming me and stopping the gear, so if I Issei the turns off the gear before Kai could charge in and punch him, and when the impact was done we see a smoke cloud, and as it disappears we see Kai on the ground from his punch, but no Issei. Where is he? I had him locked. Kai though he pissed that his foe was gone, but then Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Dragaean shot was all he heard before he was knocked out. as we see Issei in his balance breaker knocking him out. With Raynare annoyed but happy that he is smiling again, she just hopes it doesn't destroy another part of town. 2 hours later, Kai wakes up in a bed and is bandaged. What the? But before he could think, he saw Issei at the door. Good, you're awake. He then walks towards him. You know, if I didn't turn off the gear before you hit landed, we both would have been passed out, Issei says, reassuring his student, telling him he is strong and he can be a heavenly dragon if he wants, to Dryag's annoyance, but it cheered him up and OT showed that he is still strong. Kai said, looking at Issei, yeah, what's up? Yuma's soul gear power of the boosted gear and Great Red, but Red's power is merged with Issei's base as well. He also can use fallen powers like light spears and merging a spear with a dragon shout to make 2 new attacks, the dragon's fury and the fallen fire. Also, fallen fire is light and power of a angel / fallen, and dragon shot's power merging in Ione powerful blast, but we will get to that later. Now time for Kai. Note, he is unique and I am not showing art for this due to my friend drawing Kai, but this will do. This is one of his looks and his DNA is rare. He is 100% devil, but he was made that way due to his magic, and his mother's power was sealed in a different part of his DNA which made him 100% dragon as well. Thus he is the only 200% DNA warrior. He has power fired, destruction, solid arrow form, and cursed shadow manipulation, which he all has separate, but when he uses his devil power and some dragon, he uses his Hakai Kane Oro known as destruction flame aura, which changes his appearance by mirroring it with energy, and as for his dragon power in it, they is the unstable power in the form. He can control blue flames, and later Tannen will train. After all, he is basically his uncle now for the last one, and a surprise. Raynare, before she can use dragon energy and her power speed, everything is like that of a queen due to her newfound growth, and she can now merge her body and lie spear with fire along with making daggers and covering them with fire to be fallen flame Talon. Now the 3 of them became a team and they will be going back to Kuo Academy. But now for the surprise. After all, remember our timeline. Yuk before this Maigi be controllable and be her strongest weapon, and anger against Issei Gremry's cursed hatred. Here we are with Issei, Kai and Raynare in the underworld after yesterday's events, and they all go to see Graphia and Surzex about Rias and peace for Raynare. Flashback of the night. I might be half dragon, Kai stated in shock, but with his tears then ran down Hus' face, which Issei noticed. Now I know why I was treated so wrong by everyone. After all, a hybrid devil is always hunted by his sin of life, Kai said as he then began to sob as his fist let out dragon aura like blue fire similar to his red devil fire. But then Issei put a hand on his shoulder, bringing him into a hug. Listen, Kai, you're not a freak or sin. You are a warrior, a true life. After all, you have life of the original destruction and a dragon king, but you also have hope. Issei then smiles as Kai breaks the hug to look at him. After all, Aquino and Gasper aren't pure devils. Gasper is a vampire and Aquino a fallen hell. Kaneko is a Nico, which she had due to her sister being AS class stray. Issei said, comforting the boy, proving not all hybrids are sin, they are hope. Sensei, can I go to Kuo with you and Raynare after we talk to Surzex? Kai said as fire glowed in his eyes and the blue flame turned into gloves to comfort him with Tim At's Choa's crest on them, as Kai smiled, knowing part of the truth. Sure thing, after all, I don't listen to Gremry anymore, they better listen me, Issei said with a sadistic smile which made Kai, Dryag and Great Red feel cold. We'll get some sleep and we'll have a long day ahead, Kai, he said, giving Kai a thumbs up as he left. Flashback, and Kai was walking by Raynare with a smile as the gloves were on his hands, and Raynare noticed his mood was better than yesterday. Hey Kai, what's up? She asked happily to see him better. Nothing, Raynare Wanchan, just happy I guess, Kai said, making Raynare hit him on the head, which made Guy yell out, hey, what was that for? Well, sorry, but I couldn't hit you yesterday since you were knocked out, you made a lot of damage, Raynare said with a smile, glad she was viewed as Kai's big sister, as they both ran up to Issei. But we see they are at the front door of Surzek's official meeting home, and as they were almost there, Issei stopped with tense fury and he held his and back so Raynare and Kai would stay still. Stay back, you guys, I sense something bad, Issei said, and as he did, a blue sphere of energy hit him head on, which shocked the both and made them go into a battle stance. Well, Hayadu, surprised you're here, said a man with silver hair, blue eyes and a black jacket and green shirt with jeans, but on his back were white and blue wings. Valley, I thought after leaving the beach I would be good, what do you want? Issei said as the smoke cleared and he summoned the boosted gear. The man now known as Valis started to speak. Well, I was going to destroy some of the city, but this will do. After all, me and Albion can sense you anywhere now. Our fight, come on. Valis said as his wing glowed and spoke. Validont, he is different than before. He seems stronger now. You will need full power. His base feels like balance breaker or more, but he is hiding something. Dryag, what did you do? The vanishing dragon Albion spoke from the gear. Nothing, you foolish white flag. He grew from sorrow and choose one thing, pure hope from the nightmare he was in, and now he is far stronger than you will ever be. Dryag says with pride as Issei smirks and just turns to Valif, flipping him off. So, white flag, where's the cat? You're not worth fighting, and I'm here on business with her and Surzex. Issei says as Valley gets pissed and a black shadow goes behind Issei and attacks, but Kai stops it. As we see, it was Kuroka using a shadow, and as soon as Kai saw Kuroka, he backs up with his face going red to Kuroka's amusement. Meow, I want to know this. Hold up, dragons, and you too, cutie. Shia is to Kai, making him stutter and go in his Hakai Kane Oro form off and on with a red face, and he released one thing, his dragon eye / right eye gives him better sight, and he saw Kuroka's upper pillows. Sorry, my fellow dragon, I have to do this. Vala entered his balance breaker as soon as Kuroka was done talking, fueled with rage. Sorry, Kuroda, but this is my fight and Hayudu will die today. Valley yelled as he let out his power. Whatever you say, forgotten mistake of Lucifer. After all, you're no rival unless you prove it. Issei said, making everyone shocked by his words as his dragon pride let out his will to fight. As Valley rushes at Issei ready to fight, Issei takes it head on, not using the balance breaker and only using the boosted gear if need be. Valley and Issei clash in the city and sky while Valley and Issei lands even blows at each other. Issei still doesn't use his balance breaker or boost. Divide rang out as Issei felt drained, and he boosted a few times to keep up, even rushing at Valley with power in his right arm. What are you doing? Will you fight me as an equal, or do you want the Gremory to die? As Valley said this, Issei fought less but had a smile on his face. Valley, I no longer care, Rias Gremory, but however, if you want me to fight as equal, I am already. My power now no longer need balance breaker for you. He said with a sadistic smile once again, which showed his evil dragon part, but the Valley had an idea. Well, if we're equals, then show me your power, or that fallen will die, or may the blonde and others of her peerage. Valis said, Willa, building a massive energy blast of dragon and Lucifer. However, he made one mistake, making Issei mad. As Issei heard those words, he was surrounded by red, black, and emerald aura as he roared like a dragon as his Yuma soul gear appeared as the voice of Drake and Red rang out. Host of Albion, you made this mistake, be lucky to live through it. Bill Essex 10 from them both. So 20. As Issei built up dragon energy and his negative power used fallen energy from the Unigear as well as dragon. He lifted his left hand in the air as both powers merged. A cyclone of red, emerald, violet, and silver and black glowed throughout hell as Issei roared. You want my Besser Valley? Here the power of a dragon god of domination and a negative soul of evil dragon and fallen angel who broke free from crimson chains and rised up to creep behind his foe, making them feel fear as I now rise from behind the nightmare and roar with my blade. Dragon's fury, Issei yelled as his arms reached the fourth liberation of both gears, but the soul only to make his blade. Issei held in his arm has Dryag boosted THS power into it, and he rushed Valley, who shocked at power before Lucifer could launch his blast. Issei sliced it to nothing, and he used his dragon wings with red and black with emerald spikes. Sorry for not telling you about his wings before. To slice Valley out of the balance breaker ANF, knock him out. As Issei calmed himself, he heard clapping and turned to see Azalel and Surzex looking at Issei. Issei, I've been looking for you. Would mind if we talk about my sister? Surzex said with a sad tone as Issei then cheered him up. Zex, it's not you'd fault, and I will talk, but we need to talk about Kuroka because I have proof that she is clear of all charges, and I would like to have a chess set if you don't mind. Both Azazel and Surzex were shocked by this. Issei changed so much in 2 days and asked for this. Clearly he grew up. Azazel. Issei. Quite drooling over my new gear and sword. Issei yelled, liking his treasures and now feeling creeped by Azazel, who composed himself as Issei put his energy/solid blade away. Back in Kuo with Rias Gremory, Rias was furious about Issei leaving he team, and she felt like she was torn between anger and small love towards him and their forced marriage. As Rias was destroying orc building, she only thought of the past. I don't care what name is, I think you're great, no one's harding. These ladies, sorry I failed. And I don't care you made Rias cry and try and make her marry you when she obviously hates, that's something I can't stand. Oh, Rias yelled out in tears as she now knows she didn't hate Issei, she was jealous that they weren't together. Damn it, it's all Raynare's fault, yeah, she made Issei like this and I'll kill her to get him back. As Rias stated her rage, she felt her arm change. She had a balance breaker arm similar Issei, with that she had a plan to force him to be hers once again by a fight. As she thought this, Gasper, who heard it all, left a note and left with no goodbye to his previous hero, he knew she was a fake. Dear anyone who reads this, Gasper am leaving the House of Gremory for now to visit Surzex SAP and train to make Issei proud and no longer be a toy for Gremory but be a man for my brother and my love who I save one day. With Thay, Gasper used a circle and left, and he was right. NWXT Grafia by chance in hell, but as Grafia took him to Surzex and Gasper told her everything, they both ran into someone special. Sorry Gasper, but Surzex should be. Wait, is that? Grafia said as they looked up and saw Issei and Surzex near the meeting home. As Gasper saw him, Ju ran and yelled. Issei turned to see Gasper and the brothers hugged to Issei's shock, and he then broke the hug. Gasper, why are you here? Simple, to be strong and a man due to Gremory's new power. Gasper spoke with rage. What new power? Surzex asked Gasper, confused. A copy of Issei's balance breaker. All sad face, shocked obviously. This will be Gasper's new look after growing out of Gremory and training. Also, that's all for now, my Drago army. Hello Kuo Academy. Here we take place in the meeting room with Azazel, Surzex and Issei, with Raynare, Kite, Gasper, Kuroka and Vale. So Issei, what is it you want to talk about? Surzex asked, interested that Issei had evidence with Kuroka's innocence. Well, first off, I have found evidence that her Emestir was trying to make super devils and experiment on her. That shocked all in the room, even Kuroka. She never knew Issei found out the truth. Second, I would like Raynare and Kai to go back to Kuo and train. As you know, Kai is needing to fight Rias for his pieces, thus I purpose a 2-month wait for the fight after Kyoto and before Sarorg, so we will have time. Also, I would like to break off the marriage with Rias, as you know why. Issei says as he began to let out his power in order to show how he felt about Rias. I understand, however, Raynare will not be in the clear unless you have evidence for her as well. Surzex spoke, understanding everything but Raynare. First, she was my first love and honest, and second, Kokable forced her to kill me, thus she is in the clear, right, Azazel? Issei asked the Governor General, who only nods in agreement. Sigh, alright, but why do you want your evil pieces now? Surzex asked, confused, because though Issei was human with the gear, not dragon. Well, first, I am a dragon after I remove the pieces, however thanks to Dryag and Great Red, however I still have my dream, but it has changed slightly. Issei says as he turns to look at Kai, Raynare and Gasper. It's simple, I want to be a king to fight strong foes and beat Gremory and see my student's growth after he defeats Rias's. Also, I made a deal with Asia and Zenobia and I intend to keep it. Issei said with fire in his eyes, remembering how he would travel and take them with his as their king, but now he will be their king to cast away Rias. Aurigi, and I guess you all are good to go, so Issei, I will call you when I have your pieces. Until then, enjoy school and I trust you to watch these too. Surzex says, motioning to Valley and Kuroka. And no problem Surzex, sir, we love to write sensei. Kai says, stuttering, as Issei looks at his student with a smirk. Looks like your dragon instincts are making you get the perfect mate. Issei said, making Kai go red and Raynare laugh. Shut up, Kai said as Surzex stood up, which made them look towards the Devil King. Alright, Kuroka will be in your room, Issei, as well as Valley, as you three go to Kuo Academy, as it is about 6 a.m. in the human world, so you are good to go. Farewell, Issei. Surzex said as Issei opened a portal for the 6 of them. Goodbye, bro, and tell mom and the others I don't hate them after all, I only hate my parents and Rias because of their actions. Until then, farewell. As Issei said that, all of them left and Surzex felt tears go down his face, knowing he had no guilt anymore. POV Issei and the group at his house. A red circle was used to teleport the 6 to Issei's room, and as they got there, Issei heard everyone eating dinner, so he could do as he pleased as he looked at his room in disgust. Burn was all Issei spoke as he touched on of the perverted things in his room and snapped his fingers as they all turns to dust, as everyone was shocked that he would do that to his lust, but also how he did it. As the gear formed, Partner, what was that spell? Drake spoke to his partner, shocked, but hey Poe, he got rid of his pawn-based items. Well Dryag, I used a similar version of the dress break, same amount of magic but tracking based. All I need to do is get hit or touch said thing and snap flame of 3 dragons, burn it or cancel it. Issei spoke as he found a spell to cancel magic and power as long as he touched it within that battle. Sensei, incredible, what should you call it? Kai spoke, overjoyed at the power and skill from the spell as he ingered the thing it was casted on. First, it doesn't get rid of magic as long as you think it only does it for 5 minutes. Unless the person keeps trying to use magic, then it puts strain on them and makes it last another 5. And as for a name, I'm thinking Dragon Shatter. Issei said as he got up from the mess and told Kurox and Valet to stay here as the 3 left through Issei's rift spell to Sons, who was in the student council room currently. POV Sona team. Here we see Sona S&D Tsubaki working at the student council office as Saji punches the wall in anger due to him thinking Issei died, not being told the whole truth. As Sona was about to stop him, a magic rift appears similar to that of Great Rip's rift through the gap, which Sona noticed in shock, by who stepped out as well as the rest of Team Citri. Hey Sonasan, how have you all been? We haven't talked since Loki. As we see Issei, Kai and Raynare step out of the portal, with Kai nearly falling out of it due to him not being used to those portals as Raynare helped him up. Also Gasper is with Rias for now so he can be undercover. You, they all said in shock, and Saji seeing this cried and ran to Issei, punching him in the face, which due to his dragon instincts Issei was able to catch even with his guard down. Saji, what was that for my guy? Issei wondered if Rias did something while he was gone. Why did you fake your death? Which set off alarms in the 3's heads. My sensei is no faker. That Gremory Beach lied so she could take advantage of you to Sona and Viteria due to her losing her dragon. Kai said in anger, causing Saji to calm down and Sona to jump out of her seat, angered at Kai. And how do you know anything about Rias, kid? Sona said with anger as her best friend was being insulted along with her pride. Because I'm the 3rd house of destruction, and as Vritra can tell him his nephew as well, Citri, since so don't mock me, you foolish Devil King's litter sister and overjudgmental beach. Kai stated as his devil power was let out and he focused and his gloves let out Timot's power around his devil, causing all to be shocked, even Issei now seeing that Kai's dragon pride let out Timot's power. Then Vritra appeared on Saji's arm. Well, I'll be damned, Timat didn't lie, you are her kid, huh? Looks like I owe Tan and $50. He said as Dryag spoke from the gear after facepalming from what happened. Seems like this boy has power now. Why are we here, partner? The dragon spoke as Kai then calmed his power, wanting to know the same as he didn't know where they were. Sonasan, is it possible for me, Raynare and Kai, to be class again? Raynare is my age so my class is preferred and her human name is Yuma. As for Kai, he is Kaniko's grade, maybe have her give him a tour. Issei said as he knew he had a few missions to do here before Kyoto. Alright, if that is what you wish, but I would like to know what happened. Sona says as she gets a headache and Tsubaki gives Kai and Raynare clothes and schedules. Then the 2 leave and teleport outside the gate as nobody saw the portal, and the 3 use magic to get the clothes change and their bags as they enter the building. Many girls she both Kai and Issei, many think both cute in different ways, Kai for his young nature but kind soul, and Issei as stranger who looks hot and strong with the black hair and ponytail since his hair grew longer than his normal twin tail and his VNs that look more like a tattoo than anything, along with his muscle showing as guys hate both of them but are scared of Issei, and confused girls like Kai. As for the guys who see Raynare/Yuma, they are entranced by her as her black hair and eyes are similar to Akino but her kind smile and figure. Why are they so perverted? Seems almost better due to how she moves and acts. The girls also like her and see her as kind soul and a new queen of Kuo like Rias and Akino, but unlike the guys, the girls want to know her as a friend. Unfortunately, Issei meets that same day as they walk through the gate, but as Issei hid his aura she did not recognize him. Thus the 3 go into the building. By Sensei, by Raynare, One-chan, have fun. Kai says as he runs to his class with Raynare facepalming. I told him to calm me, Yuma here. She says annoyed, which Issei finds cute as they both walk to their class. Why already started? Issei and Yuma open the door to everyone's confusion. I didn't think we got new students today. The teacher spoke confused. MIA's Hanakawa, I didn't change that much in a day, it's me Issei Hayu. Which give large amounts of spit takes and shock from everyone. Issei, you tried. Hayadu, how is the perv hot, what the f? As Issei just takes his seat ignoring the headache, he lets Yuma enter as the teach composed herself. Okay, everyone, here is the new student, come and miss. As Yuma comes in, all the guys roar at, and I quote, a hot chick, by God, why? Hello, my name is Yuma Amano, nice to meet you all. She says with a smile as the teacher tells every they have 2 guest ions. Hi, you pink hair. Hi, my name is K-Taste, do you have boyfriend? She asked as Issei blushed, which raised eyebrows. Yes, I do, my boyfriend is Issei Hayadu. Which shocked everyone, and K-Taste asked, what the hell is wrong with he is a beast, a perv, and at that Issei stood up with rage. I am no longer a perv, I'm disgusted, my all that you freaks ever heard of change, and if you think we aren't a couple then here. Issei says as he walks up to Yuma and kisses her, which she gives right back to the awe of all. POV Kai, I can't deal with the perv duo. Okay, calm down, this is my first inhuman, should be calm. Kai says as his teacher tells him to enter as he saw Kaneko high in the devil community, but as he saw Kaneko he felt his heart skip a beat. As the teacher tells him to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Kai Abaddon, nice to meet you all. He says as he bows. Okay, you can take a seat next to Kaneko. As he is told this, Kaneko raised her hand and Kai walked to his seat. As class went on, he talked to Kaneko. Hello, Kaneko, Issei and Kuroka say hi, and we found proof that she is safe. As Kaneko heard this, she turns to Kai and asked, how do you know AMD, who are you? Kaneko asked as she got close, which made Kai blush. I'm Kai Abaddon, the 3rd house of destruction and son of Timet. As he showed her his gloves. Also, I am Issei's student, but it's okay because I'll protect you from any past. Kai says as Kaneko blushes by that because she for some reason started crushing on him, which she didn't understand, but she had a hunch. POV after school in Orc building, Issei, Kai and Raynare walk in and see Rias with a smug look on her face as everyone else is normal. Hello, Issei, Raynare, how are you and kid? Rias says confused as she saw Kai, why made him let out his aura. For F sacks, I'm no kid, I am Kai Abaddon, the 3rd house of destruction and son Timet. Now Gremory, I can't have my pieces unless I beat you, so I think you know about the fight. Kai says with rage as Rias was shocked but went back to her calm self. Yes, I know boy, and we'll fight after Kyoto, but one condition, it's an exchange 2 versus my peerage. Rias said as she motioned to Raynare and Kai. Me why me? Raynare said with a bitter tone, remembering when Rias killed her. Simple, Kai would win and get his pieces, but it's not fair 1 versus a whole team. She said as Issei spoke. You don't have pawns and only got 1 rook, so no half a team. Issei said with rage, which angered Rias. Anyways, if I win I get Issei back, and if you win you get anything you want. All were shocked, even Team Gremory, by actions and how far she wants Issei's power. I have an idea, Issei said as he summoned his gears. If Ray and Kai win, she takes half your destruction power with my help and keeps it because she might be part fallen, part dragon, but destruction is always good, right beach? Issei sighed, glaring at Rias as the 3 let out power, and Rias then stood tall with power covering her arm with a thin dragon claw. Deal, Issei, you will be mine again. She said with a sick look on her face as Kai the turned to Kaneko as Issei and Rias shook hands. Hey Kaneko, wows, you like to go on a date tonight, Dragon Devil and Cat Devil, he said with a wink which shocked all but Issei and Raynare. How know you? As Rias was gonna stop him, Issei slapped her deaden with his gear and boost X2, and it left a few streaks that were bleeding on her face as Kaneko walked up to Kai with a shy look. Essus. Sure, I love to. The Cat Devil said with a smile almost never seen on her face as Issei spoke. Well, love mates, I say, since I don't trust Scarface here, pointing at Rias. Me and Raynare go with you as a double date. He said with a smile which made it be set in stone. That's all for now, Dragon Army. Let me know what you would like next time. Double date in the forest. Here we are at Kuo Academy, outside the old shoe building as Issei sits under the tree. He always does as he felt Rias's oars burst with anger, which made him smile as he was waiting for the 3. He harf a familiar voice. I'm a Seekin. I quite blonde former sister approaches Issei because for her she felt guiltily, and for him he felt like it has been years when really he didn't do anything like that because he knew he would heal wrong. Yes, Asia. Issei said as he opened his eyes and sit up from his spot by the tree where he got tackles by both Asia and Irina from behind, which honestly shocked him. They didn't do this before. We're sorry we didn't know your pain or the truth of your reincarnation when we just lived life normally after Loki, please forgive us. They said, sobbing as Issei put hands on their shoulders as he broke from the sob sandwich. Asia, Irina, I never felt sorrow or anger towards any of you, in fact I wanted to ask you something, Asia. Issei said as he summoned a barrier around the three of them with a snap of his fingers. Both of you keep this quiet, please. First, as you know, I'm stronger, thus it will make problems mainly with Ophis as I sense her in the gap off and on looking for something, maybe me and Valley, who knows. All I know is that I will be on my guard. Also, Asia, remember the promise we made. As soon as he said that, Asia cried, remembering how he would take her with him one day, as she nodded as confirmation. Well, how about being my bishop after I get my pieces, Issei said with warmth in his voice as Asia felt her heart skip a beat. Same with Issei. What's going on, Dryag asked the confused god/emperor/nightmare. Well, dragons have more than one mate and connected and know the people who they love or loved, the real besides charm, of course, and Asia is one of those people. For Irina is 50-50 due to you being my host but also her old friend and crush. Dryag spoke with wisdom as Issei's old dream might come true. Issei, are you there? Hello, Issei. Irina asked, snapping Issei back to his senses, and he dispels their barrier and makes sure they know to keep things secret. As the barrier disappears, Issei saw Raynare, Kaneko and Kai rushing at him with a box in hand. This is important. Is Siriu ready to go? Raynare asks as she looks at Asia, as she is afraid as she remembers Raynare killing her and lying, and Raynare remembers doing it, and she turns to Asia in her Raynare form, since only devils, dragons and angels are left at Kuo Academy currently. As she transforms, she walks to Asia as the nun starts to cry, but before anyone could do anything, Raynare bows to Asia. I'm sorry, Asia, I did what I did because of Kokable and my ego, please forgive. Raynare said to the surprise of Issei and the others as Asia just leaves, unsure how to feel about Raynare. Well, ready to go, Kaneko. Kai says, making her blush and her cat ears show as she walks with Raynare to the gate. Yo, Kai, hold up. Issei spoke with a stern tone. You sense it? Kai asked, confused. Well, first make sure Kaneko is well taken care of on the date, for example holding the door for her, buying something she might want as a memento, you name it. However, remember we need to find both her hair clips to see which one has magic seals, got it? Issei spoke, making sure his student understood the meaning of a date and the mission. As the day went on, the four of them went off into town and enjoy their date. So guys, what do you want to do for the double date? Raynare asked the three as Kai and Kaneko went red just being near each other, which she smirked at seeing little Kai grow up so fast, until she looks at Issei with a big smile. How about we all go get something to eat and talk at a diner? After that I got a surprise for Kai and me along with you, Ray-chan. Issei say with a wink and a smirk, causing her to go as red as the first years behind, but then Kai runs up to Issei. Sensei, what about the movies you promised to watch? Batman, I know you remember because of the Scarface reference, Kai says as Issei then laughs, remembering that as they both are heading to the double date. Raynare takes the three shopping as her and Kaneko get new clothes, while Kai and Issei look around as Issei finds a red jacket with black lining and a silver dragon on the back, which he happily buys as he then waits for the girls. As for Kai, he found a blue shirt with a warrior in black armor and fire around him, which he felt called to as he then saw as his red and black eye went blue for a split second. The coat was blue and black with what looked like dragon scales and no sleeves but yellowish-brown fur behind the collar, which he also bought, which made Issei lose more than he thought for clothes, but he is fine with it as he has great red and his treasures to make money along with Surzex and his favors. Nice look, I love it. Issei said, liking his student's new look, it suited him. To sum it up. Thanks, Issei, you look good too, but look what I got. Kai said, pulling something out of his pocket, and after seeing it, Issei had his mouth hanging open, which Kai shut, because Issei saw a necklace of a yin and yang, black and white cats being together. To say Issei wasn't shocked about Kai being good at the dating thing is an understatement, as he is focusing on the date and mission at the same time. First, thanks guy, you're welcome sensei, and second, that was a good pick for your goal. Issei says, making Kai go red. W. What goal? Don't lie, I know you're after both the cats. I think your dragon half loves Kuroka while your devil loves Kaneko. Issei said, making Kai go even more red and his left eye to go dragon blue. Boys, what are you talking about? The voice of Raynare asks as her and Kaneko get to the two dragons. Raynare is wearing a violet jacket and a black shirt with a red dragon head and silver angel feathers. Also she is wearing white shorts and black high heels. As for Kaneko, she was wearing a black shirt and a white jacket with a cat hood, a silver skirt for her, a new but similar look, and last shoes with a white and black pattern. Both dragons were in awe by their beauty. The girls had to close the jaws for them because they were left hanging open. Thanks. Both dragons said as their dates smirked. Raynare walked close to Issei, giving him an embrace which shocked him, but he didn't mind. Kai and Kaneko just went to the door and held hands, which made them red but happy as Issei and Raynare caught up to them. Also, Kai, what's that box you keep holding? Issei asked Kai as he was holding a box since Kuo Academy. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, sensei, they are your evil pieces, I just forgot to give them to you. With that, Issei went cold and stopped moving as he let what he heard hit him. He just got his pieces. Kai handed over PLZ. Issei yelled with joy like a kid getting a new toy because he finally become king and he could get dragon pieces. Partner, wait, I thought I informed you something about you since we removed the pieces. The voice of Drake spoke with serious tone. You have dragon power of evil Welsh and your own god power, but that is only 90% of you. Since you were a devil, you have 4% demonic power. Dryag spoke as he informed his partner about his DNA and aura. Yes, young Issei, and you also have 4% fallen due to the negative energy and your girlfriend who was with you since the gear awoke. The voice of Great Red spoke about the Yuma gear and how it affected Issei. Also, you are 2% human in order to have both gear, but due to those 5 different powers you are relatable to your peerage will be part dragon, but if they want to be devil or fallen or just dragon along with their DNA, they already have it, is their choice due to your very being. Great Red said as Dryag agreed with him, and Issei, shocked by how the pieces could change his peerage, understood. Issei then took out the king piece and accepted it as well, putting his power into all his pieces at the same time, but to everyone's shock, Issei had a set of all mutation pieces that were red AMD black with a hint of gold as well. So Issei, how do you feel? Kaneko asked as Issei calmed his aura and his pieces were glowing. I feel great, Kaneko, just let me put these in my pocket. Dimension real geek. Issei said as he opened a portal and put his evil pieces inside, as he then heard 3 large growls as he turned and saw Raynare, Kai and Kaneko red with their heads down, making Issei laugh until a loud growl was heard from Issei's stomach as they all knew they were starving and went right to the diner. Issei ordered a cheeseburger with fires and Raynare ordered a chicken salad with ranch dressing. Kai ordered a steak or medium well and fries, and Kaneko ordered a cheeseburger burger and a larger ice cream sundae, which Kai never heard of before, so he ordered the same. They all scarfed it down as Dragon/Nico do, and Kai loved the human world sweets, and Kaneko as they left shared chocolate with him, which she never does for anyone else. Ready to go, guys? Issei asked as he paid for the bill, meeting everyone outside. Hey Issei, why are you still doing the Appia Dragon? Kai asked, making Issei go in a corner as he didn't want his student to know about his perverted past. Why me? Is all the Red Dragon Emperor spoke as everyone just went silent. Hey Issei, let's forget about and go to wherever your surprise is. Raynare said, which made Issei sigh and get back up to open a rift to the familiar forest. Hey dum-dum, why are we here? Kaneko said as she walked towards Kai, but then he sparked his aura and his gloves started to glow. Well, later tonight is a full moon, so me and Kai can get our FA before Issei could finish. He was sent flying back by a blue dragon with hints of gold. Dryag, how dare you come back here after you still have my treasure? Well, now you will know Choas. The mighty dragon we now know as Tiamat yelled as Kai went cold hearing that voice, which both girls noticed. Well, I don't know who you are, dragon, but you want to fight, then bring it on. Issei said as Dryag face-bombed in the gear, knowing this will end badly for him and Issei. Issei rushes at Tiamat with Dryag boosting 5 times. Not to underestimate a Dragon King, Tiamat launched a blue flame at Issei. In response, he fired a Dragom shot to block it and use as smoke screen. Where you, boy? I know you're not dead yet. Tiamat yelled as she searched for Issei, but Issei then jumped from behind he and grabbed her tail as Drake kept boosting and launched Tiamat into her cave. She tried using her wings to stop to impact, but Issei fired another dragon shot with a 10x boost, so Tiamat couldn't block it, and as he launched it, Tiamat was sent with a crash into her cave. However, as Issei landed on the ground, he was hit by a large blast of blue fire. As the girls and Kai look to see who shot it, they see Timat in her human form, which is a girl with blue hair in a Chun-Li type bun and a blue dress with gold laces and gold and blue heels. You thought that could stop me, host of Drake, then you're a bigger fool than him. She is referring to Dryag's stupidity in the past, that why she said more stupid than him. Timat said with rage as Issei got up and out of the bushes that Timat launched him into. You're not to bad yourself, Timat, how about we keep this going? Issei said as Timat smirked and rushed at him, and he was about to enter his balance breaker until Mother stopped. They both stopped as they saw Kai with a red and a gold eye in his Hakai Kane Oro form to be in the center of them. You can't be. Timat stuttered as Kai turned of his aura form to see his base with his eyes back to red and gold. With magic her vie of them. Crimson, is that you, my son? Timat yelled as she started to cry as everyone was shocked by the name she just said. Treasured son, here we are back in the familiar forest as Kai, Raynare, Issei and Kaneko is shocked by the name Timat just yelled as soon as she saw Kai's eyes and hair. Excuses me, who the hell is Crimson? My name is Kai Abaddon. Kai said as Timat then shed a tear and smiled as walked close to him. I guess no one told you. Oh well. Crimson is your title and dragon name, while Kai is the name we gave you since you look like your father. Timat said as everyone was still confused. Okay, I guess story time then. Flashback 20 years ago. In the familiar forest, a devil with red hair, red and black eyes and battle armor with a cloak searches for something in the forest until who dares enter my forest? A large blue dragon yells as she reveals herself. I am here for my own business, for a hunt, unless you know where a few devils went who got here a few die ago. The man says while turning to facing the dragon with power in his eyes. Oh, those idiots, I killed them for trying to steal my treasure, but if you want to try and get it yourself. The dragon then enters her human form while entering a fighting stance, which caught the eyes in her beauty but also her power. Then have at it. The female dragon says with joy in her voice as she tells that the man wants to fight. All right then, my lady, bring it. The man said as he took of the cloak to reveal his muscle and pure power of magic and physical strength. All right, bring it on, they both yelled as they rushed at each other, showing power of destruction and choice clashing, and they both made a few crash in the mountains of the forest, and once the red-haired man jumped behind the dragon and kicked her into the water as she used her tail and grabbed his leg to drag him down with her. Splash bang was all that rang out in the forest. As we look in the shore of the forest, we see the two laying down on their backs, slowly getting up. Din, you're strong devil, I think I like you. The dragon female spoke as her hair was out of a bun and gone all the way done to her shoulders. I agree, well, time for me to show you my special form. Hakai Oro, the red hairs man yells as his body was engulfed in red and silver energy armor was destroyed, so his skin was changed by the aura and formed into a red and silver color with whirlwind-like markings, and his hand were covered in destruction marks and calm but stern fire. Oh my, looks like you're a fine warrior after all. The dragon said as the man suddenly rushed at her with speed she couldn't track. As do I for you, my lady. The male said as he grabbed the dragon's hands with a power struggle, but as they let out their power the dragon lead into teacher man's surprise she kissed him as both their powers calmed and disappeared. Well, that was a shock, but I'm not complaining, miss. The man said. Timat Chois Karma Dragon, what's your name, handsome? Timat said with a smirk on her face, thinking she found love in a battle mate. My name is Kai Abaddon the First, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Timat. Kai said with a smile. I hope I meet you again. Kai says as he makes a magic circle to leave the forest. Wait, what about your comrades? Timat asked the devil she started to love. I will tell them a wolf or boar from here killed them. I don't want to have a appealing girl like you hurt unless we fight. Kai said with a smile, making Timat blush. Demon, yet this devil is like a perfect match for me. I want to have some fun now. Timat thought with a mischief-like smile. See you soon. Timat says as he leaves through a circle and Timat enters her cave. Over time the two bonded and kept seeing each other and fighting in the forest. As their bond grew, they even talked about their past with each other. How Kai has trouble with his house and the old Satans fear him for the Abaddon destruction and physical potential. While Timat tells him how she once loved Drake, but when he lost her treasure all she felt was rage and she chose to hunt all of his host, and when not doing that spend all her time in the forest alone. So what do we do now, Kai? Timat asked as she grew a close bond to Kai and she fought back her primal instincts. Lemon warning ahead. Well, we have known each other for about a year now, how about we get closer? Kai said as he went from sitting New York Timat to giving her a surprise embrace of passion as he leaned in closer hugging her. Timat broke the embrace stating, "Oh my, someone's a bore ready to charge, well I guess time not to hold back." Timat said as she pushed Kai to the ground, disrobing herself to reveal a huge pair of tips which caught the devil's eye as he then disrobed himself till they both were naked in the cave. "You ready, Timat? It's time to show you a real beast," Kai says, lowering his hand down to Tim's PP as they make out and go wild once again. "Deeming you am gonna show you choice in bed," Timat said as she was getting red from Kai, and Kai stopped playing with the dragons, gave to reveal his wet hand before Timat threw him on his back, touching his leg. "And this scar is from when we first met, maybe both can be used to tease you," she said with a chuckle as she used her tail around Kais as Kai tried not to fight back as he enjoyed Timat teasing boy PP and body as he felt her tongue wrap around his blade. "I'm not gonna back down, Hakai or," Kai yelled as Timat also unleashed her fire, and they started to fight totally naked. However, as she couldn't help but be distracted by both instinct and love, Kai took the advantage and kicked her to the ground as he finally took her by surprise. He then entered his blade into her cave as she landed on the ground. "Do it strong, you warrior," Timat said with a smile. Then Kai started going faster and faster, making her and cry out his name. "Yes, yes, do it, I'm gonna." "Me too, Timat, me too, my love." They both yelled as Kai came in her cave. Time skip 1 year. Note this is now 16 years in the past, so Kai is now gonna be born soon. "Shoo, my little dragon, you will be born soon," Timat said with a smile, rubbing her belly as her unborn was strong, she knew it. As a portal opened. "Hello my love, I thought I'd come and ask you something," Kai asked as he entered the forest, putting his hand on Timat's belly. "Would you like to marry me, Timat, and move in with me, because I know this is your cave, but I thought I ask," Kai said as he showed Timat a red jewel ring which made her cry. "Where did you?" Timat said, crying, happy to be with her love. "I found part of your gem's treasure on the Welsh lands where it broke into 40 pieces. I have 2 and made a ring out of if you want it," Kai said, happy as can be. Before Timat could answer, she felt when as she looked down she went into LBR. "Kai, help me out please," Timat said, because she could do it herself, but she knew she need to put a seal on the kid's power. "Okay my love, push," Kai said as Timat roared, letting the boy's power surge out of her, and as she calmed down she saw Kai with their new baby boy with devil and dragon seals to keep his dragon half safe. "I do my love," Timat said, which confused Kai. "I will marry you," Timat said as Kai hugged her, and "W's full of you," but as he was leaving through a circle with Timat and the baby and the rain started to pour, we saw Kai get plasted by POD and blue power. "This was a one-time deal, White Dragon," a unknown man said as the White Dragon Emperor only was full of rage as he said one thing. "Yes, grandfather," as they both teleported away with Kai bleeding out in the rain, but he hugged his son so he would be safe. "Timat, please keep Caius A for us, my." But before he could finish his last words he was gone, and Timat only cried as she held her son and dead husband. With rage and sorrow as she put her dragon energy and broke 5% of his seals as the blue flame swore to keep him safe, and his eyes were red on the right and left was blue like both of them until his eye turned gold to be like his dad to keep him safe. "Kai, thank you my love," Timat said as she brought Kai to the house of Abaddon as the maid took care of him, and she brought the ring and body of Kai, dad, with her so she could put her love to rest and know her true treasure is safe, as all she could do is cry. Back to the present. "And that is what happened between me and him. I'm sorry, but we kept your dragon name and self secret for safety. You must hate me," Timat said, only to be shocked by a hug from her son. "Well, I'm glad actually, because I finally know everything, because I am Crimson Kai Abaddon, a dragon king and devil king of my own. But please don't leave me again, Mom," Kai said as the two cried and hugged, and we see Issei holding back tears but happy, and Kaneko crying, being so happy for the guy she loves, and last but not least Raynare shed tears happy for her little brother in arms. "Well, okay, that's enough guys, forget familiars, let's go home, you two, Timat," Issei said, happy for Kai to be with his mom. "Wait, Issei, what about Kuroka?" Raynare said, which made Kai jump. "That's right, Kaneko, I need a favor please," Kai said, which shocked Kaneko. "Okay, name it," she said as Kai held his hand out. Please give me your hair clip one of them as magic seals from your sister's emissary with all the experiments on it. Kai said as Issei then walked towards her. Hand it to me and I can tell with my gears but I can teleport it to Ajuka and Surzex, Issei said with his old smile making her feel calm just like she does with Kai. Here you go, she says giving the clip to Issei and he closes his eyes to sense magic seals on it as he sent it to Ajuka instantly. But when he opened his eyes he was shocked by what he saw was Kaneko and Kai kissing in Tim Ott's hand near his throat. I still don't fully trust you, Dryag. That's all for now because next is Kyoto. Welcome to Kyoto. Peace hunt begins. Here we are now in the Hayado house as Issei enters through the door with Raynare, Kai, Kaneko and Timat as he doesn't sense Rias anywhere, only his mom, dad, Valet and Kuroka. Okay guys, seems like Gremory is in the underworld so let's go in. Okay, Issei said as Kai became shocked after looking at Issei's home. Sensei, this is your home, Kai yelled as he never saw a place this big before. As every sighed and Kaneko giggled. Well yeah, and I will tell my parents everything after. Kaneko, you give them these. Issei says while throwing a red and green sphere in one hand and a black sphere in the other. They are used to show all my memories since Raynare and I first met to now, including me finding out about Kokable forcing Raynare to kill me and Rias making me her legitimate pawn. Issei said as he then opened the door to see his parents in shock from seeing him and 3 new people. Issei-hun, is that you? Miki asked her son that she hasn't seen in days since they got back from the trip. Yeah, it's me, Mom, and I have a lot to tell you, but first here. Issei said as him and Kaneko gave them the spheres, which confused the parents. What is this? Gero asked as he saw a glimpse of his old Issei through the sphere. Just put in next to your head and it will show you all my memories, and if you don't do it then I die. After all, you favor the girl that let me die than me because you don't know it all, so I'm being nice, do it or else. Issei said with power as his parents did as they were told while they looked shocked seeing it all. Okay, Timat, Raynare, can you both watch the door for the devils? Kaneko and Kai, you two come with me to the basement in a training field, so I'm going to test your hand-to-hand power, you versus me, Kai, at the maximum in order to awaken some dormant power from your past. Issei said as he walked towards the elevator, motioning the two to follow. POV change now in the elevator. So Kai have ever tried to take the gloves off or make them energy again? Issei asked, confused about all the power his student has. I haven't, no, but let's try. Kai says with a smirk of power as Kaneko punches them both. Hey it's Kyoto is tomorrow and it is 7 p.m. already, so Issei, hurry. She said with her regular tone. Oh that's right, I might want to get some gifts. OSHT, I forget. Dragon shatter. Issei said as the elevator stops in the training room and they were confused why he did that. Sensei, why did you use your new move? Kai asked, confused as he stayed by Kaneko while Issei walked into the training field. POV change in Issei's room. As Valet was sleeping in Issei's room, Kuroka was curious about how he changed and who Kai was as she saw the sculpture of Rias he made long ago and the ruined princess broke and reformed with magic. As she looked at it she saw the mark of Dryag and within seconds the sculpture was destroyed to dust. What the F was that? Naya, whatever is happening to you, Dragon Boy, I want to know what was the cause. Back with Issei. Okay Kai, ready, I want to see your full power here and now. Issei said, taking off his jacket and summoning the boosted gear. Hey Kaneko. Kai whispers so Issei can't hear them. Are sure about tomorrow you might become a stray? Kai whispered, worried for his girlfriend. I'm sure. Kaneko said as she took Kai's jacket and he walked to the battlefield. Ready Kai, give me everything you got. Issei said in battle stance. You bet. Kai said as he then closed his eyes to reveal one red and one blue, not holding back as he got in a stance of his own however before they could fight. Hey Red Dragon Emperor, a loud voice said from the elevator door. As we see a man with short black hair and a blue and white fancy collared coat, and we can see he has muscles from head to toe, making even high-class beings be on guard. Sireorg, it's been a while, how have you been? Issei asked, happy see a high-class devil he could tell was kind. Well, I'm training for our fight, but you weren't with Rias, so I thought you forgot about her with her family, but by what Surzex tried telling me something about you being stronger, I just left to see you. Sireorg said, walking to Issei as he was stopped by his barrier, which shocked the Bale. As much as I want to spar with you or tell you what happened, I have to train my student right now, and then he will see our true power of men with goals. Issei said, earning a smirk from Sireorg as he stood by the door watching the fight. Let's do this, Hayado. Same here, Crimson Awe. The two yelled as rushed at each other, beginning their fight. They rushed forward as their fist collided with each other, unleashing a large red and gold shockwave. Kai moved his left leg with his own dragon aura as it gave him much speed, shocking Issei as Kai's fist seemingly teleported from their colossal to a direct hit to his face, knocking him back a few steps as Kai saw the chance and kept on with a fury of punches, making Issei block with his left arm. Didn't think you got that fast, accepting the past for who you are, true king. Issei said with Kai smirking. Let's says it's not just that because I have a gift and goal that work. My gift, however, is this. Kai said as he wrapped his arm with a blue and red flame which form a violet-blue dragon claw, punching Issei in the gut, launching him back. My gift and power is abandoned potential and my dragon pride. I will be a king, one no one in heaven, hell, or dimensional gap as seen now. Eat this, the power, twin devil dragon king. Inferno roar, Kai yelled as fire, a blue and red fire spiral making violet and both colors in the fear from his mouth like dragon as it headed right for Issei. Boom. As the attack hit, Kai was exhausted and on one knee from how much power he used, but as he looked up he saw a figure from the smoke. Wow, you really have gotten strong without out the form. Remember, as we fight we rise. That attack could have killed a low-class devil, maybe mid-class if lucky, but Issei was now letting out his power as a red and black spiral energy was around him. You're fighting a dragon. The Red Dragon Emperor and the person when he was a low-class devil fought and defeated Loki with Saji and Faui Riser Phoenix one-on-one and Kokabel and the White Dragon and Awakened Balance Breaker in only a few months in total. That means never underestimate a opponent, understand? Issei yelled as he rushed Kai with his arms wrapped in a silver chain which Cyborg was the only one to see. I took your hits head on to see my new king power and your growth, but now eat this. Issei said right in front of Kai in a few seconds as Kai took a fury of hits and magic marks shown on him as Issei launched him to the ground. As Kai tried getting up, Issei teleported right in front of him with a dragon shot. Point blank dragon breaker, Issei yelled as he snapped his fingers with a dragon shot launching from his hand as his dragon shatter and dragon shot was a combo attack he named dragon breaker as the foe can't dodge, and with this much dragon power on with pure physical pain and the other with magic AMD stamina pain with some physical, the person has a almost 100% breaking body and soul to a permanent death. As the smoke cleared from Issei's attack we saw Kai on the ground almost dead but still trying to get up and fight, which Issei was proud to see as he reached into his pocket dimension and grabbed a Phoenix tear and gave it to Kai as he dispelled his dragon shatter. Issei, that was ruthless. Kai said as he slowly got up, reforming his gloves as his eye went gold again. That's how our kind fight, right? Issei said with a smile. Phew. Kai said laughing as he then fainted using up all his power. Deeming it catches him before landing on the ground. Kaneko help take him to Kiba or your room. Sorry, Cyborg asked Surzex what happened. I have a trip tomorrow. Issei said as him Kaneko picked up Kai and Brafi if in the elevator and left to the rooms as Cyborg looked at the floor and felt the power from Issei still there. Issei, how do I will ask Surzex, but our fight shall happen on day. Back with Issei as he went to take Kai out the elevator and up the stairs into one of the spare rooms, he saw his mom and dad crying with Timat and Raynare and the orbs were gone. Mom, Dad, are you okay? Issei asked as his parents saw him and rushed to him with a hug. We are so sorry for everything, Issei, please forgive us. Mickey said while crying. Dimin the redhead, my son, I hope you are okay. Ger asked as he felt worried for his son and raged towards Rias. I'm fine guys, but please act like nothing is wrong, trust me I have a plan, but buy something to repel devil magic like holy water or a cross. Issei said as all were interested by his plan. Drake, Red, do you trust my plan? Issei asked the dragons in his mindscape. Yes partner, I do. That damned redhead's anger will be her own weakness. Drake said with a sadistic tone. Yes you too, I agree, by this game she made it will be ours to play, huh? Great Red said with a laugh as they all knew that it was her end. 1 hour later in one of the spare rooms. We see Kai sleeping on the bed with a scar on his right eye from the tears healing the wound Issei gave him and Kaneko next to him as she worries for the boy. Hey numb nuts, what's your plan for Kai? Kaneko asked Issei, who was making barriers on the rooms so the devils besides Kuroka and Kaneko can sense him or see him. My plan is to train him and help him control his power before he fights Rias for him to get his king piece that his house needs in order to have a peerage. Why do you ask? Issei said, confused, turning to Kaneko with a sad look on her face. Well, I want to join his team after seeing him help me and be honest, Kaneko said with Issei smiling. Don't worry, you will until then sleep here while I talk to the two stowaways. Issei said, waving his hand goodbye to Kaneko as he shut the door. Issei now walking a few rooms down the hall to his own, and he knew he needed to let out his power. Dryag set up a link with Albion, please. Issei asked the dragon as he did as asked as they both were pissed. Slam. Issei slams the door strong and puts up a dimensional barrier blocking anyone leaving or entering as Albion forcefully appeared due to the barrier as Issei summoned his dragon fury blade. Kaido. Dryag, what is wrong with your host? Albion said, a card by the power roaring from him. We want to knows why is wrong with you two, Lucifer and Vanishing Dragon, both Issei, Great Red and Dryag said as both gears appeared. And Valley and Albion knew that voice and they weren't strong enough to fight, and if they did they would die, they could tell by Issei's aura. What do you want to know, Hayudu? Is it about Ophis or me? Valley said, trying to be strong but knew he was full of fear as Issei got closer and Kuroka was nowhere to be seen. The cat is outside this barrier, and why did you kill King Abaddon, Valley, tell me? Issei said, full of rage as he stared at Valley and Albion with power Ophis couldn't match. The next day at 10 a.m. Issei was on the Trian to Kyoto thinking about the talk with Valley as he was about to enter the mindscape to awaken his potential until he heard a rustling sound with his luggage. Okay, what the hell? Issei said as he looked up to open the door, and as he did, a blonde-haired knight walked towards him. Hey Issei, what's bang? Kiba tried to say as he then got interrupted by Issei falling on his back as Kaneko and Kai fell out of the luggage door. Ow ow ow. I told you it wouldn't work, Kai. Kaneko said as she fell on top of Kai. Hey, unlike you I can't shrink into a cat, so it could have. Thanks for breaking my fall, by the way, sensei. Kai said, looking down at Issei, who hit face first on the floor and was so confused. Hey Kaneko, who's this and what are you doji here? Kiba asked his comrade as Issei threw them off. Damn it, see what you did, Kiba saw you, if we can't trust him you're dead, Kai, Issei said with a bump on his head from the fall and the two looking down. Oh, you're Kai from the club room that day, sorry about Rias, but Issei is right, even though I'm a knight, I'm Issei's brother first, and she is selfish. Kiba said as Issei smiled knowing he still had his brothers. Okay Kiba, promise not to tell Rias if we can trust you. Issei and Kaneko said with a look of hope. Of course I can tell this kid. I mean, Kai is good at heart and strong, if he needs help I got his back. Kiba said, sticking his hand out to Kai. Thanks Kiba, was it? You can call me Kai, my full name is Crimson Kai Abaddon, son of Tiamat and next king of Abaddon. Kai said, shaking Kiba's in hand as a friendship, and alley was found for Kai as Issei thought something. Hey Kai, what are you doing here again? Issei asked, confused as he was about to enter his mindscape. Well, remember our bet. Kai said, which made Issei shoot up. I'm going to win the peace hunt, you fool. Know me, I have more energy without a gear. They both said back and forth as Raynare walked up to them from the other car. Okay, 1, why are you here, and 2, what is the peace hunt, and 3, after you explain, Issei, I will watch them as you go in the gear. Raynare said with a sigh, getting a headache from them. WR made a bet to see who can find the most team members first before the end of the trip. Kai said as Issei laughed after entering the gear. Well, he has you beat because he already is a queen. Raynare said, pulling out her piece she took from Issei's chessboard that was a full collar of red and black, is a spiral pattern for Fallen and Dragon. What the three said in shock of Issei already having a queen, and Kiba shocked his brother already was a king. Dragons caught in a fox hunt. We now see a white empty space much like where Issei unlocked Red Seal, but instead it has many cloaked figures with black aura around them and a dark expression. Hey old senpais, how you doing? Issei said, walking towards the senpai of gear as he felt their power change as Issei stopped moving as he saw one get up. Hello Issei, Hayado, happy to see you with the true pride of domination. One of the senpais said as Issei saw the aura was now red and black with a silver glow as more got up, taking of the robes and showing the clothes they wore before they died. Yo, current dragon, nice hit on the white one. Haven't seen a sword attack like that since my first time in the mindscape and last time as a red dragon. A male figure spoke with brown and one emerald eye, and other was closed with a scar over it, and he had silver shoulder pads and an armor that was red and silver with a hint of gold and a black cloak as Oswell. while the armor is the same all the way down to the emerald and red boots. The legs and center of the chest was broken with a sword mark on it. Excuse me, but his magic and intelligence is better. Of course the power of great is weak compared to the Welsh dragon magic, swordsmanship and intelligence and strength. Of course you now need to learn his time barrier. Of course. The senpai with yellow and red hair with black eyes and glasses with black and emerald gloves, a white tank top and red lab coat with brown slacks. However, Issei saw burn marks on his arm and large amounts of magic in him. Pardon, but who are you? Issei asked the senpai who tried seeing his power. Oh right, sorry I am. The host could finish. He was hit in the head by a small red chest. Ow ow ow. Deeming it, Elsha, I get you're the strongest female, but stop shutting us up by hitting us in the head. He says as two figures walk up to Issei. Hello Issei, my name is Elsha. Dryag told you I was who you needed to see for the box. A woman now known as Elsha spoke, holding a red chest in front of Issei. Yes, I remember Elsha. I am thankful for this. After all, I will show the world the power of a new Welsh dragon. Issei said with a look of hope as Elsha smiled and handed him the box. Do you have the key, Issei? Elsha said, who was confused at first but then renumbered as he summed the key and opened the box full of pure energy as he woke up in the train. Oh hey sensei, you're awake, about time. Kai said as Issei looked and saw Zenobia, Kiba, Raynare, Kaneko, and Kai playing Go Fish next to him. So how do you feel, Issei? Oh yeah, do you have any sevens, Kiba? Go Fish. Raynare ached Issei before then feeling the pain we all feel known as Go Fish, while Issei and Kai just chuckled as she acted like she was dying. Then a green light appeared on Issei's hand as Dryag spoke. Partner, I have some news, it is urgent. Dryag said as Issei and the others jumped from the dragon's words. What is it, pal? Issei asked his friend as Dryag thought on how to tell Issei. If you use Juggernaut Drive or similar levels of power, for example Balance Breaker boosted to 50, your life will be cut in halt. But if you don't, your potential will slowly build up faster and faster, but you might need an emotional catalyst. Dryag spoke as all were shocked by his words, but Zenobia, Kaneko, Kiba and Issei all knew about a catalyst. After all, Kiba was the opposite but was still strong, and they all knew how many times Issei almost died and cares for people, and it hurts all but Issei to hear that a death is needed. As Issei was more trying to think of a loophole. Well, the train is about to stop, so let's get ready and go. Kai said as he stood up, walking towards the mirror in the bathroom. Yeeby's right, I'll help clean up, guys. Issei said, getting up to clean up the cards. POV Kai. Damn it, what is this feeling? Kai said as he punched the bathroom mirror as he thought of his past. I can't stop feeling like part of me is missing, and this DMN match doesn't help. Says as he let out some aura in rage. DMN Gremory girl, if you think you're strong and want to fight, then let's fight, that's it. Kai said as his eyes went back to their original red and gold. The underworld thinks they know power well, that will change very soon. Kai said as he let out a devilish smile at his plan for his name to be back from the forgotten in the underworld, as we all see his wings finally showed themselves to be 8 black devil wings with sharp dragon scales around them, making the wings be black with a hint of blue and silver. POV change outside the train. We see Issei and the others waiting outside the train with the rest of the class, with Ravel. Yes, that will stay the same, her as a teacher, but not a devil, more a part of the Norse unless something changes, as they wait for Kai. Sorry I'm late, guys, my bags were stuck. Kai said, which made Issei raise an eyebrow after hearing Kai's quiet tone of voice. That's alright, our stowaway, come on everyone, let's go. Ravel said, having the class go to the hotel and then the rest of the tour. Hey Kai, are you alright? Issei asked Kai as he felt his aura seeming off, but his pride was showing strong as can be. Yes, Issei, I am, but I will tell you when we get to the room or the 1,000 gates. Kai said as Issei understood. He finally set a goal for himself. POV change at the rooms. Kiba, Issei and Kai walk towards the rooms, and theirs are next to each other. So Kai, who are you bunking with? Kiba asked as he was felt it like the training with Riser all over again, but with another brother. I think I will be with Issei so we can plan and do some mental or magic training as dragons. Kai said as him and Issei said goodbye to Kiba as he had a different class than them. As Issei opened the door with a sigh, the room was completely empty besides a dresser and TV. Damn it. Gremory. The two thought as they knew Rias would do this. Well, come on Kai, let's drop the stuff off and talk. After all, I have a guest in. Sure Issei, what is it? Kai asked confused but had a hunch this would happen as he put his bag down. So why are you in such a prideful mood now? Issei asked. Well, I have a plan for my fight with Rias. After all, there is a devil's gathering to announce the fight, right? So why not reveal who I am and have a battle royal for both our sakes? Kai said, shocking Issei. Okay, I love the idea for a royal, but why for us both? I already have my pieces. Issei said, confused. Well, if we kill a noble and I give you the title of said noble, you will still have your pieces, but we need to keep dragon resurrection a secret, right? Kai said, knowing his sensei, and his goal was to reveal the dragons when the time for domination comes. Let me guess, same for you, your own pride and soul will reveal your domination, right? Issei asks, knowing the answer already. Indeed, however, I will reveal my royalty and am here because of that. See, I feel my dad's power in my BLD awakening, but I thought his power was only destruction, but that is what I'm here to find out. Kai said as he spoke his goal and showed Issei his wings, as both Dryag Issei and Great Red felt pride in Kai and his future. Okay, let's go then. Issei said as they both left the room to start the trip. However, as they were leaving, Kai started to feel pain in his head, but he felt little pain and mostly heard one thing awaken what they claimed should be impossible. A uncone voice said to Kai as he caught back up with Issei. POV: the Thousand Gates. We see Issei, Irina, Kai, Zenobia, Asia, Kaneko, Raynare, Nikiko, and the perverted duo are on the way up the Thousand Gates. So Issei, who is the Shrip? Matsuda asked. Watch it baldly or you will have 4 eyes glasses for real eyes. Kai threatens the perv as he walks to Kaneko and smirks at Issei while holding her hand. Hey Issei, why is he smiling like that? Raynare asked while holding Issei's arm as they had fun walking up the gates together. Well, let's say it's on of our bets. Issei said as Kaneko heard him, and the two sighed at their boyfriend's choices. Okay Issei, let's do this. You bet, Kai. The two said as they ran towards the top of the gates towards the shrine, leaving the others behind. I will beat you, Issei. Kai said, rushing at his top speed but still behind Issei. Well, sorry, but I beat you this time. Issei said as he reached the top with him and Kai catching their breath. So why are we here? Kai asked his sensei. Well, I hate churches, and with my life how it was, I think I should say a prayer for once in my life. Issei said, kneeling in front of the fox statue as Kai, Dryag, and Great Red gave him the silence he needed. Dear to any angel, fallen or devil who hears me, I want to say I may hate some of my past as a devil, but if I wasn't a devil I wouldn't be free by the bonds of human life or have my brothers here today, so please all I say is watch over the Gremory family, because even though I don't know if I even care for her anymore, just keep Asia and others safe along with Rias's family, because I can't be there for her if she is the person she is and willing to lie for power. Issei said, touching Kai and Great Red and even making Kai cry, seeing how Issei still cares for them even now. Take this, you fool! Yelled a small but angry voice as fire shot at Issei and Kai. What the hell? Kai, stand on guard. Issei said, seeing Fox AMD Crow Yokai along with a tiny little girl who is a 9 tails. Return my mother, you fools, you don't belong here. The girl said as the two were confused. We don't know your mom or warehouse. Arg. Kai said as he was cut off by his head hurting, calling to his soul asking, please don't be alone, I protect again like before. Kai, Issei yelled, making sure he was okay as a crow yokai was about to attack as Issei grabbed his throat with a look straight from hell that could make a new gate of hell or make a new hell altogether. Back off, we don't know who you are, but fighting us now, well, each this, you fool. Issei said as he threw the bird and pulled out one of his wings as the other troops went for the attack. Destructive roar, Kai yelled as he woke up and let out his devil BLD in a move that was forgotten to only one devil. Luckily his roar knocked out a few of the yokai and launched them back. Kai, follow me, we need to keep this shrine safe. Issei said, guiding Kai into the forest with the yokai following. What do we do now? Kai asked as he got caught fighting 2 fox yokai, but he didn't fight due to him being a guest and he only roared by mistake. But as he thought what to do, a blue wing knocked the fox's back. As Kai looked up he saw his mother. Mom, why are you here in dragon form no less? Kai asked as his mom brought the others down from her back to help as she spoke. What do you mean you called that roar was attack and emergency call your father made for me? I can hear it from the gap. Timat said, reverting to her human form. Also here you go, make one of the gloves fingerless or both. She said, handing him a blue box that was as old as him. What is this? He asked, holding the box as Kaneko held the yokai back. It's your birthday today, seriously, just like your father can't even remember. Happy 16th birthday, son. Timat said, giving her son a big hug as Kaneko and her SWH place for a second. Here catch. Kaneko's safe, kissing Kai's cheek as she ran and threw a new silver and blue jacket at him. Okay guys, keep them back without hurting them or the area, and hurry, we have a birthday to celebrate. Issei said, teasing his student. As Kai opened the box, he started to cry as he saw a crimson and gold ring with a blue crystal holding the crimson gem. This was your father's ring that he gave me before he died when he wanted us to be a family. Timat said, starting to tear, seeing her son look like his father as he put the ring on, showing both his dragon and devil eyes and his gloves glowing purple as his aura exploded as he turned to the yokai. Listen now, and well, I am not a terrorist and we don't know where your mother is, but by my family name I will help. But he then start to roar while letting out both auras and his wings. But his purple aura gave berates to a gold coat around it, merging his own unique power and his family power he merged. If you think I will back down if you try to fight us, then you're wrong, because I am the last of my kind and I've dealt with bullies, and this time I can take you bullies down to hell. Kai roared, making the yokai run away, and all but Issei, Kaneko, Raynare and Timat be shocked about his past and wings. He then calms down and puts on his new jacket as he looks down at the ring. Dad, one day I will see you and make your name proud. The Forgotten House. Here we are with the team walking back from the shrine and going towards the temples. So, Kai, what would you like for birthday? Kaneko asked, which made Kai stop in his tracks, making everyone notice as the rest of their group caught back up with them. Well, I actually never had a birthday day party, Kai said, making everyone there have jaws hit the floor as Issei rushed up to him. Okay, that's it, we are giving you a feast on this, my brother, Issei said, putting his hand on Kai's shoulder with everyone nodding in agreement. Okay, as much as I want to know more about what's going on, we have to go to the Golden Temple, Akiko said, making Zenovia's eyes widen as she ran to the temple. Should we go get her, Asia? Irina asked as the group slowly walks to the temple. No, she's happy, it's okay, Asia said with a smile as she looked at Raynare, still with confusion but hoped that Issei won't get hurt. Hey Asia, he will be okay, trust me now, Kaneko said, scaring Evri as they couldn't see her. Hey Shirko, where did you go? Kai asked as Evri was about laugh at the nickname and what was on Kai's shoulder. Haha, Issei and Dryag let out as they couldn't help themselves. Hey, what is it? Kai said, pissed as the two dragons laughing. Look on your shoulder, Great Red said, being able to hold in his laugh, as Kai looked and saw a white cat with a yin and yang Nico necklace as its color, which made Kai's eyes widen. Kaneko, that's you, I never thought you could get cuter, Kai said, shocked as he couldn't help but bet his love, which made Timat and Issei laughed harder and Kaneko use her paws to keep her mouth shut. What's so funny, Issei? Irina asked as they were started to walk again as they saw Zenovia. Well, him petting her is him basically hitting her G-spot, Issei, making Kai go red and his nose bleed as he jolted his hand back. Sorry Kaneko, huh? Turns to Issei. Damn it, why didn't you tell me this? Are you trying to kill? Kai said as they met up with Zenovia and the rest of the group while Kaneko disappeared. Hey, where did little your love go? I swear, father like son, your dad got me going by fighting, Timat said, making everyone feel sick and Kai disgusted. First gross mom, and second we need to talk about dad's strength, okay? Kai said, making Timat confused on why he wanted to know about his father's power. Hey guys, where have you been? We got some people who want to talk, Zenovia said as the human were knocked out and Fox Yokai appeared, making everyone ready to fight. Wait, everyone stop, they are here to talk about something that needs help, Rasviesa said, making everyone stop. AMD looked confused at the yokai. POV change, a yokai temple at night. Here we see everyone walking towards the temple as they see many yokai. Hey Kai, Kaneko whispers in his jacket. What is it? Kai asked, opening his jacket a little. Do you have a chocolate bar? Kaneko asked as her sweet tooth was begging for food as Kai chuckled. Right pocket of the jacket. I'll open the jacket a little bit so you can see, Kai whispered as he opened the jacket and the stopped at temple where Kaneko's paws were moving. Hello, my name is Kuno, thanking you for coming, the little fox girl from the attack, now known as Kuno, said with a sad face. You see, little Kuno here is the daughter fox leader and Kyoto as well. Her name is Lady Yakeisen and she was kidnapped the same day you all were at the shrine. Azazel aid as Kai was holding his jacket. Pissed Kaneko, stop it. Kai said, trying not to laugh. We think it is the Choice Brigade and we are here to help for peace. Azazel said as Issei walked forward. I'm so sorry, I just missed my mother. Kuno as Issei put his hand on her head while kneeling. It's okay, we have your back and we will protect you and find your mom. Issei said as Kuno smiled, but Kai then started laughing. What's so funny, Kai? Rasviesa asked as he let go of his jacket, showing Kaneko falling out and turning human when she landed. They both said as everyone, even the former sad Kuno, was laughing at the two. 2 hours later at the hotel, I am not going over the talk due to it being the same as Season 4 original, so that was something, right, Kai? Issei said while him and Kai walked to the rooms. Yeah, it was interesting though, right, Kaneko? Kai says, petting chin. So let me guess, want me bunk with Raynare next door? Issei asked, smiling as he could tell Kaneko might do something for his birthday. The door to the right of us while Kiba is doors down side. Issei said, cutting Kai off as he knocked in Raynare's door next to their own. Night, Issei. Kai said, opening the door to the bedroom. Hey Kai, that honestly felt good getting pet. I have another birthday gift for you. Kaneko said, going from her cat form to human, stopping Kai from entering the room. But you already got me this jacket, what else did you get me? Kai asked as he was confused but also holding back his large urge to embrace with instincts. Follow me and find out it. I'll even unwrapped, Kaneko said, gesturing for Kai to follow her into the room and close the door. Which he did with his eyes going blue and red, not to hold urge anymore. Why did they say all that in front of me and not in the room? Issei said as Raynare opened the door. Oh Issei, what's? Raynare asked, happy to see her boyfriend but surprised as well. Well, Kai and Kaneko are about to go at it in the room, so can I bunk with you today? Issei said with Raynare having an evil smile. First, good for them. Second, they are in the room next me, sigh, oh well, it can help us get heated ourselves. Raynare said as she dragged Issei into the room. Inside Raynare's room. While she was talking to Issei, her closet glowed red inside it, then it faded. Okay, good, I'm here, but whose room? We see Rias in the closet of Raynare's room trying to watch or win Issei, but she will see something else. Okay, let's see. Rias says as she opens the door and saw Raynare bringing Issei in the room as they started making out. I going back and forth with Kaneko and Raynare Lemon, so I will give the POV so you understand. Hey Kaneko, I think you forgot to turn the light on, it's so dark. Kai said as Kaneko appeared with her ears and tail pushing Kai on the bed, kissing him for a few minutes till the embrace broke. What's the matter? Am I too small for you or something? Do you want something? Before Kaneko could finish, Kai was flipped over and Kai stripped as he revealed his PP to Kaneko and petting her tail, nibbling her ears. It's not that you are perfect, Kaneko. I want you and I can't hold it anymore. Kai said as he and Kaneko kissed while Kai showed his dragon tail and he used it to tickle Kaneko's belly as they made love. I love you. Kaneko said, breaking the embrace, and she using her tongue to give Kai and Nico licking. I love you to Kaneko. Kai said as he felt pleasure in Kaneko's blowjob and his instincts took hold. I'm coming, Kai yelled as Kaneko's eyes widened as she took all of Kai's fluids in her mouth and then backed up to gasp for air. That was amazing, however Kai am not done. Kaneko said as she was about to mount her dragon, but Kai pushed her down and bit her belly and played with her ears. Kai, what are you? Kaneko asked as she felt incredible heat and pleasure. Making you my mate and tasting a cat's pages. Kai said as he grew a lustful smile and his Abaddon mark appeared on Kaneko's belly and he starting licking her pages. This crest is Abaddon, oh Issei. Back in Raynare's room, the two didn't take time and rushed right to mating as a redhead was watching. Are you ready for round one? Issei said, wiping his queen's juice off his face and showing his dragon, making her beg. Yes, I am. Issei, please give it. Issei, give it to my fallen PP. Raynare yelled as Issei penetrates Raynare, thrusting, making her as Issei grabs her melons and plays with them as he leans down to make out with her as he whispers in her ear. You sense her too, right? Issei asked Raynare as they both sensed the redhead watching and enjoying the show. Yes, I do. Why? Raynare asked. Then let's give her a show. Issei said as he thrusted faster and faster into Raynare. That's it, harder mstr harder. Raynare moaned as she teased her king, licking his neck. While Rias was watching, she only thought to herself, "Demon fallen, that dragon is mine. I was supposed to take his virginity." Rias thought, pissed, as she then heard Issei speak. "Raynare, you are way better than that red version could have ever been," Issei said as he bit Raynare's berate, giving her a mate mark. Rias was then getting pissed and used her magic to teleport to the next room over. "Okay, she's gone now, time to go wild," Issei said as boosted and went faster as Raynare let out her wings as she felt Issei make her feel like she was about to explode. "Issei, it's so good," Raynare said, biting Issei's neck, giving him a mark of her own. "Back with the B-Day couple." "Yes, keep going, I am going to see come," Kaneko yells as she squirts her pee-pee juice all over Kai's face, making the dragon stand up. "Tasty, ready, my love," Kai says, licking his lips as his package is not far from Kaneko's entrance. "Yes, I am. I don't mind cherries or popping them, meow," Kaneko says as Kai puts his pee-pee in Kaneko's pee-pee. "Yes, it's in. Kai, let's go wild," Kaneko says as Kai smiles as he leans in to give her an embrace. After a few minutes, they break the embrace. "I love you, Kaneko. I love you, Kai. Happy birthday," as she says that he thrusts and begins to P&D her pee-pee, and she holds him tight. "Sorry, too rough?" Kai asked, feeling her grab him tight, but she shakes her head. "No, I just wanted you to have my mark," Kaneko says as she bites and kisses his left up right above his heart. "Okay, well, if that's your love mark, then how I keep going," Kai says with smile, happy to be her mate. "You better write meow," Kaneko says as she goes red as she feels Kai's wrap around hers. As he then moves faster and harder, making her feel love, and she moans from her tail being rubbed and her insides being penetrated by her mate. "Yes, harder, harder," Kaneko yells as Kai smiles, using his dragon aura to make her feel warmer and more sensitive. "So that's your KNK." Well, Kai was about to continue, but him and Kaneko felt the eyes and energy of a redhead, so he leaned by her ear. "You sense her, right, Kaneko? Yeah, what shall'll we do? Let's make her leave by giving her a show." Kai then sit back up, going faster and faster. "Yes, Kai Hardy, you're my love. I would love for you to be mine," Kaneko let out, shocking the now watching Rias, as she first saw Kaneko leave here without telling her, and now she doesn't want her as a sir. "Oh yeah, I will protect and show you the love that powerless redhead couldn't," Kai said as Rias then began to cry as they were reaching the CMX. "Issei, harder, harder." "Raynare, I'm going to." "Kaneko, I can't, I'm going to." "Yes, Kai, do it in my PP, I'm going to." Come, the four mates let out as they finished their session, and Rias teleported home crying. "Rias, honey, what's wrong?" Velerona Gremory asked her daughter as she was left unanswered. "What is wrong with her? First, we don't see Issei, now this, does anyone know what's going on?" Zeoticus asked, turning to Surzex. "Mother, father, listen and I will explain, but it's a big issue," Surzex said, catching both his parents' attention. Surzex tells them both about Issei being reincarnated and Rias letting him die and using him for the engagement and gear, but now she then hated Issei after him being useless due to the juggernaut. Then she realized it was jealousy, but too late because we don't know how Issei feels. "My godness, why, I hope he will be okay," Velerona said with sorrow. "Indeed, my dear, I hope things get better. Till then we give him time." "What else is up with him?" Zeoticus asked his son. "Yes, actually he has a student by the name of Kai, I think it was, but his origins is unknown," Surzex said as Zeoticus and Velerona were speechless. "Kai, your old rival, Kai's son from the Abaddon house, some we thought as family," they both said, making Surzex think. Back in Kyoto, we see Kai and Kaneko lying on their backs, both wings and tails out as they cuddle to sleep, and the same with Raynare and Issei. Next day. "Yon morning, love. Ready to get up?" Kai asked Kaneko as they got dressed ready to meet Kuno. "Knock, knock, knock." Kai, "Get up, it's time to watch the Fox Girl." Timet sighed, scaring the two. "5 minutes, mom." "Okay, be gick," Timet said. 10 minutes later, Kai and Kaneko were walking towards where to meet the others as Timet stopped them. "Excuse me, you two, but why do I sense my son's aura on you, cat?" Timet said as she was blocking the hall. "We are. You see. Mom, she is my mate, huh?" Kai said in a scared tone, making Timet let out her aura. You what you're both are far too young, what's wrong with you? Timat said as she let out her aura. But my instincts took over, you know, huh? Kai said in a nervous laugh as Kaneko was quiet. You both only have been dating for a month. Timat snapped at her son. So what if Rias wants fight for her? I will, because I love her. As long as I'm with my mate I am unstoppable. Kai said, making Kaneko smile. True, but you are too young, and Kai, she could die because of this. Didn't you think of the pieces? Timat calmed down and listened to Kai. Issei said, stopping Timat from let out more of her power as he appeared with his rift spell. Why being a beach, Issei? Kaneko says. What do you mean, Kaneko? I'm sticking up for you. Issei said as raised her fist. Well, don't, host of Dryag, this is a family matter. Yeah, what she said. Kai and Timat both said. Okay, I'm out, see ya. And Kaneko, before I leave, where is your mark anyway? Issei asked, making Timat flare up. That's what I would like to know. Timat said, glaring at the two. It's... Sure. Kai tried to say but couldn't. Her what, son, or so help Ophis I will turn into my dragon form, Timat roared. Gulp, it's on her mid-chest to belly, mother. Kai said in fear of not the Dragon King but his mother. What did you say, young man? Get over here and show me. Timat snapped. Congrats, you too. Issei teased. So help me, Issei, I will shove a light spear up your butt. Kai raged at the emperor. Okay, but still, did she mark you? Okay, enough, both of you. Take off your shirts or I will show you why I am the choice dragon. Both takes off their shirts, but we see the marks. Here it's on my left up above my heart. Kai said. And his is on my mid-chest to stomach, Miss Abaddon. I am going to kill you both, at least me and your father waited a year till we did that. How is that any better, Timat? I agree with my host. Issei and Dryag told Timat. Who asked you anything, Dryag? Kai snapped at him. Not my fault, me and Issei want what happens. Issei, when me and mom done talking you will sleep with both eyes open, you Oswaldi. Kai yelled with his own aura and scaring the two, reminding them of Ophis in a sense. Got to God, I can't keep Kuno waiting, see ya then. Issei says, running for the hills, sigh, why are you both even together, and if Drake shows up I will kill him. Timat says as she rubs her eyes as she gets a headache. Love you too, mom. Kai said, running away while following Issei. Love you to, hun. Wait, where is the cat, and get back here. Timat looked around in a panic while then calming down, seeing Kai is just like his father. Issei, Kai, I've been waiting, you too. Kuno said as she saw them a while later. Sorry, Kuno, ready for to tour us? Issei asked. Well, first, where are the others? Kai asked, looking for them. At breakfast, come on, hurry. The three ran as Kai looked into his jacket and saw his dad's ring and his favorite kitten. But on the mountain we see a man with a spear looking down. Well, just to be safe I better take care of the Fox Kid and the Red Dragon Emperor. The true power of Abaddon. Here we are with the team in Kyoto eating breakfast as they wonder where Kai, Issei and Kuroka is, as they met Raynare an hour ago and she is still with them, but the other three are missing. Sorry we're late, we had something talking to do. Kai said as him, Issei and Kuno ran into the rest stop. Finally, I was just about to leave and look for you, Raynare said, coming from the other entrance as she was looking for Issei. Sorry about that. Issei said in his normal tone. It's fine, just hurry and eat. Raynare said. And they all ate, and afterwards they toured all of Kyoto and making stops like matchmaking and the Bridge of Memories as something strange formed. A smoke appeared, only the supernatural were left, and Azazel flew right to them. Guys, are you alright? Be ready, this is Dimension Lost. Azazel said, worried. Please, we will be. Agates, Kai spoke before he screamed in pain, grabbing his head in pain as Issei and Kaneko ran to him. Kai, are you okay? Kai, please hold on. They both said. Hey, no fair, Zex, my power can beat destruction. A voice similar to Kai said in his mind. Oh yeah, let's put it to a battle. A young Zex spoke. What are these memories? Kai said in pain as he got up from the pain. This fog is the same that I saw when mother was gone. Kuno informed the other as she was Afriad. Well, it's nice to finally meet you. Red Dragon Emperor. A man walks out from the shadows on the other side of the bridge with blue hair, a blue suit, and a glowing spear in his hand. Who the hell are you and how do you know me? Issei asked as he let out some of his aura and helping Kai stay stable. I'm fine, Issei, but behind you. Kai said as he threw a punch at a shadow creature with a red eye. As soon as the hit made contact, his power broke right through the creature, turning it into dust. Well, I'm shocked. I thought that would be strong enough to take out a kid. Oh well, we have an army. I'll take the general of the fallen. Also my name's Issei. Pleasure to meet you for the first and last time. Issei said as him and Azazel left to the end of the bridge. As they left to fight, the creatures fired beams of light which everyone knew to watch out for, and Issei took charge. Kiba makes swords to absorb light. Zenobia use Ascalon to counter them. Irina buy time as well. Everyone grab a sword and fight, Issei said as he saw Kaneko using Nico power to keep them back, and it had grown to a two-tail state due to the mate mark. Eat this fight with pride by the hands of your name. Kai gave a large number of the goons enough of an impact with his fist to destroy them. Kai, what the hell are you doing? That power is light. You're still a devil. You need a sword. Issei yelled as he summoned the gear, taking care of the girls and creatures at once with a dragon shot. Swords are for the weak. Use the power of your own hands. Kai kept hearing the voice, but it put him on the right path as his hands glowed red and silver with his devil power awakening. F that sword, I fight with hands and my pride. No demon light can stop me. Kai let out as he charged at the rest of the creatures, and he then was blocked with 2 words of devil and holy power launching him back. Well, you are strong boy. I was wanting to fight a sword wielder, but you will do. My name is Siegfried, wielder of many swords and twice critical. Siegfried spoke, introducing himself. Do I look like I care now? Out of my way, the spear is mine, because the use of a tool for power is nothing. Kai said, rushing at Siegfried, and the two were clashing sword to fist as Kai kept pushing, making Siegfried use 4 swords. As Kai saw one of them, he jumped back. How do you have that sword? Kai said, pointing to the sword of power, aura and destruction. Graham. It's none of your business, boy. Why? Siegfried asked as a cyclone of fire and destruction wrapped around Kai as it matched the blade, and the ring glowed as a key was of his future of rising like his rage. Everyone say this and was about to intervene, but Issei stopped them. This is Kai's problem. We need him to do this. Issei said, hoping Kai will be okay. Why, I fool, how dare you say you are strong? Win my sword, you foolish human. Kai roared as his eyes changed to gold and red and his voice got more serious. First you fight my son and next use my sword. I swear no wonder the factions call humans weak. It's because you don't think. A strong voice spoke from Kai as Graham was shacking. MCR is that the sword of destruction spoke, scaring everyone. Yes, Graham, it is. I gave Kai the key. If he opens the box and wakes up, then he will surpass me and you will protect him. After all, you are the sword of Abaddon. The voice from Kai spoke, scarring Azazel and Issei. In the mindscape, ow, where the hell am I? Kai spoke in a crimson and silver space with a sing pedestal in front of him. Okay, totally not freaky, whatever. But it's a good thing I feel drawn to it. Kai said, walking to Ditch's pedestal as he saw 5 things. A picture of Kai when he was a baby, a picture of Tiamat, an old jacket with gold AMD silver on the shoulders, and a contract circle for a sword called Graham. And last, a pendant that as his family crest that his circles have on them, which shocked him. It meant these were Abaddon treasures. What the hell is this? Kai said, shocked, picking the pendant up, and he saw a note. Dear Kai, my son, I am proud of you and always have been. These gifts are my treasures that are yours now. The pendant is a key. Put your ring hand on it and it will completely remove my half of the Twin King seal on you. In exchange, I will be in your mindscape similar to Dryag and Albion. Just know I will always care for you. Kai Abaddon, husband to Tiamat and father to Kai Crimson Abaddon. With that, Kai cried, knowing his dad was always with him and he was the voice and memories. Sniff, sniff. I can't thank you. Sniff. Enough. Because of you I will show them Abaddon power. Outside the mindscape. An explosion of red fire like aura wraps around where Kai was standing and forms a pillar out of its power as it then calms down and wraps around Kai's being as he then cut through it with the blade. Graham. Picture this as Kai with the hair red and the jacket black while holding Graham. Hello Siegfried, I thought I say how about we have our fight after all now that I have my family blade from the Great War back. Kai said with a smile he never had before. One for battle. Before I was against it, but now why not? Siegfried said as him and Kai rushed at each other. Blades clashing as Kai used Graham to counter every last one of Siegfried's attacks as they backed up. I must say I am more impressed about you, Kai. Was it then the dragon? You act like you have used that sword your whole life. Siegfried said with a smile. Then Kai smirked back and replied, I guess it runs in my family, Kai said as they sensed something. You're not alone, are you? Kai said as he then looked towards Kaneko. He saw her with Asia protecting Kuno as glimpses of shadows appeared and faded. Kaneko behind you Issei get COA and Kiba Zenobia handle Siegfried. Kai said as he rushed for the shadow but then knew he needed a fire shot to make it. Your mind devil. The shadow user spoke shocking Kaneko she never sensed him. All of you get down now Kai yelled as he stuck his left arm out but instead of fire it was power of light AMD it pierced the shadow's arm launching him back. While everyone who saw that even COA was shocked. Kai how did you do that? Issei asked hesitant as he knew he wasn't an angel. Partner the boy somehow has changed I think that is power from Lord Abaddon his family gift of the devils. Dryag said aloud shocking all supernatural. Guess I can't hide it right dad. Kai said as his new pendant glowed red. Yes indeed son haha but I'm surprised you can use Graham from my memories. Lord Abaddon spoke. How dare you who are you boy? The Shadow Gear user spoke as he faded in and out from the light blast. I guess I will tell you now since we'll die for trying to touch my mate. I am Kai Crimson Abaddon's son Tiamat and the true devil that rivaled Serzex himself and who was feared for special potential and incredible power. So let me tell I am the devil and dragon that has a 100% of both DNA because of my roots. So I'm not some boy and now. You die. Kai said as he rushed and him going for his heart but instead he was blocked by C. Well not that's interesting can't say I have heard of them but you being this strong for S-hypered kid. You should be killed like the red dragon but until let's now. He said as they all teleported and the smoke faded. Wait Siegfried if ever want to fight again I have offer you can't ever refuse by the pride of warriors and knight. Please hear me out on day. Kai yelled as Siegfried faded and smirked at the kid. Then the smoke faded as everyone turned of the gears /tails /swords and went back in the open. This is gonna be trouble Azazel. Issei said turning to the crow. I know I have a plan and Kai Kaneko we need your help. Later that night. In one room of Kyoto we see Team Citri and Team Gremory along with Kai Kuno and Issei. Okay everyone listen up we are going to strike and get Lady Yakesan back Saji go with Team Issei to help with if they need your dragon ling form. Azazel said as he then turned to a grim look. Also here only 2 phony X tiers that's all we could get please be safe. We will sir/sensei/crow. They all said as they went outside where Kuno waited with a sad look. Hey what's wrong Kuno? Kai asked. I don't want you guys hurt. She said as Kai pats her head. It's okay we will protect you and make it out of this hell. Kai said as then the dimension lost appears again splitting everyone up. POV Kyoto subway. We see Kai Kuno and Issei appear there in shock and on guard. Great we got lost but why do I sense someone? Kai asked as he then got punched away by the shadow figure. That was for my arm boy. Now you dragon I would fight but you are not worth it anymore. The man yelled as he grabbed Kuno by the throat and made a shadow claw and held it by Kuno pissing of Issei as he summoned his gear. Nope 1 balance break 1 boost 1 finger and she dies. He said with a smile. Issei then went from a pissed look to laughing. Haha you got it I won't do a thing but look down at your chest. Issei said as the shadow looked down and felt a sharp pain as he lost his shadow power. Demon I was right 1 fake hit on me and your ego goes crazy. As the former shadow looked he saw Kai with a violet dragon arm and it turned to a shadow one as he crushed his heart. H. How are you? Before you die let's explain. Flashback 2 hours ago. Hey Kai what did you want to talk about I'm trying to think about how to kill COA. Issei said confused. Look I have a plan the shadow gear I will fake a hit and please fake pissed. Kai said pleading. But Issei spoke shocked. Because I can use my Abaddon power by killing him and take his gear or power to help us make it to COA and Kaneko will be in my jacket no offense it will faster than us waiting for the others. Kai said stunning Issei at his plan. Deal kid but don't die me please Issei said as Kai looked up with a smile. They said with a fiat bump. Flashback over. Why you the man says as he finally dies and Kuno runs towards Kai. Kai you're okay? She yells as he caught her and as she stumbled due to her knee. As Kai and Issei looked the man cut her knee. Hold up Kuno here. Kai said as he healed her with his fire using a good amount of his magic. Thanks. She said stunned. I will protect you okay come get on my back I got you. Kai said, charming the little fox as Kaneko then bit him from the jacket. "Oh hey, sorry, I will pet you later, my love," Kai said, making Kaneko happy as Issei laughed. "Okay, let's go, I will use my rift," Issei said as he then teleported the four of them where he felt the spear. The Kyoto mix. Here we see a shrine where Coa and his team are keeping Yakeisen outside as they see a crimson rift. "Hey George, you didn't make the portal yet, right?" They asked, confused by what he is seeing. "No, I didn't, that is not the gap," George said, now scared at who could it be, until they heard one powerful thing: boost, 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 boost. Dragon Inferno shot. The voice of Dryag rang out as an explosion of fire condensed into a beam shot through, making a smoke screen. "Who the hell is it now?" Leihue said, annoyed by the blast. As the smoke cleared, we see Issei and Kaneko with Kuno behind them. "Well, now I'm surprised I'm fighting you, Red Dragon, at least so soon," Leihue said, amused by how fast Issei got to him. "Well, to be frank, I wanted to smash your face in from the start, so how about it?" Issei said, getting in a stance. "As much as I would want to right now, I need some time, so here." Coa says, motioning towards Yakeisen as she walks out with blank eyes. Mother Kuno yelled, but to everyone's shocks she didn't answer. "Right now she is about to help us, so if I were you, run, little girl," Leihue said as Yakeisen then was about to turn into a nine-tailed fox, but then Shadow Daga Supakachin, a voice yelled as Yakeisen was stopped by a red and silver chain that turned black and merged with her shadow. "Nice try, but this moon out and her shadow and power makes what I need to keep her in place," Kai said, coming out of the ground behind Coa. "How the hell?" Leihue said before Kai launched him back with a powerful kick. "Well, your shadow friend was easy to kill, so after that I took his power, but I didn't think my Shao Dagger Spark Chain technique would work, but I noticed you had the moon out, which was stupid not to fight in a place with no light," Kai said as Coa got pissed and suddenly three figures arrived. "Relax, Coa, you fight the Red Dragon, we will fight the rest," Siegfried said as the two others then spoke. "Ian Conla, you got cocky. Whatever, my name is Heracles, pleasure to fight you." Heracles spoke. "Hello, my name is Jean, sorry, but you won't win against me," Jean said. Kai then smirked. "Hey Kaneko, you handle Heracles, I got the two swordsmen, after all we need to finish our fight, Siegfried," Kai said, making Siegfried laugh. "I guess we do," he said as the two walked towards him and the two powerhouse rooks of the teams leave to fight nearby. "I say rook because he is strong AF. Okay, ready when you both are," Kai said, letting out his power, shocking the two. "Well, if want to play that way, then here, eat this," Jean said as she launched a wave of swords at Kai. He felt like he didn't need to dodge, but his instincts rang a red alert as he dodged with the swords just grazing his cheek, and it hurt him. "Like it, those are holy swords, my gear is blade blacksmith, this fight won't be easy," Jean said with a smile. Kai was thinking about how to fight the two with that gear. "Damn it, I am losing energy keeping that chain seal on Yakeisen, so I have to play it safe or go all out and lose my power, but Siegfried, I can just cut his gear arms and it will take him out," Kai thought as he was ready for his battle. "Eat this, Infero roar," Kai yelled as Siegfried let out his gear with swords ready to block Kai, but then Kai turned around and showed his wings and fired the blast while rushing at Siegfried, breaking through the gear and turning to Jean and breaking her sword with his hand, and as did that he then fell on one knee afterward as the fire and aura calmed. "Sigh, that was my new move, I think Dragon's Charge should work for a name," as Kai then got up slowly as he felt dryined while he threw his jacket off. "Son, you have 60% power left, I suggest using Graham," Lord Abaddon said. "Not yet." "Side to think," Kai said, tired, as he then saw a twin beam of light, one was holy and one was dragon. POV Issei, we see Issei and Coa at a standoff waiting for the other to strike until the sound of the fight began. Boost from Dryag rang as Issei charged at Coa, rushing with a right hook and Coa countering with him, launching Issei back with the spear. Then Issei rushed forward with Dryag continuing to boost till he reached 20 and rushed at Coa. Coa tried to stab Issei, but he jumped above him, fired a dragon shot and then began rushing at him with a barrage of punches at Coa's stomach, launching him back. Then Coa rushed at Issei, striking him with the spear on the left leg. As Issei was breathing from the attacks he launched at Coa, and then he was cut by a beam of energy from the spear with just one swing, making Issei bleed and have his clothes damaged. "I'm impressed, I thought you would have died without balance breaker, seeing that you are a devil and all," Issei said as he then lost his arm. Haha, when you pierced my leg I cut of your arm with my own sword I put in the gear. Issei said as he grabbed the Phoenix tear vial and used it along with Issei grabbing his own and doing the same as Issei. Deeming, you're one tough devil, huh? Issei said with a smile. I am not a devil, I'm afraid you are a few months too late for killing a devil Welsh dragon. Issei said, shocking Issei as he then revealed his aura showing it was that of a dragon. Well, I would say I'm shocked but am not. Issei said, shocking Issei as he then felt pain binding him to the ground. You see, we are hunting Great Red and our magic found him in you, so we placed a sealing trap locking you here with no power. Issei said, laughing at the trap he placed. POV back with Kai. We see Kai with his clothes broken and him only in his blue shirt with BLD as Jean was tired and so was Siegfried from the three using their full power. Kai must say you are strong. Sai, so what was the offer you wanted to talk about? Siegfried asked now on the ground tired. Well, first I can't use the sword now because I wanted to test my own power, sorry to say, so this fight isn't as fun, and second I was wanting to know if you would be my knight. Kai said, shocking the two as Jean then tried using her balance breaker against him, but Kai continued. I won't make you a devil, I will make you a dragon or keep you human, that is all I will say. Kai said as he then was hit from behind by a large meteor. Sorry, I'm late, I lost my opponent wherever she ran off to. Heracles said as Kai then got pissed. Kai, you only have 30% power left, I'm going to lend you some so you can fight. No dad, don't I can take this fool on. Kai said as his power exploded as he turned towards Heracles. You fought my mate and talk like it's nothing, then eat this. Kai said in a dark tone as he took off the giant's arm and closed his eyes to only open them again and appear in his Hakai Kane Oro form, but his eyes were both gold with the pupils were his normal eyes, one dragon blue and one devil red. Son, you only have 5 minutes in that form if you only use your fist. Lord Abaddon said, afraid that his son will start using his life force. I know. Now it's time for you all to go to hell, Kai roared as he punched Heracles with many rapid strikes and then kicks him towards the mountain and blast a twin fire and destruction blast at Jean, who used her gear to block it, but then she fell the group completely out of power. Kai, 1 minute left, I recommend turning the form off. Kai was about to turn it off and look for Kaneko, but then he saw Coa about to stab Issei, so he used the last 10% of his power and put it in his legs and rushed towards them. This is the end, Red Dragon Emperor Issei yelled as he moved the spear, but he didn't hit Issei. And as we look towards Yakasen, we see Kaneko helping Kuno make it towards her in secret, but then when she looks at the fight she is shocked by what she saw as she the bolts towards Issei. And back with Issei we see Kai grabbing the spear, but at the cost of him getting stabbed in the heart, shocking Issei and making him start to cry. But Issei asked, starting to cry as Kai smiled. I guess I couldn't keep my promise, Kaneko is gonna kill me, ha. Blah. Kai them coughed up BLDPL. Ease protect H her ATND. Kick his butt, sensei. No, Issei hi. Kai said as Sige pulled out the spear and he took his last breath, falling on his back. Kai, wake up, kiddo, come on. Issei said, trying to wake him up as Kaneko then arrived and starting to cry at the scene of her love dead in front of her. I missed once at least, the fool is. Before he could finish, Sige was hit in the gut and launched away as we see Kaneko punched him at full force with rage as her tears ran down her face. That was for Kai UBSTRD. She said, letting out full rage, turning back to Kai's body. But then his body fades in purple and silver light, making them both become shocked and empty for a few seconds, and seeing Kai's body disappear. At least he is dead and you can't do as Issei said, getting up, but then he became fearful, seeing something from a true nightmare. Issei broke free from the magic binds and he along with Kaneko let out a large amount of power, shattering the ground below them as Issei was wrapped in true red aura of Dryag's full power and Kaneko reaching Nico level 2 and her body was wrapped in aura of Nico and the little dragon Kai gave her. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Promotion Drag Roar dead as the two now have power beyond a Devil King. Somewhere in a white and black void we see Kai's body start to appear as someone runs towards him. Please hang on, you can't die yet. A little girl with black hair and a lowly outfit said as she let out dragon power. By the name of my title as the dragon god of the infinite Iophis will keep you alive because you will be needed against the beast. The god of the infinite spoke as she tries healing Kai, and she then finds he lost half his heart and a lot of BLD. Here, please take this. By the power of the infinite and eternity, I give you my heart. Ophis said as she gave Kai half her heart, but he was still near death. Ophis, who was about to panic, knew only one person to ask for help. I hope you enjoy this story, and this story will be full of power because of your help, and I say thanks for everything. Thank you for 3K views, and check out Crimson Part 2 of this. Death and Fury coming soon. Death and Fury. We see the beam light from before that dragon and Nico power rising, finally calm but in the way that reveals two pissed off warriors. POV change. Raynare. We see Raynare and the others walking through Kyoto trying to find everyone. Hey Raynare, are you sure Issei isn't still at the subway? Saji asked, to the annoyance of Raynare. Yes Saji, he isn't the person to stay put, right Asia? The Fallen asked with the sister just nodding as she was worried, but then they all turned towards the sky and saw the beams of aura, and they knew where it was coming from as the light then calmed. Everyone fly towards that light. Raynare said as they all went top speed. Unfortunately they weren't far at all, and when the light calmed, Raynare and the others arrived. Hold up, is that? Saji said, stunned as he and everyone else say Issei in his balance breaker wrapped in its power but in a bulky type suit. And when they noticed Kaneko next to him, she had dragon aura around her hands from Kai while in Nico level 2. See this your end, Issei roar with Dryag and Red speaking at the same time with H. And we won't make it a quick end, it will be one of true pain, Kaneko yelled with tears on her face. Hey Kaneko, I got something for you here. Issei said as he used Red's power to turn her clothes into a white, gold and black kimono with Kai's mark on it, making her cry as he then opened his claw and to show Kai's pendant. I can't take this, he. Before she could finish, Issei gave it to her. He would want it for you, he's like my little brother and I was my student, so let's make COA feel twin pain Rook style. Issei said as she nodded, putting on the pendant and feeling ready for battle. Issei, where is Kai? Raynare yelled, trying to get Issei's attention, but he didn't answer. Issei, Kaneko, what's wrong? Saji asked, but again no answer. Issei, where is he? Raynare yelled as she then looked down as saw Kai's jacket as she rushed to pick it up. Please tell me he isn't. As Raynare asked that, Issei only could nod as COA started laughing and Raynare charged up a massive light spear before Issei started speaking. Raynare, this fight is mine, and Kaneko, please stay back, Issei yelled as she then calmed down and began to cry. POV dimensional space. We see Kai near death and Ophis lying him down to check his injuries, only to see his heart is damaged to her shock. Hang there love, I have a plan. Ophis says as she then uses her power of the infinite to stay alive as she take half heart and switches it with Kai's damaged one while it heals him, but he is not alive yet, so she first puts Kai's damaged half of his heart in her so they can sense each other and be connected, yin and yang ordeal so to speak. If this is what it takes, then fine. Sama, where are you? You want to be free from here, don't you? If so, then get over here already. Ophis yelled as a dragon arrived with angel-based wings. Fies, what do you wait, who is that kid? The fallen dragon Samuel asked, shocked seeing Kai, but also he sensed another Ophis which shocked him. Listen, I gave him my heart but lost too much BLD, please help me save him now. Ophis said with tears in her eyes as Samuel then smirked. First, what is a kid good for, and second, how will helping free me? He asked with a mocking tone, but in reality he was worried that Ophis actually cared for someone, which means he was important. And besides, you will be free, but only as a gear to give him the BLD he lost and your power of a fallen angel. Ophis said, making Samuel breath a cold sigh. Fine, I'm ready when you, Ophis, but what gear am I anyway? Simple, you will be conductor of sorts. You will merge as a gear with some of his veins nerves while your main point is on his heart to keep his BLD stable, but also giving him your potion power against dragons and well some devils due to your fallen BLD, Ophis explained as she prepared a circle connect with Kai and Samuel. That care, Ophis, and talk soon. Samuel said with a smile as he merged with Kai's being. Back in Kyoto, we see Issei and Kaneko attacking wildly but also in sync with each other as COA was slowing down, unable to dodge all the hits. Eat this BSTRD. Issei said, giving him a rook kick towards the wall. But as COA got up slowly, he saw he was near Yakasen and the chain was weak, so he rushed up and broke it, waking the fox as she went into her nine tails form. Issei tried to stop Coa in night mode, but he was too late as a nine-tailed golden fox roared at the sky. Damn it, Welsh Dragon Bisho. Before Issei could start building up his attack to knock out Yakasen, a gold and black portal opened from the sky with silver light as all were shocked as they saw a Gant dragon with angel wings descend from it with Ophis of all being on its shoulder. Damn it, Ophis, what is this beast? He yelled as everyone was shocked. They thought Ophis came to help him. Because of you killing my beloved along ruining everything I wished for, I unleashed my partner here from the deepest part of hell to massacre you weak and pathetic humans, Ophis said with bitter rage. Shocking everyone who thought Ophis felt nothing. Beloved, what beloved? You mean brat, he was a devil, a fool, he deserved enough. The giant dragon spoke with a dark voice as he placed Ophis by Issei and rushed towards Yakasen. The dragon knows about the fox, so don't worry, Dryag. Ophis said, watching the fight as the dragon punched the fox back and grabbed her tail and began spinning her around till he threw her down while locking a shockwave from his wings, knocking her out with no problem whatsoever, scarring Issei as the dragon turned to him. But before he could fight, George landed in front of Coa. Issei, leave. If you die, we won't be given the honor as humans we deserve, so go now. He said, opening a portal, throwing Coa into the unknown area as George then got crushed by the dragon's tail, making Coa be full of rage before the portal closed. After they all left, the dragon glowed, shrinking into a smaller, more Huma-like dragon state like Tannin. The dragon now, after the dragon changes, Kaneko gets pissed and rushes at Ophis, shocking every. However, the dragon puts his hand in between the two. Get out of my way. Ophis, how dare you say Kai is your love when you could have kept him alive? Kaneko says, starting to cry as she hides her face with her hair and tail. I knew you loved me, but I didn't think you cared this much. The dragon said, shocking everyone in a dragonic voice of Kai. Kai, is that you? Kaneko asked, lifting her head up only to see the dragon glow and shrink in a silver and red light to reveal Kai. The dragon now in his father's jacket and with a BLD gem glowing from his heart. Also, Kai grew 3 to 5 inches after being brought back along with his mate mark still on his chest and his gloves repaired but letting out his full power. As the seal of the Twin Kings is gone. Miss me, kitten? Kai say with a wink at Kaneko while everyone is shocked as they run towards him. Kai ubst, I thought we lost you, don't ever scare me like that again. Sniff sniff. Kaneko said, crying in Kai's chest as he held her. But then Issei walks up to them, breaking the hug. Hey Issei, how are chop? Before Kai could talk, he was hit in the head by Issei with a boosted punch. What the hell was that for? Kai yelled as he held his head in pain. You're lucky that wasn't in balance breaker. Because you deserve it for making us think you died. Issei said, but then bringing Kai into a hug. I missed you, kiddo. Issei said, happy as everyone else cried with joy. As Kuno then saw her mom and ran towards her, which Kai noticed. Mama, wake please, it's me, Kuno. The little girl tried to cry out to her mother, but then Issei and Kai walked up behind her. Kuno, we said we will help and we will. Hey Issei, can you use you heart technique? Kai asked, making Issei get confused as he kept bilingual in his mindset so he can tell if he is lied to or know about attacks, because the only perverted thing about it is that the name is what it looks like, but it's half of its true skill. Well, I got a plan, but it's risky, trust me, okay? Kai asked as his left arm glowed silver along with the red gem above his heart. Issei, use it when me and Kuno are in handheld distance of the sleeping Yakasen. Kai said as him and Kuno walked towards the fox. Okay Kuno, hold my hand and let out some fox fire. Kai asked for Kuno to nod as she did so while Kai put the flame on both his hands, one on Kuno, one on Yakasen, as he turned to Issei, giving him the sign to use it. Okay Dryag, let's do this full power. Bilingual, that's how I found its name, sorry if it's wrong. Issei let out as the outside went pink as S-person's heart was released. Okay, let's do this. Heart flame bond, Kai let out as his heart glowed and began to connect the two by their fox flame, and thanks to Issei their hearts. Mom, it's me, Kuno, please wake up. Mama, please wake mom. Kana then began to cry as Yakasen began to move and speak. I want to be free and see my daughter. Yakasen said as she then glowed and went back to her human-like form. Ugh, what happened? Lady Yakasen asked as she grabbed her head, feeling like she has slept for a week but also got hit by a bus while drunk. Mama, you're okay? Ku-o yelled as Kai let go of Kuno and she ran towards her mother. I am happy for them, I really am. Issei said as he turned and saw everyone looking at him. What? Is there something on my face? Kai asked as everyone face-bombed but office as Kai looked on confused. Yeah, you're Kai alright. Tell us already how are you live? Raynare asked and Kaneko ran to Kai. Also, why did Office call you her love? Kaneko yelled and threatening to hit him, which was scaring the young hybrid dragon devil. Okay, I will explain, but Surzex can't even know okay. He said looking at Kiba and Asia who nod knowing it would be life or death. Well, let's say I lost half my heart and lost a lot of BLD, so I got my half heart swapped with Office and she took my damaged one in her, so we are not just mates but always in sync like Drake and Issei or Dryag and Albion. Oh yeah, and from me losing so much BLD, the dragon Dryag fears fused with my heart and left arm's nerves and veins, thus the dragon form was his and the second one was mine. Kai finished saying the shocking news of how he was brought back, however only Issei knew what dragon he meant and he was shocked. Kai fused with two beings that could kill Lucifer. Please you wait, where is my pendant? I can't lose it, that's my dad's treasure. Gram to me. Kai said in a panic, summoning Gram. Hello young Kai, glad you're still in the living. Gram spoke happy as Kai smiled but then was panicked. Gram, I lost the pendant, we need to go now. Kai said as Kaneko stopped him. Actually it's right here. Kaneko says giving Kai the pendant with a smile. Glad you're back, let's go home though Kai. Kaneko said. As they felt a large aura. Hiccup, you better explain boy. The voice of a drunk Timet said as Kai then was in a freeful state only saying on thing. Run, he said as everyone laughed while he was being chased by Timat, but Raynare was thinking of one thing. I need to be stronger for my little brother and my love, those two are my world and I will rise and strike with beauty like a rose with thorns. Raynare thought as she engulfed her hand in light and fire, both pink and black. POV the next day. Farewell everyone, Yakesan spoke as she and Kuno bid them off from the Kyoto subway. Hey Kai, I hope we can be friends one day. Kuno asked with Kai smiling. We already are friends, little lady. Kai said, making her blush as they got on the train and left. I think I love him. Kuno said, making her mothing fall face first on the group after hearing that. POV the inside. Both Issei and Kai were at the door sad as Kaneko and Raynare went to ask what was wrong. Hey you two, what's wrong? Raynare asked as she then say them cringe. I forgot to ask Yakesan about Chi along with her pillows. I forgot to give Siegfried and Kuno my number, so now I can't have a team, damn it. The two dragons said, pissing of their loves as they threw them to the ground. Learn your place, the two said as teacher dragons fell. Yes my lady. Then the two got up and looked at each other with Issei speaking. Kai, let's get strong together as we reach our goal beyond the past and the future. Issei said, making Kai smile. I wouldn't have any other way from my sensei and rival. Issei and Kai smirked with a fist bump, making the deal as the host of Dryag along with Great Red and Dryag himself behind Issei, while Kai had Gram, Office and Samuel along with his father. As the spirits were behind him, they smiled in true fire of rivals and student along with brothers. Surzex, sir, everyone, even Rias and Issei bows, but Kai as the entire Gremory house is shocked except Issei, of course. Issei, get up and boy, who are you? So my family knows you. I am Kai Crimson Abaddon and I bow to no god, dragon or king. The house of olds return, whisper of the snake, nothing survive, rise among your goals. We see that what we hear, it's Office, Lord Kai Abaddon and Samuel in the mindscape checking on Kai's health. He seems okay. Samuel, thank you. Office said as the fallen dragon just flinched at her thanks. Well, you know it's just a favor, nothing more. Samuel said, but as the two were talking, a large red and silver aura with black in it flared around the mindscape. Enough, Yuden dragons. You will not use my son as a pawn in your games, he will reach his goal as the twin king of Abaddon. You hear me, Office? Samuel, Lord Abaddon spoke with rage as he entered his Hakai Oro form while the dragons didn't move. We don't want to harm Kai, we want the same as you. For him to reach his goals. Office spoke, calming the father who feared nothing. POV back in class. Minute. Will so 3 shut up for once, ever since Kyoto I've heard nothing but yelling. Sigh, how did mom handle you, dad? Kai mumbles as he waits for the bell to give him his sweet silence as some of Office rubbed off on him. Ring 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 as the bell rang for Kai's sweet piece to leave and meet Kaneko and Issei, he heard 3 annoying things. What the hell was that noise? It an awful, the three in his mind yelled as they were alarmed. It's called a bell. Ever hear of it? I mean, Dad, you were in the underworld school with Surzex, how you don't know what a bell is? Kai thought in his mind with a talked back to his dad. Because, damn it, that was over 300 years ago. Most of my memories of that time is Graham, my family, friends and rivals along with the Great War. Lord Abaddon rambled on the amusement of his son. Kai then stands up and leaves the class with his eyes closed and a calm smile as he gets stopped by a scary presence that he knows as one person as he then opens his eyes to see Raynare. Raynare Wanchan, haha, what are you doing in my classroom? Kai said, scared, looking at his big sister figure as she then ruffled his hair to his annoyance. We need to go, it's a meeting in the Orc with the Gremory family and Azazel. Raynare said as Kai got pissed. So that's why I don't see Kaneko anywhere, but I still sense her. You know I hate Rias and don't care for her peerage. Kai said as Raynare covered his mouth. Not her, the whole family, even Surzex and Grafia, remember last time we saw them. Raynare said as Kai thought back to his first meeting with everyone, and it was weird. Ugh, why do we have to do this? Kai said in an annoyed tone as his day is not the best now. What, I thought you of all people would want to see Surzex. Raynare said, confused. He is just a king making people bow to him. I mean, seriously, what's so kingly about that? Kai said as his pride showed, making his dad smirk in his mind. People bow in fear of him. Raynare spoke. Who would be afraid of someone with red hair? Kai said as he and Raynare were almost at the building as his head was being ruffled by Raynare. Look who's talking. Raynare said as they both started to laugh as they saw Issei waiting for them. Yo Issei, what's up? Kai said as the two walked up to him. Hey guys, not much, just waiting for you all since I'm not being with that group alone. After all, I might kill them, haha, if it wasn't for Zex coming. Issei said, thinking back to how he loved this place, but now he wants the Gremory building gone, which Kai saw in his eyes. Hey Issei, do you mind if I ask something? Kai said, which caught Issei off guard. Okay, sure, what is it? Issei asked before he opened the orc door. Summon Dryag, I want to test my power of Ophis along with my own dragon. Kai said, making Issei hesitate, but he summons the gear and Kai places his hand on it and enters a place of fire. Incredible, young Kai, your own power merged with Ophis can make connections with dragons and mindscapes. Dryag spoke in shock, put pride. Well, Ophis said I could sense dragons, so I chose to use my power and Ophis to make a mental connection between you, Issei, and me. Kai said, leaving the mindscape and moving his hand. What the hell, I felt you in my head. Okay, never do that again. Issei said, shocked and freaked out by the feeling of someone besides Drag or Red in his head. Sorry, I just made a mental link between us three so I can talk to you mentally instead of just sensing you. Kai said, earning a smile from Raynare. Okay, let's go, you two. She said as the three entered the old school building and they saw Rias and the others on edge waiting for Surzex. I see you all are on edge. Issei said, getting everyone's attention. Hello Issei, and thanks for coming back. Asia said with joy, seeing her brother Fergur. Of course Asia, I am here for Zex, and glares at Rias, almost all of you. Issei says to the rage of Rias as she feels the cuts on her face and sees Raynare with her. Issei. By the way, where is Irina? I can't sense her. Kai says, entering the building to come face to face with Rias. She isn't here due to matters in heaven, but the read of us are here. Aquino said with a smile, seeing Issei and Kai on how they are now after Kyoto. By the way, Issei, where's Gasper? We need to train today. Kai said to Rias' annoyance. I am sealing him again. She said to everyone's rage. What did you say? Gremory asked with a dragonic voice as she is stuck in fear. I. Them sealing him again, he was with you too much and not obeying, thus he could be astray. Rias said before Issei roared, letting out his gears and his dragon fury blade with the power of all the factions and mostly dragon. Sit. Come on, you wouldn't hurt your love. Rias tried to say as Issei started to walk closer. In a panic she looked at everyone. Kiba Aquino, help me please. Rias said as they did nothing, but Kai spoke. Where is she? Rias? Was all everyone heard as his power spiked. Where is who? She asked, trying to play incontinent as long as she could, but Kai wouldn't have it anymore. Whereas Kaneko and Kuroka, damn it, they were at the Hayadu house and now I sense them here, but it's weak, so tell me why did you red-headed miserable excuse of Tease Devil King's sister and an heir to Gremory, Kai roared as he put a large barrier around him and his gloves started to glow along with his red hair and twin aura, making Issei stop moving toward Rias. If you hurt them you will pay. Yai. Kai let out as HD began to morph in magic energy, something Issei knew of and was amazed. We see silver light grow larger and larger as we hear the cries of a dragon for his mate and his promise as violet blue aura forms around where Kai once stood, making a larger form and emerald fire of that who he will rival, and the sorrow he overcame sparks with red and blue to make something incredible. As a large flash of power rang out and everyone opened their eyes from the flash, we see a huge hole in the roof as they see one thing that terrified them. Expect Issei. It was Kaneko and Kuroka on the roof with a large dragon next to them. Picture Kaneko and Kuroka on his two first wings. What is there, everyone? But Issei said as the dragon roared before Issei yelled. Kai, enough, turn human now. I understand why you did this, but come on. Issei yelled, shocking everyone as Rh Dragon Kai went Ro grab Rias, but Issei blocked it with his sword, shocking Kai, making him go human with Kuroka and Gasper, who was on his tail, to fall on the ground as Kaneko held him. What the Issei, she deserves death you. Before Kai could finish, Issei let out his full power of without the gears, making everyone shiver. Kai, enough. If you wish to be a king, act like it. Using pure rage towards those who do something you hate is nothing but being a child. Think about. Issei yelled as he Kai then looked down, composing himself as Issei then looked towards Rias. Don't thank me, Rias, I was doing my job as a sensei and a warrior, Issei said, making Rias jump when he said her name without malice, while Issei thought in his head. Diamond, this isn't normal Dryag. When all these changes happened, I need to know when exactly can you do that? Issei asked the dragon of domination to help put an end to this rage by looking through his mind. I will try, partner, give me some time, okay? Drake said as they both them went to work. So everyone, I am sorry for Kai's rash actions, please forgive him. Issei said, making Kai bow with him and Raynare as a portal if crimson glowed while they got back up. My, it's been a while, Issei. Spoke the voice of Velerona Gremory. With a smile. Indeed, my boy, it has been long. Zeoticus Gremory spoke as we saw the whole Gremory family. Hello, Lord and Lady Gremory and Surzex and Lady Graphia, it's a pleasure, they all said as they bowed, but Kai stood tall, only looking at Surzex, which the Devil King noticed. Issei, you don't have to be formal with us, and may we ask who you are? Surzex asked, motioning to Kai as everyone got up. Sorry, Zex, manners are built into me now, and this is... Before Is could finish, Kai stepped towards Surzex with a smirk. I am a warrior, Lucifer, and I bow to no one because of the pride in my soul and hope for tomorrow. I will only bow to someone who beats me in battle. As for my name, I am Kai, Crimson Abaddon's son of Lord Abaddon, who was killed by the old Satans, and as well as being Timat's son of Chaos. Kai let out only a few steps from Surzex as they both glared at each other when Surzex let out his power, and so did Kai. Neither of them flinched. Surzex then, calming himself, began to cry. So you really are his son? I thought he was gone forever, but it looks like Kai is right in front of me. Surzex spoke, bringing Kai in a hug, terrifying the boy. Issei, is this normal? Kai said, turning to his sensei, trying to break from the king's hug as everyone, even Rias and Issei, were shocked. Kai, I don't know. Issei said as Kai was then let down by the king and given a paper. Okay, what is this? Kai asked, opening the folded paper to show it says invited to Young Devil's pre-game gathering. To the shock of everyone. Yes, Kai, because of your return we are showing the world. Surzex said as his wife hits him. Congratulations, owner of the Abaddon house. Graphia said with a smirk. Zex, when is this? Rias asked as the Devil King jumps, not thinking. Alright, it's now, so we better see a Juka come one, everyone. Surzex said as he teleports everyone to the underworld. POV change underworld as a red circle teleports everyone to the underworld. They see a fancy room full of high-ranking devils everywhere as Issei and the others appear out of the circle. And welcome to the Young Devils gathering. Last time we had one of these when we made peace with Odin. Surzex says, turning to the Dragon Emperor. Yeah? What is it? He asked. Put your sword away, you're putting people on guard. Surzex says as Issei panics to the amusement to everyone, but a sudden blue and purple blur appears, making everyone shocked by who arrived. Hello Issei, it's been a while, spoke a tall dragon with violet-like skin and curved horns. Hey Tannen, it's been a while, how have you been? What if that one blur was you then? Issei says as he turns around to see Tiamat hugging her son. Congrats Kai. I'm so proud you are finally getting acknowledged. Tiamat said as Kai was about to faint. Tiamat, I think you're killing him, Raynare spoke. As she broke the hug to Kai's spirit. Not again. Kaneko yelled as she grabbed the spirit and threw it back in Huss' body. Thanks. Kaneko. Kai says, making everyone laugh as he then starts to look around and see high-class devils everywhere. Are these people worth my time, though? I mean, they seem full of ego. Kai says with a smirk as they hear footsteps come near them but stop as someone says. By the dead god's name, you have to be him. Spoke a man with green hair and eyes with an emerald and gold fancy suit with a cloak, says as a man with a long beard and blue and white clothes walks behind him. Who else did you expect? Kai says with a smirk and pride as Issei then slaps him on the head, reminding him of his manners. Hey Ajuka, don't be a meanie, wait for me. Spoke Seraphal in her magic girl outfit, scaring Kai. Hey Issei, what's with the cosplay girl? Is that Ajuka's girlfriend or something? Kai asked, scaring Issei. That's Seraphal. Issei said, making Kai only be in shock at the Devil King's behavior, so he turned to Issei to ask again, and he only nodded as the truth was told. So Kai, you may not know me, but I was a friend of your father's and we have been waiting to know if he even had an heir. Ajuka said, making Kai form a fist. So how were you and him friends? Kai asked. Me, him and Surzex were all good friends in school, and as kings I thought of him as my brother, honestly. Ajuka says, then whispering to Kai. He was supposed to be the next Lucifer, but he said no to that. Which made Kai's eyes widen as Surzeka asked Kai to follow him. 1 hour later, as all the devils were laughing and talking, Surzex then appears. Hello all my fellow men, women and children of all alliances, we are here today for one reason. Long ago the House of Destruction lost its third family, but its heir has came into the light. Now may I reveal Kai Crimson Abaddon. Surzex says as Kai steps out in his dad's famous jacket. As soon as everyone heard the name of the house, they went in shock. Most even thought Kai wasn't in that house, as Lord Abaddon never had a devil wife. I am Kai Crimean Abaddon, son of Kai Abaddon Sr. and the Dragon King Tiamat. I have been lost in my own ways of life since Biartich, but when it came to my house I did not care for it until I knew who I would be. After all, as his only son I will bring his house back from the end of it all. Kai said, earning praise, but then. You liar. A noble said, making all turn to him. You can't be his son, you are just a boy who is greedy and a fool. The noble said, not willing to accept this news. I am no such this, and to lie about a family is yo lie about life, is it not? Kai said, suddenly teleporting next to the noble. After all we Abaddons fight for pride, not destroy it. The proud son of the Alliance, we see Kai right by the noble, and Issei, Surzex and other high-ranking warriors saw him move while others thought he teleported, as most know the speed as a fraction of his power. How did you? The noble asked before Kai put his hand on his shoulder. Well, you see, never mock my family. Kai said as he then backed up, getting everyone's attention as he then flared his power. Graham, come to me, sword of the Twin King. Kai spoke as he entered his Hakai Kane Oro form that was a Mark II, if you will do to the starts in his eyes and them still residential and blue, while He had angel and the marks of the infinite on his arms as a scale coat of power, silver, gold and black wrapped around him, making all be in shock, even Issei due to him seeing the form for the first time. What is this? The noble spoke as he began to pierce us in fear, while Graham suddenly appeared in Kai's hand wrapped in his own version of destruction and Choas. But everyone saw it as P.O.D., so they thought he was a Gremory, which Kai could tell by all the whispers. Let me say this and this once, this blade made all fear it, but only because of its user and maker, my father Lord Kai Abaddon from the Great War. However, he was the most feared king in hell for one reason, and it wasn't the sword. Kai said as he then rose his power to the point of his Samuel hybrid form became a shadow behind him. Picture Kai in front of the image, while all nobles see it and enter shock because they know who that is. Well, they think they do. How do you? It can't be. The noble spoke. One even knew it shouldn't be possible, but then he saw the dragon and Kai stood tall as they were afraid. First you people think I'm a grammary and now you finally see who my friend is. Din, well, not surprised you are fools. Kai spoke as the noble then tried to build up a blast of fire at Kai, but as soon as he fired his attack, Kai was no even moving and took it. Bang, an explosion of fire erupted while the noble just smiled. See, he was faking. Noble said until. Who is faking because it's rude to stop Sumio mocking you. Kai said from behind the noble without the jacket, and all he had was black wing type marks on his right arm and a silver aura around his left. How I couldn't see you? Surzex said, shocking everyone. Simple, I used my new power, I call it Angel Crest Promotion. An evolution of my original Hakai Kane Oro form but in a condescend bishop and knight version. Also wears his arm. Kai said to the Devil King. The noble noticed he lost his arm and all he could do was scream. Oh, calm down, it could be worse. Kai said as Surzex and Michael then saw his arms and they saw the mark of Samuel, shocking. The both. Well, farewell you fool. Kai said, taking a slash with Graham, and it was all he needed to cut the noble's head off, shocking every devil. So Surzex, you wanted to talk. Kai said as whispers began to be heard all around. He is strong. A few nobles spoke while others were saying that he should be in a forced marriage like Rias was for Riser, which Kai hears. There is no way I'm in an arranged marriage. I already have a mate and all I want is to fight and in love strong mates. Kai says, making Kaneko blush, which Kuroka saw and smirked as she yells to Kai, hey dragon boy, who's gonna be your queen? Kuroka says in a flirting tone as most of the devils get pissed, telling her to backle off and die, you stray cat. Those words making Kai get pissed. That is enough. First, if someone wants me as I said, I only like strong mates, so they must fight for me, but I wouldn't even care for people like you who insult my rook, and my queen will be my mate, and if any of you try anything, them die, because I am nothing like you high class but hats. Kai yells, shocking everyone as he then walks up to the stage with Issei smirking. Everyone sit back, this will be good. Issei says as he follows Kai up on stage, both with mics, confusing everyone. Okay everyone, now let's give a roar to the twin dragons of Calamity, Kai Crimson Abaddon and Issei Burn Hayadu. Burn is his dragon middle name. Azazel yells in joy knowing what's about to happen as a blue and red flame with silver appears on his left, and it's Kai with a crimson and silver guitar. And on his right is a red emerald and black fire, revealing Issei with his own guitar that matches his aura. Okay everyone, let me go first. After all, I came back from hell and the human world to be here, and I have to say I don't lie, so this song is how part of me feels. Issei says as he starts to sing Devil Doesn't Bargain by Alec Benjamin. He is still a little hurt but also happy from his year as a devil, so he will sing about half his devil life, which most people in the Gremory family noticed by his smile, and others cry as he was in pain but also happy to be with them. Sniff. Sniff. Issei Hayadu, everyone with his incredible singing give him a hand. Azazel yells, wiping away his tears, and everyone clapping as Kai then walks forward. This song is for my love, my mate, and my future queen. Kaneko, you help me get up, so this is for you. Kai says, making Kaneko go red as Issei walks down to her and pats her head. Kai sings Rewrite the Stars by Zac Efron and Zendaya while Kaneko takes a mic from Issei and walks up singing with Kai. It's up to you and it's up to me, no one can say what we get to be, why don't we rewrite the stars, maybe the world could be ours tonight. Kai sings as Kaneko starts to sing while walking towards him. You think it's easy, you think I don't want to run to you. Kaneko sings with her cat ears out and all shocked by her voice. While the two keep singing, Issei turns to see Rias shaking, and as soon as he looks at her hand it turns blue with a Norse mark, making Issei clench his fist as he whispers, "Demon, that god, he ruined her soul for a petty dream of Ragnarok Tish." Issei saws only for Timat and Kuroka to hear him while Raynare is talking with Asia and the others slong with dancing except for Raynare because she doesn't know how to until Irina helps her, making the two angel sisters of light and dark have fun. While Rias suddenly began to cry and she checked her cheek and saw it was a tear, but why? Until she heard a voice. "Fight him now, you beach of a devil. I gave you power, I can take it." Then voice says as Rias' eyes suddenly go from blue to blank. "We are bound to break and my hands are tied." Kaneko sings as they too finish the song, earring a cheer from all until S devil from the same family as the noble says. Wait, she's your queen, please, my daughters are far better than her in any way than a filthy sea. Before he could speak, Kuroka was near Hick along with Graham as Kai yelled. Thanks, Kuroka, and you to Graham, and as for you nobles, say one more thing and your daughters will be orphans. Kai yells as his dad says in his head. Wasn't that a little too far? He asked. No way, he deserved it. Kai responds until his dad face palms. No too far, using Graham, use your power to make him PSS his pants like a child, swords don't make Peel do that. Lord Abaddon says, making him and Kai laugh as Kai then grabs Graham and walks towards his mate and family. So how are you guys? Kai asked as everyone looks at him and Issei confused. What? They both say as all but Timat yell, since when could you sing like that? They yell as Timat laughs, saying you are just like your mother, making them all turn towards her. Then Drake appears on Issei's hand. Indeed, Timat, he is just like you, Drake says with a laugh. Wait, Drake, Timat can sing like that? Issei asked with everyone looking at the hand. Of course, her voice is her second best treasure. Drake says, making Timat blush. Demon it, you had your chance, D. Timat yells with a blush as Kai tries not to puke as Drake and his mom are close. Drake, I can kill you, I hope you know that. Issei says, twitching as Drake made his mom blush until her then turns to them both. 3 if you count Issei. What is wrong with you two? I mean, quite acting like horny kids. Kai yells, making Drake laugh. Well, to be fair, Kai, we were both strong and couldn't kill each other long ago, but we did mate, and he was good if he didn't only focus on his strength and instead give me a treasure like your dad did. Timat says, turning to Kai, because he was the treasure. Gross, mom, so gross. Kai says, then turning to Issei and Drake. And if this is true, lizard, I will kill you, so sleep with both eyes open. Kai says, making Issei back away as the two laugh nervously until Rias walks up to Kai. She says, cold as ice, which was weird for her. What, Rias? He asked as she then summoned POD and aimed it at Kai. You said you wanted to fight, so bring it on, boy. Rias says as she fire the blast at point blank. Sorry for leaving you all at this CLMX, but I couldn't help myself at the end of battle between the supernatural factions and the beast, Trihexa, up till that point, and died in the hope to weekend it or maybe just hurt it. A young brown god from the icy shadows first, I like to say before the story begins, from Rias shooting Kai with POD. I have to thank you all with for 6k reads, and this story has come so far, thank you all. Also go back to the original 5 or 6 chapters and you will know who I mean by icy shadow. As Rias placed her hand out with POD, Kai didn't even move and only let out his own destructive power to match her own as a silver and red aura with gold flared. As it looked like two gods were about to fight, no one dared to intervene until a blue-black emerald light glowed from 2 spots, stopping the power struggle of aura. How about you fight somewhere we all can see? After all, you made a deal, right? To the shock of everyone, the voice of Valis spoke as he walked towards Issei and Kai, while Issei stood from his relaxing position to a stern stance. I agree with Valis. After all, Raynare, you said you wanted to fight, but you agree that this should be Kai's fight, so maybe fight Aquino because it can help you both. Issei said, shocking the two fallen as he then turned his gaze to Valis. So why are you here? Third Liberation, Lucifer, huh? Issei said, making Valis become angered. Actually, I'm here for Kai, not you three. Valis said as he then turned away from Issei while summoning Fenrir, scaring him as Valis smirked. What, don't like the dog? Have heart, not a few holes. Valis said, making Issei mad. While everyone was confused what Valis meant by 3 besides Raynare and Kai knowing about Great Red. What do you want, white one? Kai asked angrily, not bothering to look at him. However, that changes when Valis lets out Albion and bows, making Kai turn to him and raise an eyebrow. We both are sorry by not just pure BLD or pride but our names as the Vanishing One and the Forgotten Lucifer W. Valis then starts to tear up, shocking Kuroka, and all because he never cries. We both are so sorry. I can't blame Rizavine, but I can only blame myself. I was weak, and I still am, so I let walk over and made me do the same to you as he did to me just so my mother could live. I am him. Valis then starts crying to the point he can't speak, but Kai understands him as Albion then speaks. Young Abaddon, please accept our apologize because we would never do this to a fellow dragon or Satan of pride. Albion said as Kai then turns to Valis and Albion as Issei's right palm goes red and gold as Great Red talks through a mental link. Issei, can you hear me? The voice of Great Red spoke, shocking Issei. Oh hey Red, how have you been besides sleeping? Issei mentally asked his dragon. I wasn't sleeping. Okay, I was sleeping in Kyoto after that spell, then I was fixing your body and I found some things for you AMD Drake. Great Red spoke, confusing Issei and getting his attention. Okay, what is it? Issei asked with urgency. You see, first after your dragon transformation happened, your evil dragon part became more of a Zenkai, so to speak, boosting all defense properties you have, and after healing making you offensively stronger, but the negative emotions you have is building up to a Dragonfall version I would call it Dragon's End, Great Red said, shocking Issei and making his BLD run cold. You see, Issei, it is building up your power and anger into a bomb-like form, but it slowly caused the seals of my power to cause pain in you till it reaches the king piece in you. That is why you let out a large amount of power during the Kyoto fight, because if it wasn't for the Dragon's End you would have already unlocked the promotions, but now you have two still locked. Red said, making Issei sigh as he took in the news. Okay, what else? He mentally asked his dragon. Well, for the second thing I noticed in your memories you fought Loki, but I found something. You and the Gremory girl were the only two who heard the words of Loki because G cursed you both. You were forced into Juggernaut Drive and marked with anger or sorrow if you lived. Great Red said as Issei clenched his fisted with anger, starting to have BLD spill from it as he asked with rage, what did he do to Rias? Issei asks as Red goes silent, having Drake speak. Partner, I think you already know, after all she did love you, and to change so fast and to have a mark of the Norse on her hand can only mean one thing. Drake says as Issei tears up, cutting off the link with the dragons as he think to himself, this is my fault because I might have lost her. Issei thinks as he notices Surzex and Azazel in front of him. Issei, what's wrong? We've been trying to talk to you for a couple minutes now. Puff change while Issei talked to the dragons. We are both sorry, Kai. Albion says as Kai walks towards Valley, ignoring Rias. Hey, we have a fight, don't we? So don't walk away. Rias says in a cold voice, but Kai ignores it as he stands in front of Vale and Albion. Vale, listen to me, I understand you had no choice in the matter because young Satans at the time, which for you is when you were a kid, would be no match for the originals even with Albion. Kai says as he calms his aura and puts a hand on Vale's shoulder. It takes honor and true power to accept the wrongs you did, but I don't fully forgive you yet because I am still confused on why you were after my father in the first place. Kai says, making Valis stand up as they hear footsteps and turn to see Lord Ajuka Beelzebub along with Surzex, Azazel, Michael, Seraphal, Odin and Yakasen walk towards them with a box that has dust and chains on it, which Tiamat seems to know what it is as she walks towards them, asking Tannen to follow. Why do you want me with you, Tiamat? This seems like something just for the Alliance heads and your son. Tannen asked as he way confused by her actions. Well, your nephew is getting a box that the first Lucifer took away after the war before Surzex went into power. It's his father's chess set that only can be given to and a Baden House member, unlike other pieces due to the power from the or amount of potential the pieces give. Along with a will to half my dragon treasure and all his father's, including one thing that the first Red Dragon Emperor tried helping him with as soon as the war ended. Tiamat said, getting Tannen's attention. Okay, so what did the first host of Drake help him with? Tannen asked with Tiamat smiling near 1 foot away from the leaders. Dragon fruit, silly. Before he met me, he wanted to see if it could be used to make dragon weapons out of its juices, but after we started dating 200 years later, maybe closer to 250, he found out it was good food for dragons, and at times it even heals them along with a full energy boost, but it varies. Tiamat said as Tannen stopped walking and began to glow a white and violet light as he shrank, and as the light died down it showed Tannen in a human form. Damn it, if you're right about this, I'm going to be in my human form for a while. Tannen says, shocking Tiamat because she has never seen his human form before. Okay, I swear you almost look like Viteria or Crumcrunch, man. Why do you three always look alike? Tiamat said, making Tannen laugh as they walk next to the powers. So Kai, how are you? Ajuka asked. Fine, Lord Ajuka. Kai says as Ajuka stops him. Please call me uncle. Me and your father have been in contact all the way until the last month or two before his death. Ajuka says, making Kai release his power and punched Ajuka in the stomach, making the king fall forward on his knees, shocking all the leaders and all who saw it. If you were such close friends then, uncle, where were you when I was alone and he died, huh? Kai says, pissed, put, then giving Ajuka a hug as he began to tear up, saying, I'm so glad I actually have people in hell to think of as family. Kai says as Ajuka hugs him back with a smile as Surzex and other high-ups including the Gremory family is in hearing reach. So Kai, may I ask, why did your father turn down the name Luficer? Surzex asks, making Ajuka break the hug and all high-ranking figures be shocked, even Tiamat, due to her not knowing about the secret. He gave up the title for me and my mother. After all, he loved her and thought you would be a better leader. Kai says as his father confirms that Fdom his link. Now that's something, right, Michael? Azazel asks with joy as Michael just is silent. However, Rias walks up to Kai. We have a fight, remember? The Gremory says, making Kai clench his fist as he looked at Issei. Fine, we will have a raiding game arena, got it. Surzex, can you do that in 10 minutes? Me and Raynare versus Rias and Aquino. Kai asked as Surzex confirms that as he looks at Issei. Asia, can you wait for me? Azazel and Issei. As for the rest of you, you can go to the stands as the four go towards the magic circle in Tannen's land, if that's alright. Surzex asked his queen and Tannen as they both agree to the idea by setting up the circle, and everyone then leaves through the circle while Issei, Surzex and Azazel is all who are left. Back to current time, here we see a plain landscape, the same place they fought Loki. And the red and blue glow appears with Kai and Raynare on one side and Rias and Aquino on the other, each team with one fine tear as magic spheres are in the sky showing the fight all around the supernatural. Are you ready? Raynare, Wanchan, after all I don't want my sister hurt. Kai says as a pink and black cyclone flame aura covers Raynare, shocking Kai not knowing she had so much power. Please, I can take both of them on, but I'll be nice. If you don't get in my way, I will fight Aquino. After all, she might have been a queen longer than me, but I've been a fallen longer. Raynare says as Kai then smiles at Huss' sister in arms power until chop. Raynare hits him in the head before the fight as Raynare then calms her power after the chop to Kai's head. What the hell was that for? As Kai yells as Raynare gets pissed with everyone who watches laughing. You forgot your king piece. Raynare said as Kai panicked, making his mother and other Dragon Kings sigh and laugh as he is just like Drake, Tiamat, and Lord Kai Abaddon. Hey kiddo, you forgot this. A familiar voice yells as Kai looks up to see Issei outside a dragon rift with both Kais and his chest set as he drops UT below Kai. Thanks, sensei, and what are you doing here? Kai said with a chuckle. He is here to cheer us all on, right? Aquino says as Issei turns to her. Yeah, I am Aquino, but mostly for Kai since her is my student and like a son to me, besides that I will cheer the rest of you on. Issei winking to Raynare and tapping Kai with his left hand, making Kai jolt as he hears a voice in his head. Young Kai, make the fight last as long as you can and overpower her. Issei and Drake and I have a plan. The voice of power from Great Red spoke, scaring Kai and making Ophis speak. But Kai, Red, what do you want? He is my partner, you fool. Ophis scaring the dragon god, but he is more annoyed. Ophis is still the same. No, you fool. Ophis, listen, Rizavine is after you. The games are a trap. After all, Kai can sense your body and energy, but he needs to drag this fight out. Great Red earning attention from both Samuel and Kai Abaddon. And what would that be? Red? Samuel said, being the middle ground of the two dragons, not liking or hating either of them. Iowa would like to know, and don't lie to me, dragon god, apocalypse, domination and dreams. Kai Abaddon said, entering Hakai Oro in the mindscape as his son took in the king piece, setting off alarms in the link of father and son. Okay, I'll listen to you only because my son has his piece and his beer right back. Lord Abaddon spoke still in Hakai Oro while his son entered Hakai Kane Oro King version as the angel crest glowed on his arm and his dragon tail came out with a violet and gold glow, and last his other arm was covered in destruction and dragon fire merged in a silver aura as the shined like a spark on his left arm with black, blue and red auras making a silver glow condense AMD wrap around his arm. However, his jacket is the same he was wearing but longer, like flames falling down it and devil wings spiking out back, a total of 8, along with dragon claw like scales for shoulder blades and devil energy as elbow like horns on his arms as his pendant of Abaddon showed the crest of his house glowing silver AMD red. And his hair was red and black with a gold glow from his father, and his eyes are like this one is red for the pupils and black gold with stars for the infant, as the other is blue black silver for his mother with stars as well. That is thanks to Ophis, and the jacket is open showing a dragon and cat shirt that turns to a pitch black AMD violet shirt for his own dragon name. As power explodes shocking all but Issei. These are Kai's pieces, my partner drew them, thanks DD. Anyway, Kai has a total of 13 mutation pieces including Dragon Devil and yes 5% Holy King piece and the same for the mutated Queen while the rest are just Dragon Devil pieces. It follows 1 Rook 1 Bishop 1 Knight normal the Othi 3 mutated and all pawns mutated. Kai is that you? Raynare asks as Issei then was from calm to shocked by his looks and new form. As Kai they smiles at Rias and shoots a thumbs up at Issei and Raynare as the people in the link see and hear everything. Yeah, it's me and Red Office, both of you calm down, I get it now, right Rias? Kai says letting out his power as Rias's hand shows a Norse mark that shakes. You all want to know who I am, huh? I am the dragon who was lost from this world and devil who was the last of his family, not just his kind. My soul is a merge of that which is my hope, power and gift of my family, mother, father and mentor, because I am the soul warrior king of Abaddon and Ziz. Kai shouts, showing his power, making a shockwave so strong it's like all the dragon kings are roaring for a fight. Good luck and kick us. Issei says as he flies away towards one of the mountain pillars of his training days with Tannen. Balance break. Rias says as she lets out all of her POD that can be used without emotion, and a red dragon-type armor forms Oswell from a shard. False Welsh POD balance breaker. As the aura of the false balance breaker lets out, it clashes with Kai's almost evenly due to it being a fake of Drake versus the real BLD of a dragon and devil that could kill Surzex. Let's fight over there. Raynare says, pointing to a landscape more full of pillars than rocky ground. Why is that? Aquino asked, confused at the sudden wish to move. Do you really want to fight right next to 2 Dragom and POD powers? No, plus we are fallen, so unlike you spineless fool I accept my wrongs and try to make them right instead of being someone who is into S&M and hides her wings. Raynare mocks as she flies away with 6 wings, 3 fallen and 3 rows like dragon wing that match her aura. Okay, you pissed me off, you thorny crow beach teach. Aquino says as she then flies with both her devil and fallen wings after Raynare into the pillars. Okay, we will start with the Raynare and Aquino fight and then Rias and Kai. What's the matter, can't keep up, little hybrid? Raynare said, pissing Aquino off, leading her into one of the pillars at last second as her rage blinded her. Aquino then gets out of the pillar and flies at Raynare. You think I can't do SHT, then here, eat this. Aquino yells, blasting her thunder in 2 waves from both hands. OSHT Raynare tries to dodge it, they bounce of each other at follow her, thus she uses her dragon wings and devil wings to block the first blast of lightning while transferring light energy outside the wings they use as a reflective surface to shoot at the far behind Aquino. As the first wave bounces off, Raynare gets hit directly with the second wave and Aquino flies right to her as a puff of smoke appears from lightning blast. Seems I can do some. Before she could finish, she felt a large amount of dragon and holy energy build up in one source. How you? Raynare yells as she charges at Aquino. This OS what her hand is covered in. I call this Wrath's flaming claw, Raynare shouts as she cuts Aquino's chest and left arm as it flames turn into daggers that merge into her fingers like a claw. Then Aquino floats a few steps back. Was that all you got? It was ugh. Aquino then feels large amounts of pain in her whole body. You see, that move was 3 wave strike. The first was wrath, the sin of devil energy and holy energy of the gods that made it a sin. After all, I am a fallen, so used my light spears for it. Next I merged my flames to match wrath's burning anger and torment into a artifice fallen dragon and small amounts of devil power to pierce any spell or warrior. Raynare explained, making all watching the game in shock by the power of Issei's queen, let alone her still being a fallen. You forget. I have been a queen longer than you, so I know defense and magic. Aquino says as a Gremory mark appeared on Raynare, giving a large thunder shock and magic transfer. See, I made one of those thunderbolts a trap that gives me some of your magic. In exchange you take more holy pain, and some pain you gave me, but I needed to get hit at least once. Aquino says as Raynare gets a cut on her face. Okay, I have to accept this is a good fight, but you forgot on thing. Raynare says as she closes her eyes. Oh yeah, and what's that era, don't tell me you give up. Aquino teased. No, just this. Raynare then uses 2 magic circles, 1 fallen and 1 dragon in each hand, thus Aquino starts to build up lightning to counter anything, but that was what Raynare wanted. Eat this flame javelin, Raynare yells as she merged both circles to make a flaming spear of light to stab Aquino, knocking out but not killing her. amazing everyone by seeing how strong both fallen are. POV change Kai and Rias. We see both kings at a standstill waiting for the other to move as we only hear the wind until a pebble moves and then the two rush at each other head put and collide with each other. Picture Frisia as Rias and Kai being Goku as how I described. Best pick found. The two fight punch to kick both even, but then as Rias tried throwing a destructive right hook, Kai dodged down through her back with his dragon tail as he then charges after her as she planted her feet in the ground as Kai used his dragon's charge and then pulled out his dragon wings to summon his dragon devil wings. The offensive version covers in aura as they formed, making Rias fly a few feet back when she tried to stop it, but she still fired APOD dragon at Kai, which he then used his dragon power and destructive power to blast the dragon into the ground and launch him in the air, launching a dragon sphere of red and blue with gold AMD black cracks in the three colors. Eat this king's beast, Kai yells as he launches the sphere, and it turned into a dragon with a gold and violet body like Kai and the wing red and blue with black claws for his parents and Ophis. Rias took the hit head-on, but not before she built up a Giga Star and launched it around the dragon, shocking Kai as the sphere was gaining frozen spikes, which he easily broke off, but him and Rias both got hit by the other's blast head-on. Demon, this kid is powerful. Surzex said, now seeing why his family was the tied for Lucifer with him. However, near Surzex, Odin the All-Father was focused on the Gremory as well as the boy due to the Norse mark on her left hand and ice magic in her POD sphere, which isn't her magic at all. Ice is Citri Y Sona and her team who was there saw and was shocked, but as it went on, Issei was looking from above and sensed something strange. What the hell? Drake, call Albion and Vale. I sense someone and I think us dragons should do this. Tell him to bring the dragon-eating dog. Issei says as Drake does as told. While he does that, Issei says, so you finally show up. Mischief god. Issei says until a magic circle appears near him of two different kinds. One we see a Norse circle of Lady Rosviavsa and she seems worried, while the other circle is that of the original Lucifer family, only to see Vale and Fenrir who looked confused. Hayadu, what do you need? If Drake says it's important, then it is. Vale and Albion yell in shock, while then seeing the Valkyrie, and Issei tells them to listen, she has the news. Thank you, Issei. Now first, hello both dragons. As you already know, I am the Valkyrie Rosviavsa and we need to go to Rias Gremory because Loki is free and took someone over by giving them power. Rosviavsa says, shocking Vale, but not Issei, who seems calm, but his black and red eye burst like flame, letting him see Rias from far away as the marks appear on his neck and shoulder again. Loki cursed me and Rias when we beat him, but I was cursed to activate Juggernaut Drive early with his catalyst and curse of my past first month as a devil, and for Rias was her guilt of reincarnating me without asking because she knew I would help, but she back then was afraid because she thought her house came before her, and ever since I helped her she felt guilty but also loved me, and Loki cursed both those factors, changing her almost completely, and it was only thanks yo great Red and Drake. Looking through my memories I found out the truth. Issei says as he starts to tear up, earning silence from the two and Fenrir until a large explosion is heard. POV back with Kai. Sorry Rias, but I'm winning this FTET, all I have my family to fight for. Kai says as Rias cries in the armor and talks. I want to win for Issei so I can make things right and apologize instead of being his killer. I can try to at least apologize, but I can't even do that or say I love him because I can't control my own DMN body. Rias says, making Kai stop as the Norse mark glows and shatters as Loki appears. You foolish girl, I told you to do as I say, but a simple spell can't make you or the red dragon obey. For Odin's sake, you all are useless. Loki says as he then grabs Rias and smiles. However, you can still be useful in a sense. He says by summoning frost giants on the battlefield and taking off Rias's helmet until boost rang out from above. Hey Loki, leave my Rias alone. Issei yelled as he threw a left hook but missed due to Loki using Rias as shield. Nice try, dragon. I figured you knew of my spell, so I will take her as mine since you both failed at killing everything. Loki says, taking Fenrir as well with a old curse he put on the dog, and he teleports TK Asgard, but not before Rias opens her eyes with tears saying, I'm sorry, I love you. Rias says before she teleports away with Fenrir and Loki. Rias. Issei yells as the marks grow with rage. Downfall of Loki. Point 1 boost. Nothing boost will be safe from domination. Here we see Issei and Kai standing speechless at Loki's sudden appearance as Vale and Rosviavsa fly down with Akino and Raynare, knowing they were too late to catch Loki or Rias. "Sensei, are you okay?" Kai asked as he then felt two hands stop him, and as he looks back he sees Akino and Vale with fear in their eyes as a magic circle opens behind them, summoning the rest of Team Rias and all of Team Sona and Team Finex, even Ravel along with the leaders and Timat and Tannen. "Kai, don't move. Issei-san, go ahead," Akino said before she passed out due to her injuries, as Issei then began to glow red and black with emerald cracks as all the leaders put a barrier around everyone but Issei so he could let out his rage. "Ah, twin dragon of domination's life," Issei roars as his left arm glows as starts to shine red as a spirit glows right next to Issei as Issei starts becoming his humoid dragon form. The red glow now in human form. "Hang in there, brother." The mysterious man in red spoke, shocking Timat, Tannen and Albion as everyone else had no clue who he was. But then the man began to speak. "You are Issei Haida, the man who broke and beat Riser Phonix only in a short time after being a devil and using our power. You would have stopped Kokabel without the balance breaker if Vale and Albion didn't show up to stop us. You used Juggernaut Drive and lived unlike my past host. Damn it, brother, you tamed Juggernaut Drive's rage and awakened my know our true power. Come, Issei, you can break the dragon's end curse before it becomes the fall, because you are an evil dragon of emotion, but that is only very little due to the heart you have of Welsh and a god between me MD Red. The real power is you. And what I say is true, you are the only red dragon emperor who treated me right. Who treated me like brother and mean that, or my name isn't Drake, the heavenly dragon domination." The figure now known as Drake says with a tear rolling down his cheek as everyone else, even Kai, is shocked the dragon of domination is free from God's seal as Albion then ate bars with wings glowing. "Drake, how the hell are you free?" Albion asked in shock, but Drake said nothing as he tried helping Issei through the transformation. "This is my fault, I let her own." Issei roars as the black veins burn. "Thank you, Issei, for saving me. Poor thing, you gave an arm for me." Issei thinks back as he then realized all he did for her made her happy as the black veins calm down as he transforms through the fire. "I will fight for her. Raynare was my first, but Rias healed my heart, and that God tried breaking us for that he'll know the pain that a dragon and team a king along with a for me pawn but eternal family member of Gremory can do." Issei says, earring smiles from Team Rias making Gasper and Asia cry seeing the old Issei back. While Raynare thinks, "I don't care if I love Issei, he can have more than one mate, but that God playing games will pay for hurting us all." Issei then gets surrounded in the flames as he thinks of the calm and hope of his past. "Thank you, if it wasn't for you I would be lost, but instead I have a family." He thinks back to Asia. "Thank you, because of you I can accept myself as the daughter of a fallen angel and a reincarnated devil. Thank you, Issei." He thinks back to Akino and her relationship being healed. "I would like to be your bishop one day." "Sure thing, Ravel. These cakes are so good. Of course I made them, it wasn't like I was up this morning or anything." Issei thinks back to training Riser and helping Ravel not worry about him. Picture this, just think it's Issei with a black, red and emerald aura with sliver and cracks breaking the ground around him. "I will always have your back, Issei." Kiba says as he remembers the day after they beat Freed, "Will you take me with you and Asia when you leave?" Of course, Zenobia. Issei's arms then start to change into black and crimson scales as his shoulders go pitch black and start forming spiked horns on each shoulder with gold and red crack like Linem as the rest of it is black like his Yuma gear. "Issei, we were childhood friends and we've known each other since we were kids. Good to see you again, Amen." Issei thinks back to Irina, then his elbows glow gold as spike and curved claw like horns form on his elbows, pure gold with a blue shine to it, mocking Albion and Valley. Then the rest of his arms have crimson red with some black scales in his palms and sharp black nails, but besides that up to his elbows and to his hands they crimson like Drake and Rias, and the fire in his soul as then emerald veins AMD scale lining form from hands to shoulders showing his emerald light as the red dragon. Emperor. Not bad, kid, see ya next time. Issei thinks back to his first few times meeting Azazel playing games. Please save Rias, little brother. He remembers Surzex and Grafia and their smiles with Milicus. Take care son. Issei remembers his parents of Gremory and Hyde making him smile. Hang in there big brother. He recalled Gasper and She Growth. Thanks number nuts. Thank you sensei. See ya Drake. He remembers everyone call to him and Drake as his legs and chest form black and red scales from head to toe with crimson and emerald crack lining showing the volcano power he is as a gold core of fire soul is chest but instead of a scar of where he was stabbed or hurt it's a glow of his hope AMD new world. As the fire dies down Kai was the first to see what Issei became and the power woke up Akino who was healed by Asia. As Teachar dust settle everyone else was able to see the Issei they remember and the new one as if they merged and became one and the dragon form proves it. Issei is that you little brother? Surzex asked as everyone wondered the same but then Valley and Kai ran towards him. Hell yeah it is I no rival anywhere. Valis said ready to fight. Yell that's my sensei and brother. Kai said making the dragon turn to look at them with Drake next to him. Hey kid glad to see you and Valley aren't scared. Issei said in a draconic voice making everyone smile. Blazing storm. Issei whispers clapping his wings making flames and a whirlwind right at the Loki's frost giants where all the ons that showed up got destroyed in an instant while more came through the circle along with a few copies of the Midgard serpent while the real one, as we know, is dead thanks to Sarorg. How the hell do they have copies of that thing? Zenobia asked confused because she remembered it took Sarorg to kill it while Akino's lightning didn't do anything besides knock it unconscious. Akino didn't sorry or kill it. Kiba asked. With the falling nodding as Kiba pulled out his sword of betrayer but then Issei's right hand glowed. What is it red? Draconic Issei spoke shocking all but Raynare Kai and Valley. Issei those serpents are fake they having using the real one and Norse magic to clone it however I feel the real one arriving soon. Great spoke along shocking all as a magic circle showed and summoned a serpent twice as big as the other two. Okay I have a plan. Riser you and your team help half Team Gremory with the frost giants the other will be with Raynare and Sona Saji and Tsubaki taking care of the serpent us dragons will go after Loki. Issei said making everyone hype until. Excuse me but Issei may I join you? Rasviavsa asked as Issei didn't look at her and only focused on a magic rift. Sorry but no we need you here to help with both Gantz and Snake same with Kuroka plus you helped and cared for us all a few times so I think you're already a Gremory Rasviavsa making her go red until Issei looked down at her Biri giving him a smile as she just ran toward Akino making everyone know that Issei the cold and serious one and the old one that cared for others like family were one and the same now. Hey it was just joke Rasviavsa come on I didn't mean RO look at your tip sigh. Issei was now tired of joking and ready to go. Hey Drake do mind giving me an arm brother? Issei said making Drake understand what he needed. Sure thing. Drake said as he began to glow residential and emerald as Aichi spoke. We are the dragons of dominations who broke free solitude and wrongdoing. We rise for own goals and dream as our power is infinite like our bond as brothers. Welsh Dragon Boost Gear. Drake let out as he glowed and transferred to Issei's arm. Picture the gear at the fourth liberation to the elbow like it has in the rest of the story however scales of Issei and Drake combined take the place of the fingers/claws and some of the forearm. Oi Valley, Kai grab onto my shoulders unlike the rift this will be like a teleportation so to speak after all when me Drake first used balance breaker it was for her and it's now linked so we can find her. Issei said making Valley walk up not saying anything but Kai ran up not wasting time saying, I will do anything for cousin the god will pay for making her become like one of the purest monsters. Kai said making Issei understand but before they left he remembers something. Hey Ravel come her for a second. Issei said shocking everyone especially the young Phoenix as she walked over to him. Yes Issei what is it? Ravel asked as he pulled out a bishop piece shocking all present besides the leaders and Kiba because almost all of them didn't know he was a king. Take this and think wish will you be devil and dragon walking in the shadows or a fallen/angel dragon in the light or maybe a Phoenix dragon making your own light by the name of your own meaning as long as you fight and try best in life and anything by name of you and Issei Hayadu will you be my bishop? He asked with Ravel smiling and yelling, yes I will, and as she said that the piece merged with her and she had 4 wing gold and red dragon wing SND gold and black Phoenix wings. Also you can merge them to make solid dragon wings wrapped in eternal fire. Issei said making Ravel smile. Okay let's go you two. Issei then began trying to feel Rias' presence until he felt his own power at the shard, which is where he needed to go, as he put his hand out making a circle and the other hand 2 fingers on the head. Flame bon tirthes son Issei roared as him Kai and Valet instantly vanished. Yes, instant transmission reference, you will know why very soon. Okay, now that they're gone, let's make sure these fools got nothing to worry about, right everyone? Kiba asked as everyone smirked and they charged. Riser and Gasper stayed close by. They fought well against many frost gainst. With Gasper's new strength and gear, he broke many down to nothing, while Riser wrapped each part of his body. He attacked within his flames, striking each one clear through like a hot knife through butter. You're not bad, vampire, Riser said, both back to back. Same with you, Riser, Gasper replied as more Gants ran at them. A twin wave of energy hit them like a hurricane. Some even got broken in half. What was that? They both thought as they see a crater from the impact and shockwaves that broke the Gants, and in it were Kaneko and Kuroka. Hey boys, you might want to move it, our turn to play Naya, Kuroka said as a small number of light swords broke the Gants as Irina landed next to their kittens. Okay, we sold, run. The two thought as they felt hot in the cold battlefield of ice. Gants AMD looked up to see Ravel building up a supernova, and then the two looked at each other. Run, they said as Riser flew and Gapser became bat to fly away. Eat this, you overgrown ice cubes, eternal supernova, Ravel yelled, launching a sphere of true fire at the magic circle where the giants kept coming from. One giant said as the supernova exploded, making shockwave, destroying half RHE giants on the 5 girls side of the battlefield. POV other side of the battlefield with 1k frost giants and 3 serpents. Sword Beard Kiba yelled, making a large storm of swords come from the ground, breaking the giants. Why stop there, Kiba? He this twin dark flames, Saji yelled, summoning his absorption lines covered in fire, breaking through about 100 giants. That's 50 more than 2, Kiba, Saji let out as Kiba points at his sword of fire and wind near the center by 50 frost giant skulls and puddles. Let's say a ties, after all we have a serpent to kill, Kiba said as Saji nodded in agreement. Durandal, let's show them our power, Zenobia said as she made a slash of pure energy at one of serpents, actually cutting 1/3 of it apart, but it was only the tail. Nice hit, Zenobia, Gasper said as he and Riser appeared to take her place against the beast. Yes, Knight of Rias, that was incredible, but your friends want you over there, mainly the angel, Riser said, pointing to the place where the just came from, as Zenobia then ran told speed to her friend. POV say, Vale, Kaio Hayudu, how long will it take for us to get there? Seriously, Vale asked Issei, annoyed at Loki's actions, and he wants to get his dog back. Be patent white one, seriously, we will let you take on Loki or Fenrir or his crannies as long as we fight who we want and we save my cousin, got it? Kesai told Vale, letting out some of his power. Same for Vale, but Issei burst his power put as he returned to his human form with his black jacket and half-torn red dragon and silver angel wings designed black shirt, but now it only showed half the wings and half the dragon. Calm down, you two, if we let out too much power this spell will break and we will be lost wherever we are now. After all, this spell is still in its testing phases. My plan was to use it for a power I felt every time I used my rift spell. I think I found someone stronger than a dragon king, Issei said, shocking Kai AMD Vale, because the only being that's strong are ultimate class devils at the highest name and dragons themselves. Okay, we are almost here. I feel my and Drake's power about 2 minutes away, not counting defense spells blocking us. Sai, I need to find a way around those when I finish this spell, Issei said, tired as they start to see Asgard. So that's why it's taking so long. Loki put a berry around the universe tree connecting the 9 realms so he can buy some time, huh? Not bad, Issei said, impressed by Loki's barrier. Even if a coward made it. Move, Hayadu, I'll destroy the barrier, Valis said as he summoned the dividing gear, and Issei opened his flame barrier so he could leave. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker, Albion let out as Vala entered the balance breaker, starting to divide the barrier. Hey sensei, why are we in a barrier? Kai asked as he itched his head with his hand. Well, the barrier is a prototype and it's still in beta, so nothing's instant unlike what it should be, because now we are taking a few minutes rather than less than one, Issei said as Kai turned his hand into his dragon one to itch his head. And due to it being a beta, it will take a few weeks to months to perfect it, so it's more like a barrier people use to travel in the dimensional gap. Stop that, Issei said, hitting Kai in the head. Sorry, my scales make me itchy here more some reason. Kai said confused. We passed the gap, so your Ophis and Samuel kicked in by wanting to be free, and they finally are. Well, Samuel kinda Ophis, half of her is in you, right? Issei said, talking to Kai. Yeah, give me a sec. Kai closes his eye to feel his mental link, and he only sees his father and Samuel, so he goes to ask them, hey guys, where is Ophis? Kai asked Samuel, and his father's son Ophis left. She was here while she was asleep for the first time in millennium due to your heart calming her, but if you need her or she needs you, that is what the link is for. Lord Abaddon spoke. Thanks, Dad. Kai said as he opened his eyes and saw Valley shrinking the barrier to nothing. Okay, it's gone, we esti ready to go. Valis said, heading back in the barrier with Issei and Kai. Here come Rias, here we come. Issei thinks he sees Asgard ahead of him. POV Loki. While all this goes on here, we see a large space in Asgard like you would use in a play or a wedding, empty with no one there, as most of Asgard left to the underworld for peace. But then we see Loki's Norse circle in the room, and he walks in and throws Rias to the ground and throws Fenrir in caged box. Damn it, dog, hold still. Loki says as he puts a collar on Fenrir, but he then grows back to his full size, breaking the cage. See, now you can be big or small, but if you disobey. Loki says as the collar then shocks Fenrir, making him whimper as Loki stops the collar. Now you know also your pup's live one just has a scar, that's all for mistakes, they are strong. Loki says, making Rias get up and punch him, but it does nothing. Let me go in the dog. Rias says, tired as the armor drains her, but the Loki grabs her. Oh, and I Gremory, I will keep you because one, I wouldn't mind a destructive kin, and second. Loki says, using magic to rib out the shard in Rias, but still connecting her magic to it. You will power this clone to fight the red dragon. Loki says as a clone of the old Issei is born from the shard and Rias locked in cuffs. See later, foolish girl. Loki says as he opens a portal to the skies of Asgard while placing Rias in an ice cage. Clone, make sure the red dragon dies and take her power till she dies as well. Loki says as the clone Issei walks through with Rias as they hear a boom. Well. It's a surprise that you're here, dragons. Loki said, turning around to see Issei, Kai and Valley. Damn it, Loki, where is Rias? Issei said, letting out his power. How about you look up? Loki said as Issei then looked up and saw himself linked to Rias, making his BLD burn. Partner, go kick that fakes, but then the sorry excuse of gods. Great Red said, fooling Issei. Brother, we are the three flames of domination, show that fake what real power is. Drake let out with pride as Issei went glowed red. Take my arm in exchange for that power so I can save her. Issei thought back to his deal with Drake and his first time using balance breaker. Tisich. This fake isn't worth the real balance breaker of domination just yet. Red ready. Issei asked his dragon with a smirk as the Yuma soul appeared. Domination's beginning and soul broken. Yuma soul over booster. Creeping dusk balance breaker. Issei and Great Red rang out into similar armor as the Welsh balance breaker. The creeping dusk balance breaker, or dusk balance breaker for short. Also, instead of dragon wings, it has 4 wings, 1 fallen angel, 1 dragon and 2 devil in response to his past and his name as the dragon god emperor of soul, resolve and fortitude. Then Issei flies toward the sky to save Rias and kill the shard of his own sin. Well, now that he is gone, let's. Before Loki could finish, he was punched by both Valley and Kai, launching through the building. How, what was that, god? I didn't hear it over our power. Kia said as him and Valley fist bump. Stay on guard, Kai, but nice punch. Valley says as he enters balance breaker and Kai Hakai Kane Oro soul warrior king with both his hands entering his violet dragon state. Let's get serious, Loki. Valley said as Kai watched towards the dogs. Hey Valley, is this Fenrir? Kai says as he walks toward him only to be knocked back. As Fenrir and pups went wild. Good matza. Loki said, building up his power. You will pay, Loki. Valis said, bursting out his power past its limits to only turn off balance breaker. What the hell? Vanishing dragon divine dividing forth liberation. Albion spoke as the wings now has more gold and 10 feathers instead of 8. You will pay, Loki. Valley roared, letting out power as he let out his devil wings and spoke. Note this chant will be similar to Valis Overdrive, but this is his new drive like Yang to that Een so to speak, because now he has his team, Azazel and Kai and Issei as family and rivals, not to mention Albion who has had his, so this will be the beginning of his rebirth. Albion, I never thanked you for what you have done for me have. Valet asked as Albion was shocked by Valet but listened to him. Well, I'm sorry and thank you if it wasn't for you and Ophis, not to mention my new family with Arthur and Biko. Hell, even Kuroka I would have given up a long time ago, especially if Azazel didn't have my back too, so now I will show this false god the power of a dragon of supremacy and rebirth. Valet I let as Albion felt pride in Valet. Alright my partner, let's show this fool what the white dragon can do when he surpassed his limited. Albion let out as Valet glowed blue and white as Albion helped Valet with his new chant. I who shall awaken, the white dragon emperor lost in the pits of despair. I shall rid myself of death that brings the name Lucifer, as I rise from shadows to surpass the skies of domination, while the infant shall be free and my dream will surpass a legend of supremacy. White Dragon Lucifer Juggernaut Rebirth Drive. The TWO roared as Vala's new armor showed from the light. The Rebirth Drive as his Devil Wings Colo merges with the armor and the white and blue color of Valet and Albion becomes a silver flame for wings and spiked shoulders to use power beyond the two's limits. Kai, get back, fight the dogs and keep Fenrir alive please, Loki is mine. Valet said as Kai was stunned seeing the white dragon's new power. Got it, come on dogs, follow me. Kai says as he kicks the dogs back with his tail and leads them away. Now it's time to die, Loki. Valet said as he rushed at the god at speeda. He couldn't track as Valet kicked Loki back. Demon, you white dragon, fine, I will go all out. Loki says as he rushes at Valet, landing a clear punch to the face and then to the gut, but Valet blocked the gut punch with his knee and the two began trading blows evenly. Each punch would be block-led or countered by ice or magic circles. They kept going till most of the area they were at was turned to ruin. Eat this, white one. This will be your end. Loki yells, firing a storm of ice and energy magic all at Valet. However, he didn't dodge, instead he held one hand out. No, Loki, it is your end. Dividing reflection. Valet and Albion roared as their own attacks along with the copies of Loki's fired, and each one as it passed Loki or hit another blast of magic. Loki heard a crack, and as he looked he saw the skies had cracks with what looked a dragon watching him, as Valet then built up all his power and put both his arms crossed with 10 crikles in each, and 5 dragon and 5 Lucifer as he spoke. This is your end, god. Dimensional soaring collapse, he roared as the dragon from the cracks in the sky along with magic became a barrier around Loki, compressing around him as the dragon soared in the sky with Loki, and then with one snap of Vala's fingers they exploded and Loki was unconscious. As Valet flew and caught him. Downfall of Loki. Point 2. This part will be concluding the Kai arc, and this will show us the rest of the battle in the underworld with only the Serpents left and Kai and Issei's fights on Asgard. Please enjoy my dragon army, and thanks for making the story a hit. Even though I had to trick you all with Loki, it was worth it. Thank you all, and let's get the boost story on the road. POV. Hell, here we see the other teams such as Sona and Tsubaki along with Kiba handling one of the Serpent copies. DMN, this thing is just as strong as last time. Maybe we should try a new approach. Tsubaki said as Kiba struck the Serpent and Sona saw a slight scratch on its scales which gave her an idea. Tsubaki, I got a plan, I need your help, get your gear ready. Sona said as Tsubaki nodded. Son then flew towards the Serpent and yelled, Kiba, I need you to get gear ready to strike this thing at full power, trust me. Sona yelled as Kiba got ready after backing up to build up his power in one sword birth. Hey lizard breath over here. Sun yelled, getting the beast attention before turning around to Tsubaki and firing a large ice Serpent while yelling, now Tsubaki, Kiba, do it, as her ice blast was reflected with Mirror Alice, and Sona dodged last second as the Serpent jumped at Sona with wild fury as it was struck by the doubled ice dragon, freezing it instantly. Kiba then rushed at the frozen beast and had a silver aura around him and his sword as he said, well, I was going to save this for Issei or Sarorg, but I guess you're first, Serpent, he said, rushing at the beast, and his blade was full of power. Sword Beard United Blade. Kiba yelled as his speed increased as his sword merged with the aura version of all Huss swords wrapped in holy and devil power but in a silver glow of his pride as a knight. Picture this sword but as the base and a sword aura as tall as the serpent glowing, but instead of making Kiba slow it makes him twice as strong and fast. Now die by my blade, Kiba yelled as he with one swing of his sword he destroyed the ice-sealed serpent to nothing but small ice cubes to Sona's shock and making Tsubaki blush. POV Team Saji. With Saji he is currently taking on one of the copies. Has he used all Husk gears, wrapping it in his dark flames? Hey Saji, need help? A CC voice asked as Saji turned and saw Kuroka and Kaneko, who finished off the rest of the ice giants. No thanks. Well, maybe if lose control I want this to be training for my balance breaker, but since I don't have one YWT I will use this to grow stronger like my brother and rival Issei Hayadu. Saji announced as Sona turned from her location and heard him due to the communication circle, making her be amazed by Saji's declaration to grow stronger, not for her but for himself. Saji them glowed purple as a dragon appeared behind him. Saji, are you ready to kick this lizards but my partner? Vritra spoke with pride and joy for his partner after his speech and dreamed to become strong for something other than the Citri girl. Hell yeah Vritra. Vritra promotion. Sa yelled as he threw the snake and merged with Vritra. However, sorry partner, but this will hurt a lot or just tire you out afterwards, but this will show me your no, our goal will be reality. Vritra spoke as he wrapped around Sun in flames as a explosion of flames occurred on to reveal a being wrapped in aura and fire slowly walking out of the blinding purple light. So this was what you meant, thanks Vritra. Saji spoke as he walked out of the light only to shock Sona, Kuroka and Kaneko. This is Saji's new form. It's as a 50% balance breaker but more a flame breaker form. Basically a dark flame and half balance breaker armor. I think I will call this Dragon's Dark Flame Armor, Resolve of Light's Flaming Shadow. Let me know what you think. Saji won't have balance breaker for a while though, I'm afraid. So you ready, you ugly fool? Saji spoke to the serpent as it roared with rage. Saji, careful, we can only hold this form for 30 minutes without needing to drain your life energy. This is the step before balance breaker, so let's show Drake and Albion who we are. Vritra said as Saji smiled as he summoned fire in his right hand along with the absorption line, but he then lit it on fire and focused until it became a purple and silver blade wrapped in flames on his wrist and attached to the line and held it in his hand. Eternal Blade of Prison's Shadow. Let me know of the name. It is basically a infinite sword that is like a hook or wire connected to it, and if it breaks it Ari attaches and goes back to the wrist. It also is like Majin Bu by extending infinitely. Okay beast, let me show you what serpent is. Said he lets out as he shows his devil wings and runs at the serpent, making Kaneko think of Issei versus Riser while looking at him now. Sei charged at the serpent, dodged its tail as he flew above the beast and then blasted it with black flames, binding it like snakes, but it only binded the mouth. Saji, what are you doing? Vritra asked, confused by hitting the mouth, not the body. Well, the mouth and tail is the weapon and the body is defense, so getting rid of one weapon while burning the skin so I can make a weak point could work. Saji said, using brain in this fight for the better by knowing the weaknesses of last time they met the beast. The beast just roars as it breaks the flame, binds and fire spreads around it. However, it lunges at Saji with its tail. However, it is blocked with a barrier of ice. Wow, close call. Who did that? Saji asked, seeing the circle in confusion. Saji, I will not let you die, so get your head in the game. Saji turned to see Sona yelling at him with a blush and hands out holding up the circle. Thanks Sona, I needed that. Now Vritra, let's kill this thing. Saji said, shocking Sona because it was the first time Saji called her by name. Usually it's president or my king. She didn't have any feelings before, but she could have sworn her heart skipped a beat. Okay big and ugly, eat this. Sei yelled as he flew up towards the serpent's mouth and extended his blade and wrapped it in flames. Prison cursed flames saw roared as his left hand shot fire the flames at the beast and his blade went wild, cutting while it was flaming as well, cutting each scales and trapping it, making it unable to move while Saji attacked. However, part of it was bleeding due to the cursed flames burning its insides. Now to finish you off, Sa yelled as he dives at the beast and went inside it, and suddenly flames appeared through the ground and Saji flew out of them. 1:23 to 1:47 I would say. Picture that as Saji cutting through the beast, and when he puts his blade away he turns his off, the beast cuts in half and burst in flames. Saji, how the hell did you do that? Soja asked as the cat sisters leave and Saji calms the flames. Well Sona I. Faints Saji then pasted out and the gear turned off. With Vritra saying, Citri he used all his power with the blade and the flames he drained his time too much so now he is out of magic lucky him, he didn't lose life force but now he must read. Vritra says before going to sleep himself. Sai Saji thank goodness you're okay. Sona says to herself as she picks up her pawn and takes watches as the rest of the fight goes on. POV Kai in Asgard we see Kai dodge and jumping the pups and Fenrir and he lets out his aura in his tail to knock them back. Demon I don't want to hurt them but how do I free them? Vala put his trust in me I need to prove myself. Kai says as Jai thinks of his new family and then remembers something. Wait dad didn't Loki force Fenrir obey him because if so what's with the collar? Kai asked his dad as he dodges Fenrir and summons Graham to help in the fight. Son I think you're right trust yourself and reach for a new dream soon you'll need it a goal. Lord Abaddon said in his own by being proud of his son as Kai smirked knocking the dogs back with his power. I who shall rise from the name destruction, bathed in the name my tomorrow and my own power. I stand here TP reach my path as none before, as the Deegan and Devil BLD in me shines I shall be the one who shall the next King Chaos Knight of potential Kai roars while spreading his 8 wings but only have 2 be dragon, he merges with them as he then shines in silver light as we see Kai in a black and silver arrow with his Abaddon crest on one hand and a dragon crest on the other while the center is his own. The armor of Kai's warrior's side bathed in his dragon power but overpowers by devil pride and merged just like his soul. The Abaddon AMD Dragon Mark, Choas Mark, Abaddon Crest, okay dogs let's play. Kai says getting in a fighting stance. As Graham is speechless by Kai's new power but yet is ready to battle as the pups and Fenrir hesitated but after a whimper from Fenrir and lightning striking his neck he went in rage and rushed at Kai with him not even dodging. The dog growled and went to bite Kai however Kai used his fixed eyesight to see burns on Fenrir. As Fenrir went to bite down on him Kai dodged last second and used Graham and his dragon and destructive power to strike at the silver collar. Freedom's pack / Kai yelled as Graham and the aura struck the collar and Fenrir sending him towards the pups at incredible speed and after there was a sudden explosion from the location he sent them as Kai then turned off the twin potential armor and slowly walked towards the pack of dogs. As the smoke cleared we see the pups okay and Fenrir still gant but back to being calm. It worked that attack freed you from your curse Fenrir. Kai said in joy as a being in white armor appeared behind him. Save them. Thanks Kai I owe you one. Kai turns to see Vala turning off his rebirth drive but suddenly falling on one knee making Kai and Fenrir run to him. Vala drop Loki now and take this hurry. Kai yelled in a panic as he took out his Phoenix tear from the game that Rias doesn't have hers Issei grabbed it last second when he missed Loki. He didn't want the god being able to heal. Vala drinks the tear and gains back all his magic and stamina he lost from the drive. Thanks Kai guess I owe you too. Vala said in confusion not used to thanking someone. Don't worry about the tears I can't let a fellow dragon and Satan die now can I Kai said making the two laugh while thinking how Issei doing. POV Rosviavsa, Cat Sisters, Raynare Gasper and Aquino versus the main serpent. As everyone else finished off the copies Rosviavsa and the fallen hybrids were having trouble with the main version the most damage they have done to it was Aquino's lightning merging with 2 flaming Lai spears of Raynare's causing 2 open wounds but not enough for bleeding however was causing heat to build up weakening the scales slowly. Take this back off everybody. Rosviavsa warned as she built up 20 Norse cannon-like circle loaded with magic energy strong enough to kill a pup of Fenrir or 1,000 frost giants. Now enjoy Oblivion you over reptile. Rosviavsa yelled as the 20 circles fired over 5 blasts of magic a second, and she kept going for a couple minutes until all circle broke and her arms gave out as she was exhausted. So, Wquis. Breathe that I count about 500 blast from each circle huh. Rosviavsa said as she then collapsed and was falling to the ground but the serpent was still alive and jumped out of the smoke about to eat Rosviavsa. Raynare and Aquino tried to stop it with magic but it still rushed at her and right as it jumped at the falling Valkyrie suddenly it froze mid-jump and kicked away just as someone grabbed Rosviavsa and put her near Asia. The 2 Fallens looked to see what happened and to their amazement and shock it was Gasper who froze the beast and who punched it away along with Kaneko who kicked in a one-tail state with dragon aura, and looked to see who placed Rosviavsa near Asia was Kuroka. The two fallen hybrids fly to the ground talk to Kaneko AMD Gasper. Thanks for the help you too. Raynare said with a smile. Era Gasper, you got so strong you're not that scared little vamp anymore. Akino said with joy as a tear rolled down her face as Kaneko hugged her. I feel the same way about him, Akino, we all are proud of you, Gaspai. Kaneko said, making the half-vampire smile and feel happy about his new-found strength. Hey guys, sorry to stop the touching moment, but the snake is back. It lost some scales, but it's back and pissed. Raynare told the three as the serpent rushed at the four from miles away as they entered a battle stance until Bind of Asgard's might now freeze demon. A old and wise voice of power spoke, stopping the battlefield as chains of thunder and ice lock the serpent and send it to Asgard with the Bifrost. As the smoke cleared, everyone sees Odin where the serpent stood. It's alright younglings, the serpent is back in the universe tree connecting the realms. Now we roar for the three dragons to return. The mighty Elfather spoke with pride on the battlefield, waking up Saji and Rosviavsa with his speech as they wait the others. POV Issei, while all the battles of Valakai, Team Gremory, Citri, and the others. We see Issei's copy in a balance breaker flying with Rias towards the dimensional gap as Rias hears a roar from behind them. Let my Rias Gremory go, you copy, Issei yells as claws his copy away from Rias, but not before Issei is shot by POD from the copy. Issei, stay back please, starts to cry. Loki, link me to the copy, I can't fight back, he is draining my magic, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Rias cries as she lets out more magic as the clone drains it from a destruction lifeline to Rias's demons. That's it, I will take you down. Issei roared as he rushed the copy, who did the same as both their armors were breaking from the power of Dragon God and destruction. The copy fired a dragon shot mixed with POD point blank at Issei, who took it head-on as both him and the fake were damaged, but Rias then screamed in pain as her magic was drained and the clone was healed. You can't beat me, weakling dragon. The clone spoke in an altered voice. Oh, you will try this, Issei said as he turned off his balance breaker and summoned Drake and Askelin. Rias, I need you to trust me. I may have found out the truth, but we both were pain and alone, and Issei then boosted 1,000 times over his limit. You're my Rias and you're better than this. I may not be your pawn in the house, but I will always be your pawn. Your dragon. You're Issei and you're my ruined princess, my Rias. I fought Riser for you and I fight anyone for Yoi without a reward, but the only thing I wish is you now snap out of that chain and be free from that copy. Issei yelled, making Rias smiled as she stopped giving magic by fighting the clone, pissing it off. How dare you beat your fuel, nothing else. The copy spoke before getting punched by Issei. Hey copy dragon, eat this ah. Issei roared as Drake spoke. Transfer blade of the heart's freedom. Now partner kick butt. Dryag said as he transferred power to Askelin and Issei's hand as he cut through the clone's right arm and stopped the magic flow, completely shocking both the clone and Rias as Issei then grabbed Rias, freeing her from the cage. Hey Red, miss me? Issei asked, holding a red glowing pawn piece that took in all the magic. Say, is that your? Rias asked, finding out and shocked that Issei used his old pawn piece he took from the orc building to save him and her. Yep, the same thing that linked me to you saved us now. Issei then turned to copy with both gears out and his aura matching a beast of true power. Now that Rias is free, I won't hold back against a fake of a dragon like you. He roared as Huss black marks were gone and became a new set of wings as Issei showed 4 dragon wings and 2 devil, but then 2 more devil appeared, one being red and black, the same as when he first met Rias. Suddenly, and 2 more dragon wings formed, silver and red with black on the outside like his devil winga, while the inside and sides were silver and red as he finally is free from his limits and sorrow as he knows he is the dragon god of soul and resolve along with hope, and to others who cross him the wrong way he is their nightmare. I am who is forever in the soul of tomorrow and domination, as I walk down the BLD-stained path of purgatory. The sun sets as my rage burns, roaring within domination's name, and my own dream of a tomorrow where I will surpass all. I give away my fortitude into a inferno nightmare to those who wronged me, no fear as the sun sets. Nightmare dragon of dusk, Welsh dusk, ultimate king breaker of the Crizzen, creeping nightmares, Picture a glowing emerald, red and black aura spread like wildfire around Issei, forming his powerful new state, surpassing the Juggernaut drive and any power even Great Red could have. As his cape formed the color red from flame like his BLD, his brother and the woman he wants as his first wife and who healed him from heartbreak. I'm finally getting rid of my mistakes, which is you and the Juggernaut drive, making me feel only rage, you carbon copy. Issei spoke with anger as he then saw the copy feel fear and Rias was holding on tight to him. Picture Issei asking Drake and Red to play this in the background, so he can get hyped. As this goes on and Issei let out his new form, the center of it where a gem lays is his pawn piece from old, holding on to that bond. While everyone finishes their fights, they could feel Issei's power go beyond that of a Mao, even a god's. It was felt everywhere. Kai and Valle felt pride in their brother and rival, same with Saji, Kiba and Gasper. While everyone else was shocked by the power Issei had locked within him, he truly is the greatest Red Dragon Emperor in history, all the leaders thought. Time for you to die, the copy roared as he entered Juggernaut Drive. Issei, be careful please, Rias said in worry. As he turned to her. No need to worry, I got this, he said as he built up power in his fist, forming a black and red sphere in both hands with emerald around them. Eat this, you freak, I will end you for good. Welsh Dragaean twin cannon dragon buster shot Issei, Draged and Great Red yelled as a blast of power fired at the clone, who shot back with his own attack as the beams collided. Instead of an impact, Issei's blast rippies right through the blast and the clone, as all that was left was a head, and Issei rushed at the copy's head and used Ascalon to turn it to ash with one strike as he then put the blade away. Okay, let's go back to others, my Rias, Issei said, making her go quiet as she was still guilty. As Issei then flew them to Kai and Valle in his new form, less than 10 seconds. POV Valle. Hey Kai, stop playing with the pups, Valle said as Kai was petting both the dogs as they saw him as an emissary and kind person. Sorry Valle, but I think these two will join my team once I find a way to turn back and forth from dog to human, Kai says as a red flare 8 bars to be Issei and Rias waking up Loki and making him go on the offense. The minute you're still alive, dragon, then I will kill you now, dogs, get him, Loki said as nothing happened. Sorry Loki, the pups like me, not a weakling who does nothing, and Fenrir was always Valle's because he freedom and power, something you know nothing of, Kai said in a smart but tone as he then felt dragon energy inside Rias to his surprise. You foolish dogs, I will. Before Loki could do anything, Valle and Issei both punched him, leaving an BLD mark on his chest, and the impact destroyed his arm, making him be knocked unconscious to the enjoyment of the dragons. Well, ready to go back home, guys? Issei asked as Valle and Fenrir grabbed his shoulder to be ready to leave as Kai stood with pups taking out his pieces. By the name of Kai, Abaddon, become my pawns, Kai said, taking out 4 mutated pawns and giving 2 to each dog as they accepted them and joined his house. Kai, next time tell me you're doing that, hurry, and come on, we need to move, Issei said, shocked by Kai getting pawns. Kai then ran to Issei with the pups and they all left with him through a circle. POV hell, everyone waited at the summit hall waiting for Issei and the others, while the mouse Surzex was worried for Issei and his sister until a circle appeared summoning Kai, Valle and the dogs. With everyone happy, but when they didn't see Issei or Rias, Kai went to whisper to Surzex. Don't worry my king, the marriage is set with a dragon and devil in the bed with a head start, Kai said with a smile, making Surzex happy. The wedding is back on. And everyone partied and told old stories about Issei and who he is now, with Kai almost getting sick from hearing his sensei's old perverted actions while others laughed. And Odin asked Rosviavsa to stay with Team Rias because she already seems like part of the team as he sends Odin to Asgard. POV Issei and Rias, lemon warning. Issei AMD Rias went through S circle into his room at the Hayadu house, and as soon they arrived, Issei pushed Rias on the bed saying, I may have lost my virginity to Raynare, but I keep my premises. After all, dragons can have more than one mate and wife, and Raynare didn't mark me, but I will mark you, my ruined devil, Issei said, biting of Rias' clothing, making Rias happy as she grabbed his hand and marked his palm as Gremory. Right on the palm that Issei gave for Rias's freedom. Hey, now don't mark without me, Issei teased as he marked Rias on his favorite place, aka her tender BRST, making the princess as her mark formed. So, Issei, I'm sorry for everything, I would have helped you then, but what I did is no excuse. Rias said as tears formed and Issei brushed them away. Rias, I hid my heart then too. I said I wanted a charm but I wanted love and you wanted a pawn but Yoi wanted the same. We both didn't know who to trust or what to do, so please don't blame yourself and be the strong king I know and train to protect what you love. Issei said, making Rias happy as she pushed him to the bed, making him go red. Have we been in this position before? Rias asked in a ceasy tone as she took of Issei's clothes and revealed his pants to show a mighty pee-pee ready to rampage. Well, looks like it's my time to pleasure you, Rias said as she began sucking his pee-pee and taking it in whole to Issei's pleas as he felt Rias's tongue and mouth play with his pee-pee until he got kicked in the face by her feet as he saw her pee-pee. He knew she wanted him to play with her as well, however the sight gave him a nosebleed which was followed by him coming in her mouth, making Rias take it all in, and she then went on the bed and breathed from all she took in, but then she felt joy and power. Oh, sorry, did I eat my meal too early, Rias? Issei teased as the two enjoyed their time. Sorry to cut this off, but enjoy guys, this was the end to the battle of the dragon versus god, and the Kai arc will have one last part, so please enjoy my dragon army, and thanks for the support of 10k creeping Crimson Nightmare, betrayed Issei, Rias Gremroyakeson for Issei and Kuno for Kai. Sorry, just had to add the new members of the HRM now to show you 3 team members. Sorry, but I won't say who they are until you meet them, but they are powerful teammates who fight as one along with being twins, as you can tell. And now shout out to my fellow Dragon Ball fans and let me know if I should add DBZ or DB Legends on my tags, because now here is the SSJ from Shallot's way into. Excuse me, have any food? Yelled a hung-over Crimson Dragon. No Crimson. Sorry guys, we celebrated both our stories growing thanks to you, and he had much of the liquor I stole from Azazel. So it was, yelled Azazel. How many people will interrupt me? SHT it crow, you hid in my cave, so you owe me, plus if I can talk I'm going to show you a new warrior. New warrior. They both said in shock. Yes, now welcome Shallot's story. POV in the underworld hall. Everyone was having fun after with Loki, however after Issei let his power it summoned the very person he wanted to fight. As a crimson rift appears, a male with spiky black hair and blue armor with black cloth under them. Ha, how am I here? Last I checked I was with Giblet on the lookout, so weird. Oh well, sniff, is that food? The unknown man says as he runs into the hall, seeing so many people, and he sensed demonic and holy and mixed ki along with normal ki, but on top of that they smelled off. Ha, so many people, gonna talk about it later, need food. The man said as he ran ti the food half the table. Excuse me sir, what are you doing? A guard asked. Eating. What does it look like? I've been fighting for the past few 4s, so I'm hungry. The man said as the guards tried to stop him. The man grabbed the guard and threw him through the wall, shocking everyone. My name's Shallot, by the way. The man, now known as Shallot, said as Surzex walked up to him. Excuse me Mr. Shallot, was it you can eat, but may I talk with you? Surzex asked, confusing Shallot. Sure, he said as the two walked to a table. So may I ask, how did you get here? Surzex asked as Shallot ate plate after plate. Well, I came from Camus Lookout and suddenly a red rift with powerful energy, like I think a dragon, teleported me here. Shallot said as Surzex then understood Issei's new power-up summoned him. Okay, next, what house are you from? Surzex asked, which shocked Shallot. House? I am a scion. No house, I just travel. Why? Shallot asked, making Surzex get serious. Shallot, you entered a new reality different from your own, and I don't think you can go back, but we will try to help you get home or find on, because you are the firest scion in this world ever. Surzex said, shocking Shallot, but he continued to eat. I understand, munch swallow. Can I at least get a place to sleep tonight before we figure stuff out? Shallot said, which Surzex agreed to. Also, my race eats a lot due to us being warriors who get stronger every fight and near death, and we have tails because we become apes by looking at the full moon along with other form, basically giving us a power multiplier. Shallot explained each form from ape to Thay 1 2 3 and God. Which Surzeka understood but got shocked by his new, but he got happy thinking. Issei, I found a new member of your family. He thought as the two talk at the table as Grafia sat a place for Shallot to sleep. That's all, now you two get out of my cave so I can work you fools, or I will call Timat to F your asses. Then the two ran. I do not own Shallot or his rights. Check out Kagi Films aka Shallot and Dragon Ball Legends. Have to shout out Shallot somehow. Now everyone, I would like your opinions on who would take his place if not him. Also Shalat in this point reach a limit if you will, so he can't too much stronger, but you all forget he is basically the DB's Issei and he will be his pawn of 4 or more, so I need you all to think and at least look into the scion before you say no. Relaxation after a long battle. After a long day of battle against the god Loki and love-making, for Issei and Rias everyone can rest as life finally is right. Here at Abaddon Estate, Kai got from his father's will and rights. We see Vala, Baiku and Ortha with Fenrir watching in through the garden window. Man, this place is big, Baiku stated. Of course it is, it's a devil estate, right Vala? Arthur spoke to Vala, but Vala was looking in the window in shock as he saw a tired Kai in a blue tank top and boxers with the Abaddon logo on them waking up from bed and in the kitchen feeding the pups of Fenrir. As the three listened in on what Kai was saying, here we go you two, Kai said, giving 2 bowls of dog food and water as he leaned down to pet them as they ate. If you don't like that, I can try cooking you some food. What should name you two? He pandered while the pups looked confused, never being named until he came up with 2 name. I got how about Fun and Fenris, you two, Kai said, making the 2 happy. How is he a Satan? He acts so happy. Vala thought out loud, getting Kai's attention. Vala, why are you and whoever those 2 are along with Fenrir spying on me through my kitchen window? Kai asked sarcastically as he let group in to talk. Well Kai, first I wanted to say I'm glad you're a dragon along with a devil. It's like we're the same, you and I, AMD too, whereas Kuroka we haven't anywhere. Valley asked, making Kai feel fear. HT, a monkey man and Knight, can you help get Fun and Fenris out so they don't see them? Kai said in panic as the 2 were confused, but like on right on K, a little black cat came downstairs. Yonya Hunshiron is still asleep, so I thought I ask about last night. Kuroka said, wearing a black shirt, most likely from Kai's dad, as she then looked puzzled by how many people were in the kitchen along with 3 dogs. You didn't? Arthur asked, making Baiko laugh, and Kai read. I did, both her and her sister, but I think I am going to die. Kai said as Kuroka let out her power. Yes, you will, because why do you have the dogs here where the 3 of us living? Kuroka yelled, making the dogs jump in front of Kai. Growling, yes, both dogs and Kuroka let out. As they glared at each other until Kai let out his twin king power, making the 3 calm down. Fenris, both you 2 calm down or I won't find yourselves human forms. And Kuroka, these 2 are my pawns and my pets, you know, like family, and with my cousin back to normal and I got my houses, I thought why not keep them with me? Kai said, making the 3 calm down, but then Vala, Ortha and Baiku along with Kuroka raised an eyebrow when Kai said houses. Okay, this is a big estate, but you say you have more, Dragon Boy. Biku said, making Kai raise an eyebrow at the nickname. None of your business, but yes, and Vala, meet me at Issei's and call my cousin Zex for me because. Then Valley cut off Kai saying, because of the dragon energy in Rias, right? Vala said with Kai's nod as they both knew it was the shard. You're right Vala, but we both know how to fix it, but for why I need Zex, it's because him and Michael and Azazel want to talk to me and my 4 partners. Kai said, making the dividing gear appear with Albion asking. I know of your father and Ophis, but who else? Albion asked, making Kai reach out a hand summoning gram. The sword Abaddon, aka Aura Power and Destruction Gram, and as for the 4th I can't tell you Vala due to your company, but I can set up a link between us 3 so we can talk like I did with Issei thanks to Ophis. Kai said as he left to get dressed to see Issei and the leaders. Okay, since this kid is very interesting Issei, you chose a good student, but I will help him get revenge. Valley thinks to himself as remembered his grandfather. POV change to home, we see Valet in his normal clothing and Kai in a blue tank top with his black jacket and blue jeans with his Timat gloves and Fenris by his side. Okay, nice look, but why did you bring? Valet asked, gesturing to the dog. Fenris, if the 2 won't listen I will force him out with Fenris, right boy? Kai said to Valet as he looked at Fenris as he barked and the 3 walked into the house. Hello, who is it? Mickey asked. Hello Mrs. Haidu, long time no see. Kai said as Goro and Mickey jumped running to Kai. How have you been? It's a long time no see. Goro asked as they hugged Kai. I'm good. We're here to see Issei, he has a long story to tell you since we last met. Kai said as he was confused, still not used to being hugged or cared for, but now he think it's normal. Okay, but if he has things to tell us we will talk to Sir Zex, okay? Mickey said, breaking the hug as Valley and Kai nodded and went to Issei's room as Fenris was already outside the door. "You're fast, Fenris. Also Valley, why are you so quiet?" Kai asked his fellow Satan hybrid along with fellow dragon. "That's just how I am due to well-being me, I guess that's how I've always been." Valley says as Kai and him stop at the door that Fenris was pawing at as the presence of the red dragon was in the room. "Knock noko knock Hayadu, open up." Valu said, making Kai facepalm. "You know you could be nice, right? Issei, the leaders want to give us a gift for beating Loki, hurry up." Kai said as the door opened, making Valu plush and Kai hide his eyes as Rias opened the door covered by a blanket. Kai, it's to see you, cousin, thanks for the help by the way, and you too, Valley," Rias said with a smile to the pair's shock. "Help with what?" The two asked. "Oh, you didn't know your pod and dragon power countered mine long enough for me to force Loki out of my head because two similar formals counter each other. Like a positive and a negative." Rias as she let them into Issei's room only to see him asleep with a perverted look in his face and a clay sculpture made brand new of Rias and Raynare, but how he saw them, one has his fire and one has his beginning. "Okay Rias, can I say something before I wake him up?" Valley asked as Rias looked at him, now serious, thinking he would go back to fighting in the Choice Brigade. "Can you get dressed? You're making your cousin blind himself," Valley said, motioning to Kai, who used the shadow gear on his eyes, making it so he can't see anything. "OSHT, sorry," Rias said as she went in the bathroom to change as Valley walked towards Issei and punched him in the gut, making the dragon jolt up. "Ow. What the F, Valley?" Issei said as Valley was laughing his guts out. "You didn't wake up, you idiot. Those two have been trying to get you up for the rewards you are getting," Drake said next to Kai with coffee in hand. "Who said that?" Kai said, still blind, making the three dragons laugh. "Fenris, uncover my eyes or bite Issei out of bed," Kai said, making Issei run out of the room as he knows what those kind of teeth can do. After all, he almost died to Fenris' dad. As Kai uncovered his eyes as they left. "Was that needed, Kai?" Rias asked, stepping out of the bathroom in a red shirt, black pants and in silver jacket with red heels. "Of course it would, he takes forever, and plus I was bored," Kai said, making everyone laugh as Valley and Drake walked down the stairs to make sure Issei was not on the ceiling afraid of Fenris. "Well, see ya at the Grammary Estate, cousin," Kai said as he was about to leave before he was stopped by Rias grabbing his arm. "Kai, give Raynare this as a thank you and her reward. After all, I need to do some training if that's all right," Rias said as she gave Kai a necklace filled with limited pod energy to Kai's shock. "This is so she can use the power that she was brave enough to fight against and that she deserves to use as a queen. However, it's very limited. It can only be used for 5 minutia and then needs to be charged with magic, but with the person goes even 1 second past the on-second mark, they will be harmed by the pod power," Rice explains to Kai as she circles to her team to apologize for her crimes she did do to Loki. "Demon, cuz you really are like a caretaker and a warrior who feels sorrow for her mistakes," Kai says as he leaves by putting the necklace in his pocket, walking down the stairs to see Issei and the others ready to leave. POV Underworld. We see the Grammary Estate with many leaders in one room and all the people who fought in the room during the Loki event, as well as a circle appears to show Issei, Kai, Fenris, and Valley. "Young dragon warriors, please step forward, you three who fought the god, and claim your gifts from the Alliance." Surzek spoke with a calm tone as the three walked forward with heads held high. Valley, Lucifer, White Dragon Emperor and grandson Rizavin Lucifer. "What is it that you would like as reward?" Azazel asked with pride in one of two people in front of him he views as a son. Valley looked at Issei and Kai as they both smiled as he turned back to the leaders and said, "If possible, I would wish for my team to be excused of our crimes as we left the brigade before Kyoto, and I would my own pieces." Valley stated, shock from none as he was a devil. "Very well, you earn that much at least." Sizek spoke as Valley bowed and left and Kai walked up. "Young Abaddon King and Dragon King. Kai, what is it that you would like?" Yakasen asked as Kai spoke. "I would like a book of Norse magic to learn more about Fenris and Finn along with magic overall, and if possible a way that can turn human and into weapons Norse bond because I care for them and same for me. And last, a Norse bow sinker besides my own dragon power and some PODM all close combat." Kai says with most shocked by his request as Odin steps forward and says, Young twin king, I say you earned the right to learn of the Norse, so you have a deal. Odin says as Kai and the pups smile and he turns to Ajuka. And Uncle Ajuka Beelzebub, if it's alright I would the rest of my father's assets, for example clothing, money, dragon fruit, and livery. Kai says, making Ajuka pissed at his assistant. My apologize Kai, since my assent didn't do her job I will get that done ASAP. Ajuka says as all but Valley are in awe by how Kai spoke. As Valley laughs he hears Kai talk in his head through a link saying, "Tell anyone the money OS mainly for Kuroka and Kaneko, making my meat and sweets bill go up, I will kill you white one, or maybe worse," Kai says in his head as he scares Valley and Albion silent as he walks back and Issei steps forward. Issei Hayudu, Red Dragon Emperor. Michael says, fiancé to Rias and host of Great Red, as well as dragon power beyond that of most high-class devils and satans. Surzek says, cutting off Michael as he know how serious they owe Issei. I will make this geek leaders of the factions. I wish for a sum of the library of each faction into my phone or copies of the books in my home. Second, I would like to know where to find the home of Drake, and last, I am here to cash in my favors from the factions from long ago. Issei says, shocking all present but the leaders, as they knew they owed him more than even their life, thus they are ready for his demands. The truth of a dragon. This will be a flashback of when Issei was in the Gears Void, and then it will take us to present day, so I hope you enjoy and share. Preparation of the Gremry's last game. I would like to cash in my favors. Issei said to the leaders as Odin and Surzek were glad he brought it up, while Azazel and Michael were ready as well, but thinking back to when they gave Issei those favors at the Peace Summit, and the only difference they see is he is wiser and stronger but still as kind as ever. While Yakesan was shocked but blushed as she started to grow a liking to Issei from how close he is with Kai and how he tried to protect Kyoto. Fist favor is from Lord Michael. Issei said, turning to the angel, I would like you to find a way to help Iron not fall from love or lust, because how her and the others love me and I for them. Issei said, earring shock from nobles but tears from people with hearts and understanding. And Azazel, if it is alright I would like you to help train me Kai, Aquino and Raynare. The Fallens need help with the new powers they have, or old ones like Aquino and Lyspears and Raynare and dragon power, while me and Kai need a place to train and help control our new power in our own way. Issei said, turning back to his fellow dragon and thinking back to the boy who has now grown to be one of the strongest beings, even stronger than the 13 Longinus users if he tries. Those can be Arunged. Issei, after all I want to know more of your powers as well. Azazel said, and me and Gabriel will find a way to help Irina. Michael spoke, happy for Issei, caring that Irina loves him and that she loves being an angel. As Issei was about to turn to Yakesan as magic circle appeared showing Kuroka and Kaneko in a hurry rushing next to the Gremry family. Why are late, Kaneko? Gasper asked as Kaneko's head was bonding. She got a little drunk last night and needed a nap. Kuroka said, making Kai go red. As he thought back to last night with the sisters. POV Abaddon estate last night. Lemon as the meeting and diner was over, Kai and Kaneko circled to the estate to his new room. So Kaneko, I got to say thanks for the. Before Kai could finish he was kissed by Kaneko and being pushed on the bed as he felt her heart beat like crazy. Kai, I want you hiccup now. Kaneko said, drunk from drinking after the battle but hungry for her mate, as Kai smiled and hurried and undressed them both as they continued to make out ready for after battle love, as in the hallway a black cat was watching them in pleasure and heat just like her little sister. Oh God Kai, I felt you in the battle and your power made me so hot. Kaneko said, biting Kai's ear and slowly licking down his body as the two ignored the headache. However, their peeping cat got a headache, making noise, stopping the two. You heard that too, right? Or was that man Bner wanting to F you? Kai said as his dragon peeked through his pants as his zipper broke, making Kaneko get up. As much as I want to lick you like an ice cream cone, I heard my sister too, so let me hiccup get her out. Kaneko said as Kai got up and rubbed her cat ears, stopping her in place. Sorry, but I think she can join us after all for watching me and my queen. She deserves a rook's punishment. Kai said as he grabbed his mate's tail, making her and fall on the bed to his joy, seeing her what more as his dragon side wanted to show his demps. OSHT, they heard me, maybe I can leave now before they see me. Kuroka said aloud as she felt a hand caress her chin. Don't leave her now, my black cat of lust. If you loved us warming up, maybe join us, we wouldn't mind, but you do need punished for being a naughty kitten. Kai said, whispering in Kuroka's ear as she turned red and was about purr. I will s. See ya later, Naya. Kuroka says as she runs out of the room, and Kai turns back to Kaneko, but unknowingly Kuroka still watches running back in the room, hiding her power. Who was that? Kaneko asked, rubbing her thighs as Kai got back. Oh, it was nothing. Now shall we try something new? Kai said as he let out his dragon tail and turned Kaneko on her belly to her surprise. What are you doing? No. As Kaneko asked, Kai used his tail to rub and tickle her pee-pee, making and bite her lip. Oh, you want to play that game? Hiccup. Well, you dirty dragon, my turn. Kaneko says with a smile as she wraps her tail around Kai's pee-pee and moves it up and down as Kai does the same with his. Oh, you bad Nico, you will make a great queen, but first I want to see you kick butt at your game. Kai says as they both move their tails fast, as Kaneko then comes and lets out her pee-pee cat juices on Kai's pee-pee and tail. Oh, that was hot. Sigh, wow. Kaneko said as they looked at Kai's strong rod, making her hungry. Yeah, it was fun. What would you like to do now? Kai asked as he was suddenly flipped on his back by Kaneko with her on top. Time for P&D town, my mate. Kaneko says as she puts Kai's pee-pee in her pee-pee, making her and Kai growl as his instincts were about to kick in as Kaneko went up and down on her mate. What's wrong, love? Not fighting back? How about we turn in up a level or two? Kaneko says as she leans down to embrace Kai as he grabbed her ears to her shock. I agree, Kai says as he switches to the top and starts to move with his eyes going red and blue, and Kaneko teared up as she was glad to see Kai accept his wild side. Come here, love, Kaneko said as Kai leaned in with his eyes glowing part gold to control his wild side as the two mates made out passionately and their tails wrapped around each other and intertwined while Kuroka made the floor wet while she watched the show coming nonstop. That was the best, right, Kaneko? Kaneko, Kai says as he turns to Kaneko, now passed out after the fun they had along with drinking, with a peaceful smile on her face, making Kai sleep calm with her. 2 hours later, as Kai sleeps, we see a black little cat crawl under Kai's blanket, and suddenly Kai wakes up feeling heavy. Ha, Kaneko, is that you? Kai said, tired as he lifted up the blanket to see Kuroka giving him a BJ. Well, Kaneko, wouldn't mind if I mark you, we both have some similar ideas. Kai said as he leaned down and marked Kuroka on the neck as he let his juices fire in her mouth. W. Well, that was nice. Kuroka said as she showed Kai her boobs as he let his instincts roar as he jumped on her her full dragon style. Flashback end. Kai, you good? Issei asked, seeing Kai look shocked at his mate. Yes, I'm fine, just I wonder if Kuno is okay. Kai asked Yakeisen as Kuno stepped from behind her mother with a smile. I'm fine, Kai. Papa, no reason to worry. Kuno said, making both dragons go red as Kai remembered his promise to Kuno, while for Issei things rang out the same in the OG story, so she views him as a father figure. Well, moving on, Yakeisen, may I train with Sun Wukong from time to time? Issei asked. Of course, Issei. Yakeisen said as Issei turned to Surzex. My last favor is I would like to train with Team Gremory and fight with them one last time in this game, because we will always be family, but as a king I can't be Rias's pawn, but I will always be by their side. Issei said to Surzex with shock from Odin. What about a favor from me? He asked. Freeing me and Rias and Loki under Great Red's watch through a trap I put on him. It's alright, however, Rosviesa, if you want, now that Loki is done and over with, care to join Team Gremory like you wanted? Issei asked as Rosviavsa cried as Rias graped a rook piece. With my family we always remember our premises. Rias says, giving the piece to the Valkyrie as she looked to Odin for an answer. Go ahead, my humble Valkyrie, you free to be the person you wish to be. Odin said as she took the piece in with joy. Okay, Issei, I can do that favor as long as you help me with my problem. Is that alright? Surzex asked as Rosviavsa walked towards Rias's team. Of course, my lord. Issei said as he bowed along with the dragons, and everyone left but Saji and Team Gremory and the dragons. Wait, why am I here? Saji asked. Because tell Sona you will be given a promotion test for mid-class for your bravery. Surzex said as Saji bowed and left with joy. Okay, follow me, Issei. Srizex said as he left to a room in the Gremory building. Okay, Kai, Raynare, train them, you guys need the hello too. Issei said as he left with the Devil King. POV Gremroy halls. So why are we here? Issei asked as the two powerful beings walked near a room where Grafia stood guard. Issei, here is your last gift, and be careful. I looked into his mind and he is powerful, more so than you were versus Valley at the summit, but now I don't know his power. Surzex said with concern as he opened the door to reveal a room full of plates and one man on the bed. Issei, watch out brother, his power feels high class at the least. Drake said, sensing the being inner power yet no devil or dragon power. Got it partner, thanks. Issei said as he walked up to the man covered in a blanket. Excuse, may I ask your name? Issei said to the scion we know as Shalat. Yeah, my name is. It's you, Shalat said, entering the god and Issei balance breaker king state as he was thinking the same. Nightfall darkness dragon Yuma gear king state. You both know each other. The mouse Surzex asked. Yeah, his power summoned me. Shalat said with a smile. And he was the fighter I felt from the gap I wanted on my team to fight strong foes with. Issei said, which caught Shalat's attention. Fight strong foes. Sign me up as long as you help me with something, if that's alright. I'm not over 1,000 years old for due to time travel for nothing. Shalat said as he and Issei put it there with a smile, calming the power. Okay, well, if you want to be my ally then accept these 4 pawn pieces, mutated. Issei said as he put his hand out, and Shalat, confused, calmed himself and accepted them, growing to ultimate low-class devil power. I don't feel different. Shalat said, confused. You won't yet, Surzeka here will explain. After all, now you are 80% your original DNA and 10% dragon and other 10 devil because I'm nice. Issei said, leaving his new pawn to Surzex to explain the evil pieces as he promised to help the others. Wait, Issei, how whatever. Surzex said while Shalat thought. Brother, I will get back home. I found you once, I can do it again. POV Team Gremry. We see Kai versus the Rooks and Knights honing their power and speed along with his own, while Raynare boosted her magic and power, while same for the others, since they all can learn from this fight as they have 1 day left till the game. Who will win, Dragon or Bale? Let us see. Both Issei and Serorg thought as they meant with their teams to train. Welsh Dragon Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei yelled, getting everyone's attention. Okay guys, fight me, and if you knock me down or out it's equal to Bale. After all, Rias, you need to train, and melee is good but long range is something we need to work on. Issei said as were ready to fight. And that's all for now. Again, sorry I have stuff going with my IRL going on, so I'm busy, but I want these to be as great as I can for you. And check out Crimson, his 2 stories are great, and think of a name for Issei's queen form for the Yuma gear, not king. Let me know till them dragon army out. Also let me know if you like these short parts. Battle of the Houses before with C, with 1 day left. Issei and the others begin training all versus him in his queen form to be ready for Serorg. Okay guys, come at me. Remember, think like him fight at full power. Issei said as everyone got it a formation. Gapser in front with the knights behind him, Aquino in the air, Rias in the center and Asia in the back, but Issei noticed he couldn't see Kaneko, which felt like a plan was about to hatch. Now let's go, they all yelled as Kiba started it off using his 2 balance breaker sword on Issei, fist to blade, surprising Issei by formation, and then change on WHI would fight him. Eat this, Issei, holy flame shocker. Kiba yelled, pulling a holy sword he made AMD a flame devil sword to create a powerful blast, making Issei step back a bit. Not bad Kiba, you need to try better then. Dragon shot. Issei said as he pushed away the blast with a dragon shot, only to see Kiba was gone, which put him on guard. However. Okay, where are you, Blondie? Issei said as Gasper came out of the ground, punching Issei in the gut and freezing him in place with his gear. Thanks for the cover, Kiba. We call that the Daywalker Eclipse, a SW, such a fast and power knight and a fast, but now due to me using my vampire and human BLD as part of my training, now I got incredible strength on top of my gear. Gasper said as then kicked at full power with a hint of blue fire and unfreezing Issei, making him fly back a few feet. However, Issei noticed while getting hit the flame was a sage fire, but how? As the dragon got back up, he felt large amounts of holy energy charged up. Okay Zenobia, let's see what you got. Issei said, seeing Zenobia with a golden beam of energy from her sword. Okay Issei, I'm not holding back now, eat this, Zenobia yelled as the blade and energy came crashing down towards Issei. Queen Bishop Cannon. Issei said, summoning his cannon on his right arm, charging up a blast right at the holy energy. Dragon Cannon full power, Issei and Drake yelled as he shot the blast, and the dragon and holy energy clashed. However, Issei broke through the attack and his blast hit Zenobia head on. Sorry about, I said I would fight back. Issei said, seeing Asia healing her from far away and Rosviesa using a barrier to help Zenobia not take the brunt of the blast. We what now? Issei thought as he heard bats fly behind me. I can still hear and sense you, Gasper. Issei said, throwing a punch. However, it was Kaneko, not Gasper, and she was at Nico level 2, blocking the punch and kicking Issei back. So that's the trick, you two go bat and small cat, so it's harder for me to see and sense you, so you both can switch places and strike as best hand-to-head fighter without weapons. I must admit I'm impressed. Issei as Kaneko and Gasper both revealed themselves a little cocky. Keep your guard up, Issei. Giga Dragon End. Aquino and Rias yelled, firing 3 lighting dragons, and POD Giga Start merged together for a powerful blast as the larger impact was coming from above. The 2 smaller POD lightning dragons were from the right and left, coming fast towards Issei. So that was the plan, keeping me off guard with Kaneko and Gasper. Well, fine by me. Mode change, Queen Rook Welsh impact booster. Issei said as his arms entered Rook mode as 2 of the dragons rushed at him. One he took and punched it, breaking it, and he used his other arm to block the explosion from the dragon on the left. Everyone was tired from the attacks except for Kaneko, Kiba, and Rosviavsa, but as the smoke cleared from the explosion and the Giga Dragon rushed at him, they all heard one thing. Boost, boost, boost. Repeatedly as a red and emerald glow formed around Issei as he boosted over 20 times and summoned 2 cannons on his shoulders. This will be a powerful attack, watch out. Welsh Sonic Impact. Dragon Waver. Issei and Drake let out as a large blast ripping the sky apart destroyed the king and queen. Attack. Rias and Aquino launched and destroyed a distant mountain, shocking Kai, while everyone else remembered the past training days when it came to Riser. Okay, I think that will be enough for now, guys, let's rest. Said, turning off his queen form. He's right, we don't know how the games will work just yet. Rias said, standing up and helping her queen up and turning to Issei. So how many members to your team do you have now, Issei? Rias asked, making everyone turn to him, even Kai and Raynare, who wanted to know as well. Well, first I have 3 members and it only took 6 pieces, but that's the good news. The bad is I want DMN. It's strong to say this after you graduate. I want to leave the orc so my team can have its own devil club, but I don't know how to go about it. Issei said, making everyone upset because they figured he would leave, but they are glad it's not for a bit. Why doesn't Sona help you find a room? I honestly think you guys could be a cooking club maybe. Gasper said as Zenobia turned to him. Why cooking? I honestly thought it would be music. Zenobia said, making everyone laugh. You both have good ideas, but I also want Kai to join my group, or yours, Rias, since he is a king himself and the same age as Ravel and Kaneko. Issei said as Kiba walked to him. Don't worry about it yet, Issei, we have time to think about it, but you really are thinking like a king. Kiba said what everyone was thinking as they all got up, walking to the Gremory estate for rest until. Boom, they all heard an explosion at the estate which caught them all on guard as Issei activated his rift as everyone hurried to the location. POV Surzex. Here we see before the explosion Surzex was explaining everything about the evil pieces to Shalat as they both got headaches, while Graphia and Milicus both looked amused by what was going on. Okay, Shalat, that's all to do with the evil pieces. Anything else? Surzex asked the half-asleep Scion. Yes, can I test my power with my forms? Shalat asked as he stood up. Sigh, sure, but later you need new clothes and... Before Surzex could finish, Shalat entered Super Scion and placed his hand out like Issei with his dragon shot. Okay, let's see promotion, Bishop. Shalat said as he felt his ki be more controlled, stronger and focused, making him smirk. Okay, let's try this wild cannon, Shalat said, yelling his main move of a yellow and green beam of energy from his hand, just like how Issei shot a dragon shot and instantly Surzex shot POD at it, causing an explosion so nobody would be hurt, but more so because he felt like Shalat grew 50 times stronger and the bishop power made his blast 70 times stronger. Yes, G is a 50 times multiplier, but in making for a Scion the promotions give an extra 25 boost to the multipliers, so Key Bishop, Melee Rook and Knight Stamina. 75 is normal SSJ, while each other SSJ form will still have the plus 25, but OT varies for each form. Please look up each Saiyan boost for power levels, and instead of 50 with the boost, make it 75 then multiple. Sorry about that, back to the story. Issei and the others teleport to the office of Lucifer with smoke everywhere. Brother, are you alright? Rias yelled as Shalat and Surzex stood up. I'm fine, Rias, but please stay back. Issei summon a dragon shot a shoot that mountain over there, Surzex said, pointing to his broken wall at the mountain to Issei's confusion. Okay, sure thing. Issei said, launching a dragon shot to Shallot's shock as he then went it to a battle stance, shocking everyone in Team Gremory. How can you do that? That's like my wild cannon but red and emerald instead of yellow and emerald. Shallot said, shocking everyone but Surzex, who saw the blast. Okay Shallot, calm down, okay. Surzex said as Shallot turned to him with confusion. Alright fine, but can we get some food? Shallot said as his and Issei's stomach growled. Seems like scions and dragons eat the same. Shallot, come here, we will eat, but first Raynare will send you to my home and get you some new clothes, alright? Issei said as Raynare smiled and prepared a circle. I have never changed my suit before, so I'm fine with that as long as we keep this, because I can't go to Vegeta or Bulma to get new clothes. Shallot said, smarking Issei's attention. Did you say Bulma? So you're from that world, you're a scion. Issei said in surprise as he knew about the world of DBZ, but he thought it was fake, but now he is in front of a scion right now as one is his pawn. Well, we can talk later, boys. Shallot, come on, you need to be well dressed and not smell before we eat, and since you're Issei's pawn you can watch a powerful battle tomorrow. Raynare said, making Shallot smile as he pictured the fights. Okay, sure thing. Oh wait, before we go, Issei, or should I call my king? Weird, can I learn magic because I have a plan to show you my full power? Shallot said, making his scion BLD and Issei dragon BLD boil in need for battle. Sure thing Shallot, see you later. Issei said as his queen and pawn left. Sorry about Srizex, is it alright if we rest here tonight before the game? Issei said to the Mao. Of course Issei, we still got 2 hours till dinner, so you all can hit the hay, so to speak, so you can rest. Surzex said as he was about to leave, but then noticed Rias and the others sweating and a little tired, making him smile. Glad to see you're training yourself, Rias. Surzex thought as he and his queen and son left the room. So I guess we don't have long till the game, but I want to ask you guys something. Issei said, getting everyone's attention. How has your training been doing with your aura, not just physical form? Well, to be truthful, Kiba is doing great as well as Kaneko, Gasper and Zenobia, but me and Akino need to do more training, but I think we are doing good. Rias said as everyone nodded in agreement, and Asia walked up to both Issei and Rias. And I've been doing my own training, so now my healing is more focused along with my magic power. Asia said, making everyone happy as they left the Devil King's office. Hello my king, thanks for having me be here for dinner. Everyone heard as they saw Shallot in normal cloths bowing with Raynare hiding in the corner. This without the Capsule Corp logo. Raynare, are you okay? Issei asked as they walked up to the two. Oh hey Issei, Rias, yeah, I found out the strong way that scion tails are real and spiked hair is natural. Raynare says, thinking back to running a shower for Shallot and getting new clothes as she tried to take off his tail, but instead Shallot fainted. That bad really? Rias asked, helping her up off the ground, noticing the necklace around her neck. Surprisingly yes, and thanks for the necklace, Rias. Don't thank me, it's a thank you and apology gift for everything. The two say as they talk until they see two people join group. Oh Rias, Issei, I'm glad to see you both are back together, let alone finally being strong again. Velerona Gremory, seeing everyone present. Thank you all for coming, even you Surzex, please join us for dinner. Zeoticus said, walking everyone to dinner. Of course Lord and Lady Gremory. Wait, where did Shallot go? Issei asked, looking in confusion with Raynare until they heard a yell. Hey, whose pawn is this? A familiar voice asked, dragging Shallot with him as everyone turned to see Kai in a brown and red suit with black jeans and Elter boots from his father's collection and his Timat gloves always suiting his attire, pulling Shallot by his tail with Kuroka and two hooded figures with him. Kai, what are you doing here? It hasn't been long, has it? Gasper said as everyone was happy to see Kai again. Well, first I wants to see Ajuka for some things involving my house and my father, like this book of old my father had in his secret chamber. Kai says, letting go of Shallot and pulling the book out from his jacket. This book? And then I wanted to see my mate Sensei and favorite family before their game. Also, you better win because I also came here to warn you. Kai said, making everyone shift to being on guard. Warn us about what, Kai? Akino asked. Well, if you beat Bale you have one more fight. If Issei doesn't use his own house, you'll fight me. Kai said, shocking everyone present, especially Rias, Issei and Kaneko, because they thought Sirorg was the last opponent. I get you're all shocked, but Kai is an official king now, so he can fight, and Issei Chiron, are you too sure about your choice for the games? Kuroka asked, wanting to fight by her sister, but she wouldn't mind fighting her just once. We are sure because this will be our last Gremory game, but we will always be Gremory sister. Kuroka said, standing by Rias, making Kai smile. That's why I love you, my mate, always so strong and bold. Well, I only came here for that. I will see you all at the games. Kai said as his team left. Great, now we have to be on guard for him. Zenobia said, still taking it all in. Wait, Zenobia, where's Irina? Asia asked, not seeing her anywhere. OC will meet us at the games. She is. I'm heaven for Issei's favor. Rasviavsa informed the two. Okay everyone, let's get to dinner and then rest, Rias said, with everyone agreeing. As they ate, we see small talk of battle plans, graduation, and of course Charlotte eating plate after plate with no manners like a scion, shocking all but with what they've seen bad manners more normal or preferred than gods in battle. And they end the day with Ravel showing up and making everyone laugh with the Issei dragon song, making Issei have Drake leave his arms so they both can cry in a corner. POV Kai. After I left, it seemed all was the plans were about to kick off, so all I need to do is check a few things. Ka thinks as he is on his way to his estate with his team. You guys go home, I need to make a stop, Kai said as he left in his dragon form, going far from any civilization. I would say follow him, but his orders, so let's go. 3 think as they leave to the house. But with Kai, he flies to the mountains where he saw a blue dragon waiting for him as they both glowed to go back to human. Sorry, I'm late, mother, I needed to talk to Ajuka about dad. Kai says as he saw his mom in a blue shirt with red flower designs, a silver skirt and black jacket with red heels, and her blue hair now no longer in bun and instead let down to shoulder length because of her new haircut. It's fine, Crimson, my boy. Now we just need Michael here and we are good to talk. After all, he has guest irons you and me have demands, Timat said with a small smile after seeing her son's dragon form. And like on K, Michael appeared in front of the 2 dragons, making them pissed off. You both are ready to talk? Michael asked as Kai closed his eyes and they turned silver and his hair black. Yes, brother Richard. A strong voice came from Kai's body as it was no longer Kai talking. Sam will make sure my son is talking to his father. After all, he needs the wisdom. Timat said, letting out her power in front of the 2 angels. Of course, Lady Timat, he is talking to him. Also, he is talking to Ophis right now, so it's all right. Samuel said to the dragon mother. Brother enough, why are you here? Michael asked, annoyed that he is free from hell. Well, to be fair, it was freedom or Kai dies, and me and Ophis don't want that. We care for this kid, unlike you, Michael, who casted away your strongest brother and gave his name and title of Lucifer to someone else when our father sealed me, and again when he died. Samuel said with rage, letting out his holy and posium aura along with some of Kai's aura as he continued. I am only here to talk for Kai because of one thing you owe him. Well, 2 things you owe him, since you made Vala's family have my name and ego. Samuel said as his black-winged mark appeared on Kai's arm. However, as they talk, a girl with long black hair and a long orange string around her arm with a large bust, even more stucked than Rias and Aquino's, and a white jacket with very small blue jean shorts, watches them from afar. So your bloodline lives along with dragon, good for me, I like the hunt. Soon, demon, you will face my judgment. Keep this in mind, she says as she summons devil wings. Now to tomorrow at the games. Here we see Kai and everyone at the stadium cheering for the battle to start as we see Team Bale waiting and Team Gremroy slowly walking forward as both Issei and Sarorg think. Let the fights begin. As everyone sees Team Gremory, AMD cheers with joy as Raynare, Ravel and Irina take care of the Appia Dragon group. Battle of the Houses. Point 1. Let the battle begin, the announcer yells as we see both Team Gremory and Team Bale ready for battle. Glad you could show up, Red Dragon Emperor, even though you're a king now. I'm surprised you're fighting with Gremory. Sarorg says, happy to fight Issei. Well, Sarorg, I won't lose to you or anyone, and am only fighting with them today because of promise I made to you to fight at full power against you, and after this game my student asked me one thing. Issei says before going silent, getting everyone's attention, even Raynare's and Rias. However, Kai looks cold. So Mstr made the choice, about time he moves on. Kai says aloud as Ravel and Charlotte and Raynare get interested as Issei then speaks. After this game in 1 week I will fight the House of Gremroy for the strongest race, because this fight is strongest devil, but next week with me versus Kai and then me versus Rias it be strongest dragon that rules over the dead god versus the twin king of alliance, and if we win the strongest devil heiress. The ultimate battle is next week because this is just a warm-up. Issei says aloud, shocking even the higher-ups with his speech as the crowd roared with excitement now that both warriors spoke their piece. Let's roll those dice. I agree with that. I can't wait to see this battle. Azazel spoke. Now most of the fights will stay the same and some the same match with different outcomes to the original story. However, Kiba's fight will remain the same and now we leave off here. Wow, that was some fight, don't you agree? Kai asked his hooded pawn with a sword made of pure ice. Gore. Indeed, I haven't fought him yet, but from my scars I know swords are strong. The pawn said as his other chimed in. Brother, please, magic and physical power is best, not swords and magic. He said, annoyed. Why not both you two? Kuroka asked as they both said nothing until Kai turned around. You both can learn from the sisters, but they can learn from me. Swords can break, magic runs out, and power weakens. You need all of the above plus knowledge. Now shut up so I can watch the game. Kai snapped as he looked at the battlefield, seeing Kaneko and making think back to when they trained after Kyoto. POV Kaneko. As Kaneko Rosviavsa introduced themselves to their opponents, Kaneko thinks back to what Kai told her as they both trained. Flashback, we see behind the clubroom Kai, Office, and Kaneko train. I eat this, meow. Kaneko yella kicking, but he blocks and throws her back. You are missing something, little cat. Office says, pissing off Kaneko, which Kai sensed with the mate bond. Oh really, what's emo dragon? Kaneko yells as Kai helps her up. She's right, Sirocco sage power is like my dragon power. For example, dragon is control and overgrowing with my experience training and emotional, while your power is like a wild beast ready to be free in battle. Kai says, shocking Kaneko. In short, Kai then punches his mate back a few steps. You can control it, but if you restrain it you will be like a kitten biting instead of the warrior you are. Don't be afraid, I have a plan to help your control. Flashback, and I need to control my power and our bond because I will be the wild rook Nico and warrior I am. Kaneko thinks as she enters Nico level 2. However, her mark glows and so does Kai's as Kaneko gains a second violet aura that forms into a dragon as her golden blue aura of a Nico covers her body, showing how much power is coming from Kaneko. That's it, you can do it. Kai thinks, seeing the fight begin. Come on Kaneko, kick some butt. Issei yells as he knows this will be the beginning. Back in the battlefield, both Rosviavsa and the knight Libenkrosel and the rook Gendoma Balam are shocked by power. Rosviavsa, you take care of the knight, this guy is mine. Kaneko states, rushing at Gendoma with speed. No could track yet power with one kick knocking him far back into the wall and not giving him a chance. Kaneko kept up the assault with power and fast punches with energy behind them to knock Gendoma out and making his body break. He retired, shocking the Grode. That's my girl you're facing, Nico level 2 dragon soul. Kai yells with joy at his mate's power. It makes his instincts want to kick in until stop it, chop. 3 punches stop the boy as we see Tanin Timat and a dragon in a black jacket and gold hair with a hooded man with him. Growling, the two figures with Kai said to them, making Kuroka snap. Hey, don't swear, those are his family. Well, I think I know Timat is. Kuroka says as she and her sister are the only ones who can understand the two besides Kai, for no and for is all people here. Guess who? Ow ow ow. Mom, stop that, and who those 3 with you? Kia asked as he felt a glow of energy behind him. It's for actually love. Office said, teleporting behind Kai. I didn't mark you, Office, please stop trying to mark me. I know what you did to Kaneko after I left. Kai says, going red as his mark glows. I was just a embrace to the kitten. Office says as Kai jumps back, hey, I'm the only one who calls her that. Kai snaps as a man grabs him. Nephew, it's fine, we want to see Issei fight and your mate. Tanin says, and after that Kai recognized him. Uncle Tanin, it's been so long besides the meeting. Kai says, then turning to the other dragon in confusion. I am Krumkruch, the evil dragon, and your uncle. I am here for the only twin dragon god emperor to exists. Krumkruch says, referring to Issei as a devil, dragon god, heavenly dragon, evil dragon, and emperor. Okay, fine, but Siegfried, take the cloak off. You're fine, remember we got a deal, and 2 Mom, I need your help. Kai says, sparking Timot's concern. What is it? She asked her son, stepping close to him. First, give this to Siegfried. The cloaked man hands her a normal night piece, and 2 that blonde. I feel dad's power but extremely weak. Kai says, looking at the Queen of Baal. Indeed, son, I sense it. Oswell, it feels like 0. 0.001% of the Abaddon power. She doesn't know about your father or that you might be cousins. Tiamat says in rage that the Abaddons that are nothing but servants or fools live, but her mate AMD husband. Father to her son didn't. Mother, calm down please. Kai said, letting out his power, but his mom's rage grew her power beyond him, holding back as Tiamat was charging a blast towards the false Abaddon queen until Tychon stopped this Lord Abaddon's spell from Kai as his red and gold aura formed behind Kai into a solid body of magic as Kai had control of his body again. Tiamat, don't, there isn't much of my house left, and she was a little girl when my family became almost none. She was given that name as an adapted Abaddon, not a true Abaddon. Do not kill her. Now she is under bail protection and doesn't need my name anymore. Lord Kai Abaddon spoke as her turned to his son. Kai, 1, I'm so happy to see how you've grown, and 2, no, it's not what you're thinking, because she isn't sire or cousin. She holds my name because no one knew of you, and she was already engaged to Baal when I gave her the name. It's a name to make sure she won't die. It's not her real name. She lost her BLD last name at Br. She was counted as a stray and you would have been too if it wasn't for you being related to Gremory. Lord Abaddon says, going towards his son, hugging him, merging back with him as all we see is Kai and red mist behind him. We miss you, Dad. Kai says as his dad merged back with him, and it was only him and Tiamat left out of the 3-warrior family. Back with the fight, Kaneko walks away from Gandoma and to Rosviavsa, who is stuck due to gravity, but the opponent is left wide open. You're strong, I'll give you that, but I have one opening, Rosviavsa says as Kaneko walks behind the knight and Gandoma breaks out of the wall using all the power he has left to attack Kaneko, but Kaneko turns around using the Aura Dragon to catch the giant's fist as she builds up a blue and purple fire around her fist. Sneak attacks won't work, and now you're done, Kaneko says as her body burns from her own power. Now eat this, my Dragonic Blaze Flare Punch, Kaneko yells, using all the fire and energy burning her tea. Oh, make a Nico and Dragon of Aura around her. She punched Gandoma so strong the force was felt from the stands. Gandoma. Liban said, shocked at what he felt knowing his friend was eliminated, but he felt like he was punched as he looked down. He realized he was. If you're wondering, I swapped places with Kaneko after she hit Gandoma, and her aura protected her from your gravity gear, so she was able to knock you out too. Rosviavsa says, leaving Liban and running to Kaneko, who was burnt from her power, but she whispered something and all her injuries and burns were healed to the shock of Rosviavsa as their foes were eliminated. Winners of the second match, Team Gremory. The announcer says to the crowd's joy from how awesome the battle was. Hell yeah, my girl/sister. Kai and Kuroka said with joy as Siegfried then took off the cloak and walked up to Kai. Congrats on your mate's win, but is the offer you gave me still available? Siegfried asked as Tiamat walked over to him. Yes, it is here, she said, giving him a normal knight piece as he accepted being Kai's Dragon Devil Knight. What about you, monkey, want to join? Kai asked Baiku as he smirked. Sorry, no, I'm staying with my brothers. After all, Vala should be getting his pieces soon, so me and Ortha should be joining him, thanks though, Dragon Runt. The monkey joked with Kai as they all looked back at the fight of the next match being Gasper and Zenobia versus the Rook and Bishop of Baal. With Rias and the others. Issei was in deep thought as he did say he wanted his own matched separate from the games for him to fight Kai and Rias, but he was still unsure. He was also thinking about the new pawn. It felt like gear, and he knew it would mean he might need to enter that form, keeping a secret from his dragons in his mind. Issei, we're leaving now, wish us luck, Gasper said, snapping him out of his train of thought to get up and talk to the two. Gasper, kick some butt and show them what Gremory men can do with our resolve. Zenobia, show them the power of the legendary holy sword user of Gremory, Issei said, motivating the two as he then looked towards Gasper. Also, Gasper, I think I got an outfit for you and you to Zenobia if you want, he said, shocking the two. In the battlefield, we see Mistita Sabnok and Ladora Bune the Rook and Bishop of Sariorg waiting for their opponents as suddenly a beam of red light shines AMD. We see Gasper and Zenobia step out in new outfits. Gasper is wearing a silver shirt with a black bat and BLD moon design on it with black gloves and red and black jacket with blue jeans and fancy Elticher shoes. Zenobia, however, is wearing a blue and black shirt with a gold sword design on it as she holds Durandal and has a yellow and white half jacket and an orange skirt and black heels, the yellow and orange for Irina and Asia people she views as sisters. Wow, badass, that's the Gremory team. If they fight how they look, all are dead. The crowd talks among each other as Azazel, Kai Valle and other powerful figures are shocked not just by the new looks but also how determined they seem. Sorry for the wait, but we will take you down. Zenobia says, taking the two aback. And we won't hold back. Gasper says with his pride as Gremory man showing as he wishes to fight at full power. Bring it on you too, Ladora says as he enters his dragon form, shocking Issei, Kai and Rias as that is the form of one of the 72 pillars. Yes, I found him, helped him control his power. Judging by the look on your faces, I say it was worth it. Cyorg says to Issei and Rias as Kai hears them from above. That's a clever move, Bale, but you can't win with silly tricks like a dragon. I should know, me and Issei are dragons. Kai shouts as he feels eyes glare at him. True, but I might know Hyuda's weakness unlike you. Cyorg says, shocking Kai as he looks at Issei. Has a weakness? Kai stated, confused, never seeing Issei's rage or weakness. Yes, Kai and Valle only sensed Issei didn't see him due to his power being so strong. Back to the fight, Gasper clashing each one of his punches with the dragon. Seems like my training and the advice I got really helped. Gasper says as he kicked Ladora back and turned into bats. Wait, advice, Gasper? Rias asked, turning to Issei. I have no clue. I told him to talk to Ajuka and Azazel. Seems like besides normal training they helped him to boost his power by using his BLD. Issei said, surprised by Gasper's growth. Durandal, lend me your power. Zenobia said about attack with blade, and Mistida tried to seal its power. Zenevai summoned a second sword, the Sword of Destruction, her original holy sword, and Durandal got seal AMD weekend, but only half of Zenobia did due to her summoning a second holy sword to split the spell apart. Huff, wow, I thought that was an attack, not a seal. Glad I summoned a second sword. If I didn't I would have lost all my power. Zenobia said, Barley standing and half of her body covered in purple chains. That's not I got eat this. Mistida yelled as she fired magic at Zenevai. However, the knight took half the hits due to her being able to block and dodge with the Blade of Destruction even if she is at half strength. Diamen, if she keeps this up I won't land a hit. Zenobia thinks as she them gets covered by bats and teleported somewhere on the battlefield. Where are you? Mistida said, pissed as she saw a blind Ladora who was hit many times in the eyes by magic and pure power. With Gasper he flies Zenobia over to a hidden area he place around it. Gasper, what are you doing? She asked weakly. I'm using my own magic plus Issei's new BLD to repel the magic of the gear and seal on you, but it need a small amount of time. Gasper says, finishing the spell as he walks towards the two. Zenobia tried to get up and stop him, but he put a barrier around her until the spell was done. This was Gasper's sacrifice. So you come out of hiding, runt. Ladora says as Gasper then looks at the two. First you play games and use dirty tricks to seal my friend's power, then you think you can win when don't have the honor or pride of Gasper, then lets large demonic and vampire power causing the field to rumble. You think you can win you don't know pride and resolve of men of Gremory family. Gasper yells, shocking all, showing his pride power from the young kid he was to now as Issei and Rias cry and Kaneko tears up, happy how he has grown as black in aura with white electricity is around him. This is gonna be wild, everyone. Shalot says, finally getting his interest piqued by Gasper's power. Time for me to show you my resolve that I gain from my new home as a Gremory. Gasper says as the wind then picks up as kicks Ladora back and Mistida blast him with magic, but he easily swats it away and blast her away with his own power as she gets launched into a mountain. As Gasper turns to Ladora. Now let me show you the rules and power of a Gremory bishop. Gasper says with a serious tone and eyes with a tear from him, thinking back to why he fights as he smiles. These are the rules of all guys in the Gremory family. He shouts, making Issei remember what he told him after meeting him in right after he left the team. These are the rules I wanted to tell you, Gasper, but now I need to think if those are the only things to live by. Past Issei says to Gasper when he was still the little vampire who wore girls' clothing. Why you die, brat? Ladora says as Gasper catches the giant's tail attack and spins him around until he throws him across the field. First stand up no matter what, something you clearly can't do. Gasper says, appearing in from of the downed Ladora and picking up. Second, we never give, so if you really are a rook don't give up and show me if you're worth anything. Gasper yells, punching the giant away and making him cough. BLD. Little. Die you fool, he yells, firing all his power in a blast of fire as Gasper just walks into it, shocking all with fear, thinking he died. Rias and Issei sense one thing. And last but not least, always protect the ladies. Gasper yells, jumping from the flames and punching the Gans away and then attacking him repeatedly till he retires. As the Rook retired, Gasper calmed his power but felt pain from the flames and then, "Eat this boy, if I go so will you." Seal of true pain, Mistita yells, shocking Gasper non-stop and sealing he a newfound power until he glows. I won't lose yet? Because I was. Set the lookout. Gasper says, freezing Mistita in time as Zenevai comes out behind them with tears and a full power Durandal ready to strike. Thank you, Gasper, and you gave us this win. Now rest, my friend. The knight says as Gasper smiles, closing his eyes as Zenobia hit both him and the bishop, knocking them out, giving Gremory the win at his sacrifice, making all in the Gremory team feel sad at what he did. But Issei, however, clenches his fist, saying one thing. I won't let you down, little brother. Gasper, we will get this win for you. And that is the end to the first part of the games. I know, cliffhanger, but Gasper almost made me cry writing it. I had to make changes like that to this story to show each one of them growing stronger. Thanks for reading. See a ruined dragon army and check my brother Crimson out as I leave. Damn it, where are the tissues? You're making me cry. Battle of the House. Point 2. The crowd goes silent as Gasper was retired, but Gremory won. Rias shed tears but brushed them off, feeling the cut scar on her face from the very beginning, making her look up. We will fight for Gasper, she says, making everyone look at her with determination, as the next fight is Issei versus Coriana and Drilphus. Appia Dragon, Appia Dragon. The kids cheer as Issei cringed at the name but knew he had to keep doing it to make kids happy, even though he now had pride, unlike when he started the Appia Dragon. Be ready, Issei, this will be your defeat. My bishop has something to completely use your one weakness against you. Confusing Issei as the two entered a pink lavish land with cherry blossoms, making Issei feel calm. What a calm place, Issei thought as he controlled his rage, building it up in his even dragon part. Hey red dragon, look at this, Coriana said as he began to strip, taking of her jacket and shirt and then slowly bending down to her pants, taking them off, making most men aroused. But Issei, Valley and Kai and Kibo were confused. Excuse me, are you not gonna fight? This isn't SRPCLB, you know you're a bishop, have class. Issei said as he then took out his old Team Orc headband from the old days from his pocket and covered his eyes with it. What, you're not attracted to me? Coriana asked, confused, as Issei then laughed. Ha, sorry, you're appealing, but sluts who strip in battle aren't my type. Besides, your team has class, well, all but the two bishops, I guess. Issei mocks as he builds up a pressured burst of air in his fist. However, Issei then felt rage. If bishops are weak, then your little friend is too, and I am no slut, you Appia Dragon, she says, pissing Issei off, letting his evil dragon side come out as the air punch turned to black and red flames with silver thorns of light in it. Don't you dare mock Gasper, Issei roars, firing a blast of flames he at the women. Eat this fallen fire, or my other name for it, the flames of the betrayed, he says in a more dragonic and twisted voice as his dragon emperor and evil dragon side show, almost killing Coriana, but Serorg retired her right before she got hit, almost scared of the power Issei showed. The winner by retreat, Issei Hayadu, to keep the bishop alive. Seems like that was the only move. Issei has really gotten strong. Does he even have a weakness? Azazel says, making Kai think if he does. Sorry, I let my anger take hold, and showing some of my secrets is a no-go for me. I apologize, but you took out my little brother, so if anyone else Gremory gets out, you better keep yourself in guard. Issei says, going back to his but full of anger towards that dirty trick the bishop tried using. I apologize for that, but we needed to see if you are still the same now. I am curious. Serorg says as Issei takes of the headband with one eye blue and one red and black, showing he is not an evil dragon, he is about to become a heavenly and evil dragon god. Emperor King as his left eye goes silver and both pupils go emerald with black in them. Yes, left eye is silver with black and emerald pupils, while the right is red with the same. That power that triggers, so he is evil dragon along with a god and heavenly. But he must have a weakness. Kai thinks to himself as he feels power from around him. Has a weakness, and you are lacking in your potential, Emistir. A mysterious voice says in Kai's mind, shocking him, making him summon Graham to the other's shock. Graham, did you speak to me? Kai asked him, a panic not hearing that voice before. No my lord I didn't, but why is the pendant glowing? The sword asked as Kai's pendant glowed the red and black aura of the voice he heard. Honey, what's wrong? Kuroka and Tayam asked, and so did Kaneko through a mental link as he heard the voice. Just barley, but she did feel Kai's fear. I'm fine Kuroka, mother, it's just. Did dad have any secrets? Kai asked, causing Timat to look down and then bend down to Sun and look him in the eyes. Crimson, yes he did. For example, he stored items of power or old in his home, and he once had to kill a family to keep another safe even though he didn't want to. Timat says as Kai backs up. Mom, I mean, did he have a book? Kai says, summoning the book, making Timat summon her flames. Where did you get that? I thought your father and Ajuka got rid of it. Kai handed over. It is a book of something Surzex doesn't even want to get involved in. Timat says as Kai summons his pawns and H8 a dragon arm towards his mother. Well mom, if I want to be Lucifer I need understand any threat, even if it mean threat of the past. Kai says as he looks just like his father, making Timat think back. Did you ever want to be king, love? She asked the senior Kai Abaddon. Well of course, but if I wish to be king I want to understand any threat, any protect all I care for, and I won't be king until our son is born, and the kings let dragons be in our home. He says, making Timat cry. As Kai made her think back to this memories, she looks down, stopping her attack. Sai, you're just like your father, aren't you? She says with a tear as Kai has his pawns back away. Well, I am a free devil with pride and hope towards all, and I fear no one, and I fly free with my own goal as a dragon, kind like you and dad, mom. Kai says, hugging his mom as they then look towards the games. Next match, Akino Himejima versus Keisha Abaddon. Good luck Akino. Rias says as her queen leaves, but they all hear one thing before the fight. Good luck Akino, kick that fake Abaddon's, but she doesn't need my dad's name anymore, so let go. Timat and Kai yell to the amusement of Team Gremory. She will try my love, she will try. Kaneko says, making Kai shut up and focus on the fight. Kai, stop being coy with your mate and just watch the fight. Timat says, tired of her son, even though she misses being young, she still has her pride not to be so DMN horny. As the Gremory team chuckled at Kai's words and actions, Akino left to fight and not give up. POV, a ruin land with the two in the sky queens in the sky. So you're the famous queen of Gremory, shall we get started? Keisha said, clenching her fist as Akino smiled. Ready to lose are we, because I will win for my family and I will give a punishment beyond death. Akino said, getting sadistic as Issei and Kai flinched at her words as Issei thought, Demon Drake. Residential, did I act like that for a while? If so, I'm sorry, that's terrifying. Issei said as his dragons only confirmed he did and sometimes still does because of his evil dragon part. A wind blows as the two stare at each other with fist clenched until a rock falls. The two suddenly rush at each other, starting it off with a salt of magic one-shot fire, the shot water, as they both dodged blaster of pure energy the other had launched. However, Akino used one of the blast as smokescreen as Keisha couldn't see her. A large burst of lightning shot at the queen and it split into 3 waves of thunder. You're finished, Akino proclaimed, coming out of the smoke, firing her thunder at full power. As the queen was shocked, she had her guard down and took on of the hits in her left arm, while the rest she summoned a black portal absorbing the 2 blasts to Akino's shock. How did you? Akino said, confused, as the Bale Queen smirked. I have the power of portals, and let's just say what goes around comes around. Keisha says, shooting Akino with her own thunder as black holes appeared around the queen as she took all the hits as she screamed in pain. Looks like I win. Keisha said proudly before having a look of pure shock appear on her face as Akino WSS glowing like she was retired. However, her right arm was shining yellow with sparks. You will feel the power that pushes me. Akino says, walking towards the surprised queen as she shows both her wings. This power isn't from a fallen and human's daughter. She says, thinking of her mother and father. This isn't the power of rage or sorrow. As she thinks back to her hatred that shackled her power and heart. She then thinks of Asia, Zenobia, Gasper, Kiba, Kaneko, Gasper, Rosviavsa, and the first time she met Rias, and the times when Issei always helped her instead of wanting her body. He wanted to know the real Akino. She smiles, thinking of her family. Team Gremory. This is the power if Team Gremory. This is the power of trust, hope, love, and fortitude. Our resolve is stronger than foe, and this shows it now. This. Akino then bolts at the queen as she glows, the sign of retiring, but she still pushes herself forward. Now eat this Team Gremry's devastating fist of thunder. Aquino yells, shocking the crowd as her tears begin to flow as her fist is inches away from the queen, but Aquino retires. Her body couldn't take it, she was too injured. I'm sorry Rias, Issei, I let you all down, please win. Aquino thinks as she cries and finally is fully retired with only taking one arm of the Queen of Baal, but yet scaring her because no devil thought Team Gremry could go beyond such limits. Aquino Rias cries out as suddenly a large blue and white aura glows from the crowd that Issei can sense clear as day. Valley. Why is he? Then it hit Issei, so it seems the white dragon that wants to be the one to surpass domination has found his love, but I will avenge her for you, Valley. Issei thinks with his link to his dragon's active that was connected to Kai and Valley as well, which made Valley calm his aura, and Kai shed a tear as they both thought you never change red one, so please stay that way. As Team Gremroy looks down because of what happened to Aquino, the dice have been rolled and fate is twisting the knife as now it's a 12, that means Serorg can fight, which he will knowing him. Now this point in the matches, the fight of Baal and the Rook and Kites will stay the same with them cutting off his arm and him needing the tears. Even if Issei became stronger, they are a family no matter what, and they had to help or at least try. Now Issei versus Kushina, the announcer says as Issei has a dark shadow cover his face as they both enter the ring. Well, I would say this will be fun, but I can beat you with one arm, so you're not work it, and even if you attack me I can. Kushina says as she gets interrupted by a gut punch. My Issei not even in balance breaker, he is just in base with both gauntlet on his arms. You say you're strong. Tisich, don't make jokes, you almost lost to Aquino, your team lost to Gasper, and you king lost an arm to my friends, and yet you say you're strong. Well, I will show you strong. Issei says as he kicks the queen away and fires multiple dragon shots at her. Kushina tries to portal, which she does, and sends them right back at Issei, but he just swats them away like a bug as keeps shooting as Kushina portals. However, she keeps getting cut and burned until her arm gives out, and she falls unable to portal. You see, you're not strong or special at all, in fact you're stupid. Issei said, glaring at the downed queen. If you didn't Nautic, I transfer some percentages of each blast to avoid your portal magic, so when you close them you're on good arm and your body got hit by my mini dragon shots. Issei said as the queen retires, feeling foolish to think she was better than the red dragon incest she was toyed with. Winner Issei Hayadu, and the next match is still unknown. The announcer says as Issei returns. I'm sorry, almost my cool and treated your queen like trash, but I will defeat you for my team at my full power if you can make, because your queen didn't even have me release my aura. Issei said, making Serorg smile. You really are different, you know how about settle this in royal, your team and mine, no more dice rolls. Serorg said as Issei just sighed. No, that is not needed, I will fight you me with Rias, but it will me versus you and your pawn 2v3. Issei confusing the Baal, but he agreed. As the four entered the battlefield, Issei instantly went in from Rias. What's the matter, Red Dragon Emperor? You wanted me, so bring on. Serorg says as he rushes at Issei, going in for a right hook, however a red glow blocks him as Drake comes out of nowhere blocking the punch. I swear by Ophis, Issei, why am I not in the gear now is because of our theory involving the pawn. Drake asked as Issei smirked. Yes, and don't you mean the gear Regulus? Issei says now being so close to the pawn he can tell he is a gear himself. Well, I thought you wouldn't notice, oh well. The pawn, now known as Regulus, roars as he turns into Golden Lion. Drake, you handle the PP, I got the Serorg. Issei says, glowing with red and a silver glow with hints of emerald. So this is your Issei, bring it on. Serorg says the two rush at each other head-to-head, fist to fiat kick to kick. The two mighty godlike warriors stand strong and fight, however while each punch hit, Issei felt weakness in the left arm as he remembered Kiba AMD Zenobia cutting it off as he shed a tear. Thanks guys, he thinks as his fist glows red and emerald with silver light. Eat this Welsh rage. Issei says as fist glows with energy and punching the left arm and then the gut of the Baal King. While talk about power, he can even beat Beerus, I bet, haha, kick his butt, Issei. Shalat says, thinking back to his as he can sense both ki and magic from Issei and Serorg. My lord. Regulus says, trying to get to Serorg, however Drake throws him away and shoots many dragon shots at him. You're not getting involved, you forget I'm stronger than you, lion. Drake says as Issei raised his hand. Dryag, stop, I think they are holding back, so let them go all out, then we can as well. Issei says with a smile, enjoying the fight. Are you sure, Issei? This could go wild. Rias said as Issei turned to her, saying that's what I count on. As he then looked towards Serorg with determination. Go all out. If you don't, I will take you out now. I rather fight a full power battle of the legends rather than fight a short brawl against someone who is holding back. I mean, that hurts my pride, and I thought you were a strong king good enough to be one of my many rivals. Issei says, being annoyed, understandably so, since he now has much more pride than before. You're right, Hayadu. My apologies for holding back. Warriors like us go all out for our pride and goals we reach in a fight, so I will show you what I got. Regulus now is our balance breaker of the mighty lion. Serorg yells as he calls Regulus and glows gold, and out of the light comes out a lion armor around Serorg, aka Regulus in balance breaker form. So this is your full power? Well, I guess I should follow suit. Drag Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei says, calling to his brother as the red smirks and walks to Issei, glowing red and merging back with him as Issei then lets out large amounts of aura as he enters Balance Breaker. Let's get started, Issei, no holding back. Serorg said. He began to rush at Issei. You're going to need to make me try then, Serorg. Issei said as he rushed at the bale as well, with both of them clashing heads and fist with an impact so strong craters and shockwaves rang out through the ring and the underworld. Talk about power, I can feel it from here. Kai says as he along with everyone feels all the pressure from the two fighters. Kai, use some of your power for a barrier. Valley yells, entering Balance Breaker, butting up a shield on his. Third of the crowd got it. Hakai Kane Roo. Kai says as he enters his old form mixed with his own dragon wings and abilities as he flies up, shielding the crowd. Good, we got them protected. What? They think they are in the clear, but the Grabbin Dragon section of THR stands isn't shielded and they can't make it in time. Talk about power, kids, stay behind me. Raynare says as she tries to shield the children, but one of them get caught in the pressure and gets blown away. However, a red flash grabs him and makes a barrier, landing in front of Raynare, who is shocked at who this being is. Raynare, sorry, but I needed to ditch the clothes and go back to my armor. It feels calmer, plus Super Saiyan God helped make this barrier. I needed speed and calm energy. Shalat says as he stands where Teacher Light was, as his hair and tail is now red and his power feels divine, which Kai and Vala can sense. Diamond, this power Issei and that gold guy is giving off is incredible. You know what, I was going to save this for Goku or Giblet, but this barrier needs to stay up. So Shalat then rises his energy to the top, to the point the red of God as blue spark of the form beyond as he yells Kaioken. Shalat says as he then gets coated in a dark crimson aura and the barrier is stable again. Picture this, but the hair flickers between red and blue with the Kaioken. Shalat, is that really you? Raynare asked in shock because Shalat was so calm and happy, but seeing him raise his power is like a dragon. Anger and rage fuels the power to go beyond. Yeah, it's me now, get the kids back and may I promote, I need more stamina to keep the Kaioken. Shalat says, now having his veins show because this is his first time using it. Sure thing, Raynare says as she gets the kids out, just be careful. She says before she get all the crowds somewhere safe to watch the game. I will. Raynare now. Kaioken time 10 as and explosion lets out full of blue and red power. Back with the two fighters. Well, I think if we keep this up people will get hurt. Issei says with his normal balance breaker having cracks and holes. Agreed, Issei, so what now? Serorg asks as his armor as one hole but nothing else besides bruises like Issei. Well, you pushed me, so now I will show you my second strongest power. Issei says, shocking everyone as Hus normal balance breaker plus his own power made him even, but he is holding back, which is shocking. Alright, Hayatu, show me what you got. The Bale yells as he backs up, letting Issei go all out. I rise with red and black wings to show my sorrow but also my joy. I rise from my soul that has been broken to see a cardinal to give the life I lost back as my power roars like that of a dragon of rage and potential. Twin Queen Carndale Dragon Promotion. Issei yells, letting out his power in a new armor. Making flamia and dust let out as black, red, emerald and gold aura burst from Issei as his aura walks out of the smoke. This is Issei when he walks out of the smoke and aura. This is him after it settles, showing both red and black wings, and some look like fallen and angel and devil wings as we see 4 wings, 2 from the armor and 2 from his power merged with the armor. As well as an emerald and black cloak on his back and shoots with hints of red and gold as the cloak hides the dragon fury blade and he can use it to hide his mask or calm his aura. Okay, this is my full power, so I am warning you, no, without me going king I can still kill you in this form. Do you wish to concede? Issei asks, not wishing to harm the Baal. Here is my answer. Sarorg yells, feeling the power from the form, so he puts all he has, even his own aura and stamina, in one punch, and Issei just stands there waiting for the attack, but to his surprise the attack hit and broke his armor, making a scar form on his chest in the shape of a fist. What the hell? Issei said, shocked. However, Sarorg was barely able to stand from power from his attack, draining all his power. So your plan was to try and knock me out with that, but instead it just gave me a scar, your bold Baal. So instead I will try to help you and your mother out after I this. Issei says, punching Sarorg in gut, knocking him unconscious, making the winner Team Gremry. As Sarorg retires, Issei stands tall yelling. This battle was glorious. However, remember this, I will be holding a battle for us new kings like me and Kai in 3 days, as the King's Games will be held Monday for all. TOC me vs Kai and one other king. I will explain the rules, then farewell everyone. Issei says with pride and soul as he leaves with Team Gremry, and the barriers get put down. Okay, talk about awesome. Valakai and Shalat say in shock of the power they say as Issei and others leave to graduation, but also to get healed by Asia from Issei's new wound. And that is the story, everyone. I hoped you enjoy, and until next, let me know what you think and wish for. Dragon Army out. The King's Games boost power is what you need. Divide the secret of power is a cost as always. Kaioken. After the raiding game, Issei and the others met back up and had a party for the graduation festival, as Issei and Kai joked about the fight, as Issei then saw Rias go back to the Orc Club room. Even after all I did, he still cares for us. Thank you, Issei. Rias says as she looks out towards the moonlight, as she hears his calm voice says, no thank you, surprising Rias as she turns to see Issei, arms crossed with a smile, as they both are in their school uniforms. Issei, how long have you been there? Rias asked as Issei walked close to her. Long enough to know your pain, princess, and I mean thank you, because even if I did die, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have grown as a person or with a bond in this family or with Kai and Drake. So thank you, Rias, you turned this pervert from long ago to someone you can be proud of. Issei says, making Rias cry as she hugged him. I've always been proud of you, Issei, and I always will. She says as Issei's hand and Rias's left brst glows from the mate mark as they embrace in the moonlight. As they embrace for a few minutes, they suddenly hear a crash and part the embrace to see Kai, Kuroka, Team Rias and Team Issei watching them. Don't mind us. Asia says. Naya, you both are ruined for sure, Kuroka said as Kaneko nodded in agreement. I took his V card, you get the embrace. Raynare said mockingly. Before any more of you talk about my sensei and cousin. Get OFFUS, Kai yells as him, Gasper and Kiba are squashed by all girls on top of them. I agree with Kai, besides I need to talk to all if you also. Issei then looks around in annoyance. Before we talk, Raynare, get Shalat, I swear to Office he doesn't stay still. Issei said, annoyed, as a magic circle appeared, only seeing Vale and Shalat step out. Sorry, I got your pawn, he needed help ASAP. Vale said to Issei's confusion. What happened? Issei asked his pawn as he slowly walked him to the couch. Well, I almost looked at the moon. Shalat said to everyone but Issei's confusion. Can you control yourself or no? Issei asked in worry because of the full moon. Shalat went quiet as Akini stepped forward as all the girls got off Kai. What's so bad about him seeing a full moon? The Gremry Queen asked, confused, as Issei turned to her. Shallot's race as the power to turn into Gant apes when looking at a full moon, however their power multiplies by 10 and some can't control the form, and with 4 pawn pieces you don't want to know what happens. Issei said, shocking everyone present as they realize it's like a wild dragon. Issei tuned to his pawn with anger, now wanting an answer. Shalat, can you control yourself in that form? Issei asked, letting out power as Shalat looked at him. No. I haven't tried, all have done is Super Saiyan and I had amnesia, so if I could control I don't know if I still can, I haven't tried yet after getting most of memories back. Shalat says, making Issei calm his power. Then we will have to try before the King's Games. Issei said, turning to everyone. Now everyone listen, while the King's Games involve all of us, me and Kai as dragons and kings who fight beyond God, and the winner of the most recent raiding game. Issei said, shocking all present, as that means they must fight each other. I know what you're thinking and know there isn't any consciences. After all, it isn't a raiding. Kai and Rias won't lose their titles, and I already told Surzex about the rules, and now I will tell you. As Issei was about to talk, Kai heard a voice in his head. Kai, listen, I asked Michelle about the book, and it's not in the gear systems. However, me and your father found a page in it to give you weapon and contact to the being in it. Samuel said as Kai's rage grew. Samuel, we will talk later. However, tell Michael the favor he owes me is the truth of the book. If not that, then he owes me training. Kai thinks because of his new angel powers as he then listens to Issei. Okay, this King's Games rules are simple. They are like the raiding games, except each king picks only up to 2 members of their team to fight with them or in separate matches, but not matter how many times you win. The rule is if your king is defeated you lose, just like the games. Issei said as everyone took it now, knowing this is more based off of strategy and even more it's based on team plans. Wait, Issei, can we use Phoenix tears? Ravel asked, concerned, as she is the only person who can regenerate. Don't worry, Ravel, we still can use tears, weapons and every spell. The only limits is no potion or death or seals, so we can make the fights more fun. Issei letting the news sinks in as Kiba walked up to Issei and asked, how long do all of us have? Which is what everyone wanted to know. Only 3 days, Afriad, so enjoy it while you can and train, and my house will as well. After all, think long and strong about who you will fight with, and farewell. Issei said as he walked away from everyone, opening a portal with Ravel, Raynare and Charlotte following him as they went back to the Hayatu house. And yes, Issei's parents know Rias and everyone is okay now. After Issei left, everyone was quiet and thinking about what happened. Okay, so I guess I should go. Oh wait, before I do, hey cuz, may I exchange pieces with you? Kai asked as Rias went to sit down. Of course, Kai, after all you need a queen and you can exchange as long as you do 2 things. Rias says to the confusion of everyone. First, take care of her because I view her as a little sister and a kind soul. Second, please help me find a pawn or rook since I don't want to separate your family and I trust you. Rias says to the shock of Kai as he didn't think Rias cared so much for Kaneko, but yet again he feels the same. Alright, I agree to your terms, however Kaneko will still be your little one that you took care of. Also, I have 2 pieces for you already. I am thinking of a yokai or dragon for you. Kai says as he reaches out his hand to Rias as she shakes his hand as the deal is made. We will miss you, Kaneko, please keep in touch. Issei says as Gasper tears up and everyone hugs her as Rias then walks towards the Nico. Rias, I. Before Kaneko could talk, Rias brought her into a hug as Kaneko cried. Don't be upset, you have grown so much and I'm so proud of you because you are now and always will be your own person, but we will miss you. Rias says as the 2 cry and then break the hug while Kai and his team left with Kaneko, and as the circle closed there was a knot which Akino read. Thanks cuz it means a lot you exchanged pieces with me. I know it hurt and if I were in your shoes I would feel the same as you now, so here is my address so you can visit us anytime. From Kai Crimson Abaddon. Well, not that the exchange is done, let's go home and make sure we help Kaneko pack when she is ready. Rias said as everyone nodded and left. After that day each one of the houses trained and prepared for the King's Games, knowing well that each team is as strong as any army. For Issei's team in the mountains, Issei trained Charlotte and himself to grow their magic abilities as Raynare and Ravel practiced new dragon-based spells like fire-based power in light spears and speed, while for Ravel she used it to boost her Phoenix powers to test each other's limits. However, while the 2 practiced magic, the spells broke as Issei and Charlotte tested each other's physical strength, causing the ground to shake. Not bad, Charlotte, this is incredible, however I need you to show me all you can do. Issei said as he punched Charlotte back as Charlotte glowed red and yellow by promoting to Rook, and this is J1 to take the punch as he countered the blow with a kick that Issei caught. So this is your limit really, Charlotte? Issei said as he then saw Charlotte's hand glow green and yellow as he turns as 2 yelling, you can't block now, eat this wild cannon. As a large explosion was sent off from the blast as Charlotte jumped out of the smoke knowing the attack hit, but as the dust settled Issei was perfectly fine and in fact he had a flame shield around him that he dispelled. What do you think? That was my new move, Ray Reflector. I can use it as a shield or... As soon as the shield was gone, Charlotte felt pain and the showed some BLD on his hands. Or I Relfect as a sharp strike, but that's enough training for us 3, right girls? Issei said, looking at the 2 with many shields to protect themselves from the feedback of him and Charlotte. I take those shields as a yes. However, Charlotte didn't want to stop, so he made a risky play while he was still in Issei as his right arm glowed white. "I'm not done, eat this!" Charlotte yelled as he threw a silver blast at Issei, but before Issei could dodge, the attack went into the sky as Charlotte looked up, stating, "You think I am done? You're wrong. I find my brother again. I will make it home and I will beat you, Issei, because science have no limits," Charlotte said as his eyes went pure red. As suddenly 2 gold items dropped from Charlotte's pocket. You know what this form means if you watched GT and Super POV Team Kai during the 3 days training. They were at his estate in the underworld training each one of their skills in the training room. As Kai and Kaneko walked through the house, they saw Kuroka and Siegfried each fighting the hooded pawns. The 4 of them seemed to have gotten stronger, don't you think, love? Kaneko asked as Kai ignored her guest Ion as he walked to the dragon skull on his wall. "Sorry, what was that, kitten? I'm trying to find that key. Why did Dad use a dragon skull as his key?" There it is," Kai said, moving one of the fangs on the skull as a door opened through the mirror. "Okay, 1, what is this, and 2, I asked, do you think they got stronger?" Kaneko asked as the 2 went into the room and down some stairs. "Yes, I do. I'm proud of them, but now I need your help," Kai said, summoning his book. "See, my father had many weapons, magic skills, or trinkets. However, this book was sealed and now it calls to me, thus I need your help with research, or we both go see Grafia," Kai said as they went to a dusty room with many magic circle crest and swords books along with lab notes for dragon fruit and about the red dragon and white dragon gear. Shocking the 2. Kai, why are there these notes?" Kaneko asked, reading the red dragon notes. "I don't know, the book must have blocked this room off because before all I saw was some books and clothing. It wasn't supposed to be a second basement," Kai said, shocked as he looked towards his book and a few notes with the name Iftit. "Okay, Kaneko, please tell Grafia we need to talk to her and we both head to the Gremory estate soon," Kai said as his queen called ASAP, knowing Kai must be worried as she saw his red and silver aura form with gold eyes because he felt like this was important. "Son, I must warn you, be careful about that book. Ifrit is nothing to act calm about. If it wasn't for your mate you would die," Abaddon said as his son was shocked at the news. "Dad, what do you mean it's just a spell book?" Kai asked his father as his silver dragon aura calmed but not his mixed eyes. "No, Kai, it's a gear to be accurate, and with your power it gives you a gauntlet and any weapon, but it needs magic and a mate to keep the host a pure warrior," his father said. As Kai closed his eyes seeing his dad with the link, as the 2 felt a dark inferno of many magics in the link. "Hello, young Abaddon, if you wish power and growth, open the book," a dark voice said as Kai felt no fear, but his father put a hand on his shoulder. "Son, be careful, I have your back," Abaddon said as Kai smiled and walked towards the book, and a black and red flame blinded him and jolted him awake in a cold sweat as Kai looked around and saw Kaneko and Sona. "Kitten, what happened?" Kai asked as she lifted him up. "My king Sona asked me for a talk between kings and Grafia said to come over whenever you need," Kaneko said, placing Kai across from Sona. "Okay, thanks, Kaneko. Now if it's alright, go improve with the others, including the 2 cloaks," Kai asked to Kaneko, confusion, "But Kai, you are." "I appreciate the worry, but I need all of us to think about the games after all. They are about to begin," Kai said, interrupting his queen as she left, closing the dragon skull so they keep it a secret. "Sai, alright, what do you need, Sona?" Kai asked as Sona glared at him. "Huh," she said as her look froze him. "How what?" Kai asked, not wanting to know what the Citri is thinking. "How is Kaneko so strong and breaking her limits? Tell me how you did it," Sona asked as Kai turned his head the other way. "I have no clue what you mean," Kai lied, knowing his mate grew in many ways, one of which was his love. "Fine, don't tell me, but instead I got a game for you," Sona said, placing a chess set, getting Kai's attention. "If I win you tell me, but if you win I drop it," Sona says as Kai sits down with a smile. "Sure, why not?" Kai says as the game begins. 30 minutes later. No, impossible," Sona stutters as she sees Kai beat her Sona Citri in chess. "Well, that was fun, see you later, have 2 days to train, so thanks for the fun," Kai says as he gets up and leaves to the Gremory estate with one of his pawns and Kaneko, while Sona is still speechless. "Now I have to tell my mother who my husband will be," Sona says as she now feels confused at Kai's intelligence. Back with Kai, he teleported with a magic circle to the Gremory home as they walk in. "My king, what should I do?" the serious cloaked pawn asked. I say see if your new magic works because armor cow'll work but I know your true power. Kai says as he pumps into a tall man and his masked pawn. Kai, how are you ready for the games? To Kai's surprise, Serorg was talking to him. Yes, I am cousin, however what are you doing here? Kai asked as Serorg looked at his pawn. Well, I'm here to see Issei for my mother, and who is that? Serorg asked pointing at the pawn. He is a new recruit but I am not you so I won't say who he is. As for Issei, go to the Dragon Mountains, you were off by a couple 100 miles. Kai says as he passes Bale with the book in his hands. Stay here for now and be on guard. Ka says as he and Kaneko go see Grafia until Kai stops. And be careful not to reveal your power, Fenris, Kai says, revealing the name of his pawn as they are outside Grafia door. Hello Grafia, I must speak with you. Kai says as they hear a loud noise from the room as Grafia opens the door. Oh Kai, what is it? She asks as Kai looks towards Kaneko. Well, I need you to help Kaneko learn about being a queen. I would have asked Sona but she seemed down after her loss in chess. Kai says, making Grafia eyes almost fall out of the socket. Kai, you don't know? She asked to the king and queen's confusion. No, what exactly? Kaneko asked with confusion. Well, you see, whoever beats her in chess will be her husband. Greya says, making Kai enter his dragon form for a few seconds before going human again. What do mean her husband? I did not agree to this. Kai yells before Kaneko calms him down. I mean, you can't stop it because her mother agreed to the rule. Grafia says as Kai calms down. Fine, I will be her husband, just let me talk to her. Kaneko, good luck. Kai says, leaving with Fenris as he gets a headache. Back with Sona, we see her pacing and being confused until Kai's circle opens as the king and pawn are back home. Sona, come with me. Kai says as he brings her to his office and locks the door. Kai, what or why? Before Sona could finish, Kai kissed her and then broke it. If you have to marry me, I will get used to it, Sona. After all, you don't see any problem with it. Kai says as he lets his instincts kick in as he bites right under Sona's shirt collar, marking her on the right side of the neck, making Tich our Citri Eris as Kai backs up. And now that we are engaged. That still feels weird to say I marked you, just so you know you can use my powered like Kuroka and Kaneko while I can use your ice powers. Kai safe unlocking the door and smiling before he goes, leaving Sona frustrated that C got teased and left horny. Okay, I guess it's time to train, but before I do. Ifrit, let's make a deal. Kai says as his father had his baka and a blur and in red and black power covered his right arm. While that happened and the other 2 days of the preparation, Team Gremory trained their power, speed and magic control to be ready to fight. After seeing Kai and Issei train, they knew they had to as well. Even Rias was training as her nay limit to control her magic by condensing her pod and now using 20 pounds weight in total, 5 pounds each limb, and each one of them could at least train with high-class devils or run and dodge Tannen's attacks. For Team Issei, they trained and unlocked some secret weapons along with more durability and giving Lord Agioka some items from Shallot's home to grow known as the Senza beans, which were just like Phoenix tears. Issei went to visit the Bale house to keep his word by using his power of Great Red and Booby Lingle. He was able to wake up Lady Bale, making everyone happy as he left the house seeing a family with tears and smiles. But at last the 3 days have come and the King's Games has begun, with it being able to be seen all over the supernatural world from Asgard to Kyoto and even heaven and the dragon territory. These games were fights God wouldn't want to miss as things began. Alright EV1, are you ready? These battles ready to begin. Now facing the left side of arena, Team Gremory. Their announcer yelled, showing Team Gremory ready to fight, all holding a RD bandana around their arms with the Grode going wild. And at the right corner, Team Abaddon. As red and silver flames along with wind strike the right corner, showing Kai's team making most of the Grode go wild, knowing of his potential. And last but not least, in the northern corner of the field, Team Hyde, the announcer yells as black and red flames explode the field with emerald and pink light, and a mighty roar clearing the smoke and flames to see Shalat, Issei, Raynare and Ravel with their aura showing, making all yell and then go quite with the power they let out. Okay everyone, this fight will begin, starting with Team Abaddon versus Team Hyudu. Now pick your warrior. The announcer said as 2 barriers hid the 2 teams so they could think. POV Kai, okay you two, we need you show the world who you are and your voice. Kai said as his 2 pawns stood up ready to fight. POV team Issei, okay Shalat go all out got it we have Hunchu Kai will send so show the underworld a Scion's might. Issei said making Shalat smirk as he entered the ring Dimshin. Not this will be a battle in a place both fighters agree on for Shalat and the pawns it will be the Cell Games arena. As the two fighter teleport into the ring all we see is the two figures and Shalat staring each other down as magic communication circle appear under them aka translator. For the other houses. So you're my opponents well my name is Shalat nice to meet you and you too are. Shalat asked as the two took of their cloaks showing these two. The one with a sword scar on his eye and physical power. More magic and physical power we are the pawn twins of Abaddon Fenris/Fen the children of Fenrir the twins say at the same time shocking everyone because they now know Kai has the children of a god-killing dog as his pawns. Shalat be careful those are strong and with two pawn pieces the mutated with many magic types you need to be on guard. Issei says through a magic circle by his ear. I know Issei that's why I won't be their fool. Shalat says before yellow aura wraps around Shalat and wind picks us as the twins look to see his power. Shalat roars charging all his power and explosion wraps around him and his hair turns gold and long. Picture this but with some black material on half his chest along with half of his armor. Sorry about the wait allow me to show you. Super Scion 3. Shalat says with a heavy and stern voice as his voice changed with the form. As everyone feels the power from the three as the twins look at each other and shout promotion to queen. The twin then rush at Shalat at once as they use their speed and power to repeatedly attack Shalat with rapid punches however the Scion doesn't seem concerned but he still blocks as Fenris suddenly moves and Fen increases the power in his punches along with his speed as ice and claw form on his hands. Now eat this beast hailstorm. Fen yells as his fist gets faster and stronger AMD sharper with each punch however Shalat used his tail to knock Fen back but Fen instantly punched Shalat's arm before being thrown. Is that you got? Shalat says but suddenly his arm starts to freeze and Fen stands up. Eat this. He yells launching at Shalat at full speed Shalat dodges by flying in the air last second but as he does a lightning storm hits him freezing his leg as he turns to his right seeing Fenris and sword using lightning and ice. Time to lose two fool. Fenris says using his legs and sword to make Shalat dodge and lead him to the ground as Fen jumps towards the two with Shalat not looking at his opponent. Now be gone the two yell as they strike at Shalat with shockwave roaring as the crowd can't see because of the smoke and power from it but as it clears Issei smiles while all others are shocked. As they see Shalat blocking the two eyes closed using tail and arm as the twins are speechless. Really you think you're the only twin here then be mistaken. Shalat says roaring into God as the ice is broken and his leg and arm free making the two go back to the ground. How did our attacks not work? Fen yells as Fenris looks at his brother. Fen you know he said he was a twin and he must be a strong warrior as well his body felt tough like he had fought tooth and nail almost dying I can tell I almost died too. Fenris says touching his chest remembering his scar from when they served Loki. He's not wrong Fen but he isn't right either because before me and my twin teamed up I was like this a long time ago. Shalat says landing in front of the two going into base. However I want to see what you can do for an hour. Promotion Queen Shalat says reaching into she pocket and throwing something at the twins. Hey Shalat are sure about this? Issei asked scared of what Shalat threw them because he knows what it is. Of course I want to go all out and go beyond my limit. Shalat said as the twins see two earring to wear. They are called pot era earrings you use them to fuse for 1 hour as long as you are an Akai or the same being and the fusion will have its being while it uses your powers and memories. Shalat says explaining the pot era earrings as the twins look at each other and Fen puts his right ear. You better not regret this Shalat. Fenris says putting his on the left ear. Suddenly they glow and the twin are collided into each other as a blinding light shines stunning all but Kai as he feels power and his pawns merge into a ultimate class being. As we now see out of the light a warrior with a black shirt red scarf and silver armbands with silver hair and wolf ears with blue and gold eyes with sharp teeth and a sword of ice and in silver energy with lightning and concentration. Alright if you wish to know my power time to show you all I got. A fusion between brothers at the maximum fun and Fenris all in one call me Fenrin the ultimate god hunter. The fusion Fenrin yells, letting out his power, shocking all, even Kai and Issei, as they make Shalat smile. "Alright, if this is all you got, I can't wait to fight you," Shalat says, entering God and going into a fighting stance. However, before he could move, Fenrin moves behind him and kicks Shalat back and rushes at him with speed and focus. Shalat can't keep up as he tries to block each attack, but it starts to sting his hand and he summons his claws with ice and thunder, clawing his chest as Shalat counters with his tail and blasting him with a wild cannon, making Fenrin get caught off guard. As Shalat breaths, Fenrin gets out of the rubble and with some BLD on his face. "Demon, talk about a shock, seems you still got life in you," Fenrin says as Shalat gets back into a fighting stance as he walks towards him. "It's not that, it's more that I wanted to test your power before I go all out, sorry about that, but now I need to go wolf versus primal scion power," Shalat yells, building up a sphere of white energy as he throws at the sky to the shock of Fenrin. "Now burst open and mix awaken fury," Shalat yells as his eyes go red and he suddenly absorbs the energy ball back into him as he glows with silver aura, and then suddenly that aura goes red and gold as he opens a crater in the ground, and thunder and hurricanes as Shalat roars, and Fenrin, Kai, and all others are in shock at what they see, but Issei is calm and begins to laugh as the dust clears and a hole is in the dimensional space as we see a man with a red tail, red fur and black hair with gold and red eyes fly above the hole in the arena and dimensional. "You all are done now," Issei says as Shalat then speaks, "Sorry for the wait, but it's time to go all out, beast versus beast, because..." Then the two speak at the same time, yelling, "This is Super Saiyan 4, Issei," and Shalat says at once, "This is the power of Super Saiyan 4, and since he still has his tail and power beyond limits, we finally see the power of the Scion's primal evolution. And I know you don't want to see it end like that, but I had to do it like this. After all, Super Saiyan 4 and the fusion took me a while to make, so please tell me if you enjoyed it and let me know what you want to see. Dragon Army out. Preparation of the Gremry's last game.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.